Going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. Get ready for a modded tournament. So today we're going to be playing with only 4 factions, but they are all brand new factions. And we have Araby, Albion, Dread King's Legion, and then we do also have the Fimir as well. So those are going to be the 4 factions. Yeah, we can add more in the future, but today we're just going to be doing 4 to see how it goes and yeah, test the waters. Test the waters out. All right. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be casting a match between, let me double check what the matchup's going to be in round 1 here. It is going to be, Linden is playing Albion versus Araby. Okay, this is going to be really interesting. I'm pumped for this, man. This is going to be fun. Oh, man. No halflings in this one today. No, because the halflings I don't think ever got ported over to this game. Yeah, so we're going to be doing either that or maybe we'll do a Fimir game. But we're going to be jumping around casting today because I want to show you guys all the factions. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be very, very fun. All right. Well, thanks for joining. Dogs of War. Yeah, we'll add more in eventually, but today we're just going to be taking it easy. All right. So Linden setting up a lobby right now. Let's do this. And does he have a spec slot? He does. All right. So this is going to be Araby versus Albion. Yeah. Wait, is Linden you can't play dwarves? No, we're doing modded factions. I see him sitting on dwarves. That's very funny. Okay, he's going to Albion. Albion, by the way, has some crazy stuff. We could look at some of the units here while we wait. So yeah, you have the Durak. You have the Truthsayer. This is my favorite character. Mornin, the Murder Queen. Dude, she rules. She summons like packs of ravens that can attack people and whatnot. It's great. Your basic lord is an Overking, who's just like a Norskin chieftain kind of guy. Yeah, you got the Druidic Priestess. Tons of different infantry choices. Woad Raiders, Druidic Initiates, Oathsworn. You even have your own Chosen, actually. They're like these forest kind of chosen spirits, which are very, very cool. They're elemental as well, so they're kind of like the Green Knight from mythology, which is fun. Yep, Slingers, Huntresses. You have Sisters of Avalorn here. You have the Wardens of the Isle, the Huntresses. Pretty damn cool. And then you got a lot of light cav as well. We do have the Hobbelars. We have Hobbelars here, Oathsworn cav, War Chariots, Centaurs. They have Centaurs too. So their Centaurs are, great open units. Yeah, we'll add more next time. We'll add more. I was just trying to keep the mods, to see if we could get through a tournament with the mods. So today we're keeping it simple with just the OVN factions, but eventually I will add other ones too. If you guys really like this format, we could do it more often. Albion has some cool monsters too. You have the Bloodhounds. These are like ogres, the giant-blooded. Feral Griffins seem really cool, just anti-large monsters. You got Fen Beast, Zotes, Albion Giant. They do have a Cygor. They have an Albion Giant Stone Thrower. Fen Hulk. They have a really crazy big giant. This guy's pretty Chad. Yeah, he has an ability that heals himself and nearby enemy or allies, I think. Yeah, Hengist's Blessing. Yeah. And then they have the Green Man. It's a giant Fen Hulk. Oh, they have an artillery. Oh, they have a catapult piece. Okay, I didn't see that. Oh, he's picking his army. Look at this. There he goes. All right, this is going to be super fun. He's playing against Blood Penguin. Blood Penguin's going to be on his way over. And yeah, because we didn't want to go too crazy and add more than 5 mods because I was worried that we would have compatibility issues and people would struggle to figure it out. So just wanted to keep it simple today with just 4 factions. No, the units are really well designed, Regis. You're going to see. It's a really, really nicely done mod. OVN Lost Factions is what it's called. And they have like full campaigns for them for single player too, if you're into that. Yeah, man. Let's get it. Norse Dwarves next time. Kataf Southern Realms. I'm super down. I'm down to do that in the future. The crab mod. No, I'm casting today because I want to show you guys. The all the factions. And if I'm just playing, you're going to see the same one over and over again. On that same coin, though, if I had like all the mods we're using today are part of the OVN pack, so they're made by the same person, same team. So I figured they would be a little bit more balanced than if we add mods with other, factions designed by other players. It'd be like a bit of a better experience. So we'll see. Can you show the Lords of Magic? Albion has a couple different things. They have hybrid stuff. Yeah, this guy, I can't, I'll show you in between games, but like this is their Lord Durak. He's like a semi-combat character, pretty durable. Yeah, but he also has some, he has a healing spell, Shield of the Ancestors. We'll look later on. I don't know if I can look right now. Let's see. Yeah, so Durak, he's got Wings of Fate, which is a magic missile that shoots crows at your opponent. Shield of the Ancestors gives you 44% ward save. Boon of Courage gives you leadership, vigor, and ITP. Gift of Life is Invocation of Nehek, but for living things. Voice of Command, this ability is currently banned. We've restricted this from the tournament because it's just a little bit too OP. It's a 35-second snare that is just really spammable. Apparently, it was really broken the last time somebody tried to run an event with this, so we just kind of restricted that. But yeah, they have the Woad Paint, so they have like different ward save things. Mists of Albion is another one. They get some missile resistances, and he's got a bunch of items. We'll go over everything once we do get into the game, of course. We will jump into that. So, all right. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. Penguin, let me make sure he has that. Make sure mods are in right order. All right. Outstanding. So we're all good. More like Turin, I know. Yeah, Regis, this isn't a tournament that's counting towards the leaderboard or anything. This is just a casual for funsies tournament. So it's like, yeah, this is not going to be counting towards our leaderboard or towards the stats of the players. It's just a for fun tournament. That is all it is. That is all it is. Darude Sandstorm, that's right. Yeah, Albion looks really fun. If you're a big fan of like using light cav, I think they could be pretty sweet. Yeah, Dark Age Rush. I mean, in this tournament, Dark Age, I'm not going to block the army so we can watch them as they're being made. Because nobody even knows what these units do. Any faction team. We're using domination maps. Yeah, because it's a domination tournament, so. Yeah. Some good water right there, man. Okay, let's see here. Do all that. We got time. Yeah, so players are going to be figuring out their compatibility. It's a little bit tricky. Like, one of the players right now is having some issues. Yeah. He should probably just need to resubscribe to everything and make sure he doesn't have the mixer on. Make sure. Okay, cool. And great. So yeah, Albion, oh wow, look at this army. So he's got young slingers. These are like, yeah, these are slinger units, obviously. The attribute for Albion, let me show you guys real quick. It's the, yeah, so Warband. They have War Fury, so they get stats if their leadership is higher than 50%. But if their leadership goes below and they start losing in combat, they actually take a leadership penalty. So Albion is a faction that, when they're winning, it's quite good, but when they start losing, they take a leadership penalty. And they also get Woad Paint too. This is a really cool mechanic. So when the faction's Winds of Magic is over 15, the Winds of Magic empowers them, and they get 8% ward save on their army, which is pretty damn cool. Yeah, so what does he has? He has the Woad Raiders. Woad Raiders are Frenzy Anti-Infantry Phys-Res units. Okay, so Woad Raiders are very similar to like Plague Monks for this Skaven. Anti-Infantry, Phys-Res. He does also have Warbands. So Warbands are just like your standard rank and file, Chaos Marauder, really. If you look at the stat line, they're honestly like basically a copy-paste of a Chaos Marauder. But again, they have their War Fury, their War Fury 2, and then they have the Woad Paint as well. Oathsworn Cav. So, ooh, look at that. Anti-Large Cav. So these are pretty good. These are like, Armored Hellstriders. They're more expensive, obviously, by about 200, but they have armor, a little bit slower, and they have anti-large too. What's not to love, man? Which faction are you planning on actually playing? Today I'm just casting, but if I were to play, I was going to play Albion probably. But after the tournament's over, we'll probably jump in and do some 4v4s, 3v3s, things like that. So yeah, Oathsworn Cav are pretty cool, anti-large. Yeah, lower combat stats, so they're really only going to be good against big stuff, but pretty neat. We have the Maiden Guard. So these are like Azurai Spears. Yeah, so these are like Azurai Spears. Oh, they have Devastating Charge, though. That's pretty good. Okay, Maiden Guard, Woad Raiders, the Bloodsworn, Woad Raider ROR. So they have the Red Woad. Let's see what that does. I'm still learning all these units here myself. So Red Woad. Oh, Barrier Replenishment. Oh, so they have like a barrier. Oh, interesting. And they're unbreakable, too. Okay, that's kind of badass. That's kind of cool. And then we have Hobbelars. Hobbelars are just cheap light cav. Hobbelars here. The Hunters of the Plains. Okay, so these are the Centaur RORs. And they're a ranged skirmish unit that also happens to be anti-infantry. Okay, so they're like Centaurs with throwing axes, except they're archers. And then we do have Bloodhounds and a Feral Griffin in reserve. Okay, yeah, this is a pretty strong looking build right here. Yeah, pretty strong looking build. Yes, yes. Can't wait to see an Albion versus Fimir battle pretty much. Yeah, I know. It could be pretty fun. And if his opponent can't connect here, I could just play for him until he can figure it out. It's fine. I could just jump in and play a game since we have compatibility. So, yeah, neat little army there though, and they have a lot of cool stuff. The Giants are neat. I think the Giants for this faction have some unique. Yeah, they have the woad paint, and then you can go for the big giant Balog's. This guy, yeah, he's got Hengist's blessing, so he can heal. He gives leadership to nearby allies. Yeah. Pretty freaking rad, man. Wonder how good their catapults are. It looks like that's probably not their strong suit, but they do have catapults, which have a little bit of range. Yeah, man, it's going to be good. We're going to have a whole bunch of battles today. Dread Legion's your favorite. Very nice. Penguin is resubscribing right now, and doesn't look like anybody else is having any issues. It looks like we only have one player with issues right now. Let's see what's up. Yeah, nobody else is saying anything. So I think this is quite literally the only person who's having issues in the whole tournament, which is good. If only one person is having a problem, that's pretty damn good. Yeah, Mousillon would be really cool. I think there is a mod for Mousillon. Is there? Let's go ahead and double check that real quick, actually. So we're going to go to the workshop real quick. Mousillon probably is, let's see. Oh, it's a Grimhammer. Okay, so somebody else does it. It's Grimhammer, yeah. Yeah, so oh no, they have Mixu's Mousillon? Oh shit, I could have added Mousillon to the tournament today. I screwed up, damn. Well, it's all good. I didn't notice that, yeah, Mixu did do a Mousillon for Warhammer 3, it looks like. Yeah, awesome. So we can definitely do Mousillon next time. Cool beans, man, cool. All right. Let me check with the boys here. And do this. And we're gonna disable that. You're practicing, the other lobby show up as white for me as well, so it's not me, okay. I'll message him. Okay, so come play. Might need to do something here. Some of the players are having problems figuring out the mods, as expected. As expected. Okay. Let me check here. Total Tavern map pack. Needs to be in the right order as well. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to go double check mine. Okay, so the mod pack order is what? Okay, 1 moment. Trixie. Upcoming tournaments. Okay, copy pasta. Let's do a little bit of this. Okay, so Total Tavern Tournament Map Pack, Mixu's Unlocker, and then Araby, Fimir, Albion, and Dread King's Legion. I don't know why that wouldn't work for him. Okay, how can we fix this for you? Yeah, he doesn't know what's wrong. It looks like Penguin might be having a similar problem as well. So we might have a little bit of a delayed start here today, guys, but once we get it going, it should be fine. Stand by. Stand by. All right. Send me a screenshot of your mod list, please. All right. So going to jump out real quick, and I do see 2 other games going. So Driver, Jack has their games. Okay, so these guys are all going. Lydon has his game going. That game is going as well. Great. And it looks like Tournament, Mixu's lost to Araby, Fimir. Yeah, looks fine. Okay, perfect. Should play a warm-up match while waiting. Yeah, we will. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. To make sure no other mods are enabled. Okay. I think I can get into this lobby. Yeah. So we're going to go try and join this one and see if that works. Oh, it says incompatible versions. Oh, interesting. But does it work that time? Let's see if that works. Okay. Yeah, we got to probably just unsub. Okay, so his lobby works for sure. It's just she's the other gentleman. Okay. Okay, so they're going to fix that. We're going to go to Hlidden's lobby now and cast that game. And where the hell did Hlidden's lobby go? Okay, so we're going to go back here. Let's find this. Refresh that. And join that game. Great. It's going to work. We're going to get it to work, trust me. Yeah, it'll be janky, but the time will come. It's a lot of mods, and you guys know how Haggard mods are in this game. Hlidden, did he delete his lobby? Where did he go? Oh, we're doing an SFT. Yeah, doing an SFT. Okay, one moment. Perfect. I could just get into this game too, but I want to wait and make sure. Here's one we can spectate in the meantime, but other folks will have them get their games going. Let me see who's going to be playing in this one. Okay, so we have Albion versus Araby, Martinius versus Jack. Okay, I think these guys are both in the tournament, so it should be a good one to cast. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to talk to Hlidden. Great, so we got our first game of the day. All right, guys, so we got Albion versus Araby on the altar of the champion. Dude, look at that Truthsayer Lord, holy shit. That's pretty cool, man. That is pretty cool. Oh my god. So it begins. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready for a good time. We have the altar of the champion as our map, and I don't know what any of these damn units do. Care of the Wind, Bow, and X-Bowl. Thank you guys for subscribing, or resubscribing. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Maybe back in time for yours, but if you're both ready, start. Okay, so the players are going to keep working on compatibility, the ones who are having some issues. So ladies and gentlemen, spawning in on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be the forces of Albion, led by Martinius, and he's going to be rocking Huntresses. So Huntresses are 160 range, and they do also have, let's see, the War Fury. So just standard Vanguard deployment, firewall moving, pretty good quality archers here. So it's going to be several Huntresses for Martinius. And he does also have the Wardens of the Isle. Now, these are ROR Huntresses with spears, so very much think Lothern Seaguard units. I don't know, my camera is very, very sticky right now, but regardless, we will figure it out. For the mainline army, we got Woad Raiders. These are Plague Monks of this faction. They're very, very cool looking. We got basic Warbands, which again are Chaos Marauders. And his front line is going to be Oathsworn, so bringing in pretty good quality units. Oathsworn are Marauder champions. These guys are armored. They, of course, do have pretty good leadership as well at 75 for the faction and good combat stats to boot. The Lord here is going to be a Truthsayer. The Truthsayer is a basic character caster for this faction. He does have the Magic Missile spell, the Wings of Fate, the Shield of the Ancestors to give ward save, and then he's also going to be rocking nothing else but the Mist of Albion. When they cast spells, their faction gets missile resist, which is pretty cool. So that is going to be the Albion roster. Very, very basic stuff. We do have some Woad Raiders in the back and Warband over here as well. On the other side of the battlefield for Araby, oh my god, Araby coming in with the Golden Magus. Oh my god, what is this thing? So the Golden Magus is a character. I think he's up there on top of this thing. He's got like some flying books around him. And what does homie do? So broadside right and broadside left. Masters of Jinn, so he can summon a genie. He's got Flaming Scimitar, Tide Call to splash people with water, and then a various Lores of Magic. Okay, that is hog wild. Now we got baseline warriors. Warriors are just rank and file. Think of like Bretonnian men-at-arms for these guys. Pit fighters are pretty cool. They have really good melee defense, but they have low armor. So these guys are basically just gladiators of Araby, and yeah, they're pretty good in my experience of testing them. In the back, we do have some bowmen, and it is going to be the fire-baptized bowmen. Okay, interesting. So these are archers that have high missile strength and imbue fire weakness as well. More bowmen back here. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some slave rabbles, which are going to be guarding Kadik's wondrous Chiro Ballista or Caro Ballista. So it's scorpions, anti-large scorpion kind of bolt throwers. Okay, we're going to see what these things do, man. So the Magus is going to be rolling up, and the Albionic forces are advancing, and so too are the armies of Araby. But Araby Much more on the defense here. Now we see the magic missile coming in, the Raven launcher. Oh! Oh my god, that spell. Oh my god. He overcasted Wings of Fate, and it just annihilated the Moolah. Yeah, that did a lot of damage. Okay, I think we're back. Hopefully that was just a temporary lag spike. If it's consistent, then we are going to get on it. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Let me know if you can see everything right now, but the battle is on, and we do see the forces of Araby advancing towards Objective 1. Objective 3 has been taken by Araby as well. You can see here that some of the Oathsworn thought about moving up there. And honestly, these Albion Oathsworn probably can defeat the warriors here. So these, of course, are Araby warriors, and they're pretty low-tier units. I don't know. I guess they can hold. They have a fair amount of HP, but they are getting hammered pretty hard by the Huntresses. So the Huntresses and Martinius, these are just basic archers, are shooting in and doing some very nice damage right there. Meanwhile, the front lines are going to be clashing. So here they come. We do see Oathsworn here from Martinius and Oathsworn here as well. So Albion definitely has the infantry advantage, but don't forget, we see the dreaded Thunder Barge here, the Golden Magus for Jack. Of course, he plays Dwarves, so he couldn't resist himself. He had to bring those goodies in, and we're going to see what happens. So, oh, look at the bowmen. Interesting. So they're kind of short range. They're like 70 range bowmen that hit very, very hard as well. And the Oathsworn in the front do get broken up pretty good. It looks like some sort of Harry Potter witchcraft is going down. And oh, he summoned the genie. Oh no, the bound genie is here. All right, guys, here he goes. The genie's going to be charging in there. And we're going to see what kind of damage he can do to rout off those Albion units. Now, he is a summon, so he will disappear after 2 minutes. But that is really, really funny. I love that so much. Value trading actually surprisingly even here. Now some of the Huntresses going to be forming ranks, and they're wasting the fire-baptized bowmen. So these Arabian bowmen here are getting hammered by the Albion Huntresses. You can see they're getting melted pretty good. Meanwhile, up in the sky, the Golden Magus is going to be flying overhead. I don't know if he has any bombardments or anything, but the Magus is here and could be in some danger. Now, War Chariot's being called out. They have a 109 charge bonus. Wow, that is really, really hardcore. And the Huntresses were able to take down the fire-baptized bowmen. Meanwhile, the other bowmen, the basic bowmen of Araby, are getting some good, consistent firepower into the Woad Raiders. Now, Woad Raiders seem to be a pretty good anti-infantry unit, but they have very, very low resistances, only 0 armor, so baseline archers are really going to put them in the pound town. We have some catapults in the back. The Lenog catapults are shooting away. And ladies and gentlemen, the battle continues to rage on as the genie is terror routing and moving through, so he is able to move through the woods and push back the Oathsworn units. And dude, that actually is a pretty sweet looking model. I'm not gonna lie, man, that thing is really, really cool. They did a nice job with that. They probably used the Kadai Fireborn template for that, I would wager. But taking a look at the objective situation, we do see a big old pit fight going down over here. Slave rabble is being called out by Araby, while the Woad Raiders as well as the Oathsworn trying to fight. But oh shit, I didn't see this. The Wogzen? What the hell are these? These are like ogre cav. Oh, they're hippo riders for Araby. They're like ogre monsters riding hippos. Oh shit. So those things got in there and they plowed over the infantry there. But now we see the giant blooded coming out. So giant blooded are anti-large units for Albion. So these guys are obviously just dudes who have a giant blood, and they have anti-large sticks, very much like the ogres with anti-large beat sticks as well. So we're going to see if they can make a difference as the Oathsworn are getting pushed back. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jack's Thunder Barge still doing work, and the objective situation, objective number 2 belongs to Albion. Objective 1 belongs to Albion as well. And now we see some light cav coming out. Camel Lancers are on their way. The genie's going to be disappearing soon. And here comes the Camel Lancers. Oh, dude, that's so sick. Look at the Camel Lancers of Araby getting in there. All right, they charge in, they get into the archers, and in response, Martinius is going to be calling out a Feral Griffin. Feral Griffins are anti-large specialists for Albion. Pretty damn good at breaking these type of cav units. They actually do get a terror route on one of the Camel Lancers right there, so those guys do get broken right there. Meanwhile, the Wardens of the Isle, the Huntresses with their anti-large bonus still going, and Albion's going to be calling over its Giant Blooded. They're going to be getting their beat sticks, and these camels are probably going to be in some serious danger once they start attacking. I think he clicked on the other one, and that's why they're not attacking. But yeah, he had the other one clicked on. But yes, so far, value trading does favor Araby, but the objective favor is in the control of Martinius. Martinius is getting his 2 victory tickets per second, as on the backfield we do see some more artillery shooting in. The Scorpion's actually able to really annihilate the War Chariots here. So the War Chariot sitting at 1 leadership, going to be on the run, trying to scurry away where it can. And now, ooh, the Feral Griffin's going to be hunting down the Golden Magus. So the Golden Magus is going to be getting hunted by this anti-large Griffin. This is such a cool thing, dude. I love it. With the flying books around it. Oh, it's just great. But yeah, those are anti-large attacks, and those are going to be hurting. And it does look like Albion has kind of gotten stable here. Some sort of a wind spell, tide call going down there. As the Wogs and the Hippo Riders going to be just slam jamming into the infantry. And they're a very hard counter against infantry. They have bonus versus infantry, armor piercing, and they are going to be putting in some big damage right there. Yep, folding over the Oathsworn, where the Hippo Rider is going to be going next. Could this be the comeback for Araby? Araby going to be advancing in with their slave rabbles, while the Feral Griffin continues to try and chase that Golden Magus down. Now, Giant Blooded are going to be abandoning the western flank over here. Looks like Objective 3 is going to be taken by the Arabian slave rabbles, and the warriors, slave rabble, and more warriors are coming out. So Araby does have really, really cost-effective chaff units from what I've seen. They're just cheap. Very much like Britannia with like men-at-arms and whatnot. They kind of have that going. So moving across, we have the Giant Blooded heading back to the middle to get their anti-large beat sticks down on the Hippo Cav. And the Hippo Cav are intercepted by, oh, nice counter by Martinius. Martinius calling in the Oathsworn Cav. So the Oathsworn of Albion are anti-large, fast shot Cav. They're really, really good against the Hippo Riders. Hippo Riders do have good armor, though. They're a pretty elite unit. So maybe they're going to be able to hold, but I think the anti-large will work, and then the Huntresses will be piling in to help as well. As the Golden Magus continues flying overhead, looking at his value so far, he's gotten about 2,000 value. Chariot getting taken down by the Ballista back here. So Kadik's wondrous Charo Ballista was able to nail them down. They do have a Scorpion, and that thing did do some serious, serious damage right there. This is actually a really close game. You know, I was expecting one faction to blow the other one out, but this is really cool. All right, so the Oathsworn Riders are actually getting worn down by the Hippo Riders. The Hippo Riders currently sitting at let's see how much value they're sitting on here. We'll check in a second. So Hippo Riders are at 1,100 value, and the Oathsworn do actually get defeated by the Hippo Riders, the armor being the big difference maker. The Giant Blooded move in, but they are fighting Camel Cataphracts. So check out the Camel Cataphracts, big armor-piercing boys. And even though the Giant Blooded are good anti-large characters, there's just not that many of them, and the Araby forces have infantry support. They have them fully surrounded. And yep, the Giant Blooded are going to be getting folded right now, and it looks like Araby may be starting to take over the game as the middle position does get folded there for Albion. And now Highlanders being called in. So Highlanders are basically Zargard with great opens, but of course they have the faction traits of oh, they have a freedom ability. So enemies cannot die while this ability is active. Oh my god, so they can yell freedom. Oh my god, and that's so cool. They do also have the Woad Paint as well as the War Fury as well, which gives them all those stats. And Centaur is also being called in. So remember, Albion does have Centaurs. And their Centaurs are basically just the Grey Open version that the Beastmen do have. And yeah, those bad boys will actually be pretty good at dealing with some of these Cataphracts and other Cav units that we have seen. So the Camel Cataphracts do move into the woods. But now they're being countercharged by the Highlanders as well as the Centaurs. And the Centaurs are really ripping into them. Centaurs have good AP values, and the Camel Cataphracts heavily armored, but again, the armor piercing of the Centaurs as well as the Highlanders in the woods is going to be pretty freaking sweet. So Araby sitting on the point, but this has been a really good back and forth game. Could certainly go either way. Here we have the Centaurs moving in, and they are going to be getting the Shield of the Ancestors for the ward save as they charge into the camels on the outside. The Camel Lancers, of course, these ones only have 30 armor. They do have a discouraging effect. It's really cool. So when they hit you, they lower your leadership by 8 to signify camel scaring horses. But the Centaurs with the 44% ward save are going to dominate that fight. And the Camel Lancers are going to get folded up. So really good usage of the Albion magic there as Martinius and Jack continue this knockdown, drag-out battle, man. Looking at the current points, Jack is ahead here. Highlanders have made their way up to the objective. Oh, we got the Mamluk Raiders, or the what are these guys called? The Malaluk Raiders. These are Giselles. Oh, they look so cool. Look at those guys, dude. Those things look sick. So Araby does have Giselles, but they have shorter range. So these are like Desert Raider Giselles. Okay, these have got to be some of the coolest models I've seen in the mod. I love that. And yeah, they, oh wait, they have Bloodhowl. I think that's one of the faction mechanics. They have the Hawkish Precision as well. And they're putting in some serious work right now. It looks like they mowed down a lot of the Highlander units, and now they're going to be turning about face and shooting into the Centaurs right there as well. All right, guys, on the outside, the Oathsworn Spear Riders able to overwhelm some of the Cataphracts, it looks like. But they are dealing with some Dervishes as well. Dervishes, I believe, are unbreakable Araby infantry units, so they're very much like Flagellants, but a little bit more resilient, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, shit, the Flying Carpets! Oh, dude, the Flying Carpets of Doom are here for Araby! Oh, my God. So Flying Carpets are like Hawk Riders. They fly, they have missiles. Dude, we got Flying Carpets in the mix, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God, yes. So freaking good. We'll check back on them in a minute. But in the middle, guys, we actually see, despite the big value difference, Martinius and the forces of Albion are getting this objective back. The Malaluk Raiders are being harried and run down by Centaurs, and they're also caught in combat with Woad Raiders and Highlanders. Woad Raiders are very, very hard-hitting units, and a little bit on the squishier side, but they should be able to take down these Giselles. And it looks like those Giselles are going to be forced back right there. Meanwhile, the Flying Carpets of Doom have sat overhead. Look, so we got the Flying Carpets. I don't know if they have like a shooting animation, if they actually draw bows, but they do. Oh, they do! They actually have animations! Holy shit! So the flying carpets, guys, they're here and they're flying overhead and trying to put some DPS down. Araby going for the Air Force build, so certainly looking very, very cool there. As the Golden Magus continues doing his Thunder Barge. He's not as damaging as the Thunder Barge, but he does have 3,600 value, a lot of which, of course, has come from his magic, and he does have Tide Call as one of his spells, so he's been using Tide Call the entire game. Feral Griffin coming in to hunt down the Flying Carpets, so the Flying Carpets are going to go. I kind of want to see a death animation. Oh, that's actually pretty damn good. Yeah, they get hit and they spin around, so there's like a hitbox thing on them. It's not like super Haggard. I remember back in Warhammer 2, they had really, really janky animations. But yes, the Flying Carpets also do have a bit of a charge bonus in melee of 28, so they probably could be used to clear up like chaff units. But this is a freaking close game, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Centaurs coming in. We do see the catapult in the back. The Leylong catapult has run out of ammunition. But so far, the infantry for Albion have been doing a really good job of just retaining these objectives. And here comes the Highlanders. The Highlanders yelling freedom as they get in there. And are they going to be battling the Araby warriors? Find out today. Flying Carpets sitting overhead, basically just taking pot shots into the Oathsworn Cav. Meanwhile, the Eagle going for the kill on the Golden Magus. So the Golden Magus is on the retreat, and some of the Flying Carpets are being used in melee. So look at that. He's drawn sabers with the Flying Carpets, and they're attacking the Eagle or the Griffin, the Feral Griffin. But the Griffin will dominate these guys, although they do get the Flaming Scimitar buff from the Golden Magus. It's an AoE buff he has, so it's going to be buffing those bad boys up, and they are going to be getting their salad tossed a little bit. All right, guys, objective 1. And Centaur's hanging out here. More Giant Blooded are on the way out, while the Truthsayer of Albion still hanging in there. Dervishes, there's one Dervish left. He stands alone. Dervishes are super cool. Look at this guy. He's got like a bucket on his head or something. But yeah, he's not long for this world, as he is going to be eating some arrows. And look at this. Martinius able to get this objective back. The Woad Raiders and the Highlanders cutting through the slave rabbles. I feel like the Flying Carpets may have lost him some momentum on the ground, but we'll see if it ends up mattering here. Currently, as it stands on objectives, Jack is pretty far ahead on points, but we do see a double cap coming in. And the Feral Griffin being taken down by what? Oh, just basic bowmen coming out. So basic just archers here for Araby, putting shots in. And the Scorpion is back. So the Scorpion probably was able to put some hurt down to the Feral Griffin as well. And now the Golden Magus is going to be rotating once again, while Martinius is threatening a triple cap here. Giant Blooded on the way in, going to be hunting down the Pig Cab. And now we see Hippo Riders coming out for Araby as well. So Hippo Riders, anti-infantry, I mean, really, really nice armor on these guys. Just kind of a general, think like a Mournfang Cav. They're like a Mournfang Cav with anti-infantry, but not quite as tanky, and a little bit less HP. Woad Raiders, as well as the Oathsworn, or the Highlanders, able to win on this objective here. Meanwhile, the Flying Carpets are just doing good work. I mean, they're sitting overhead and shooting into the Giant Blooded. The Giant Blooded have basically no missile mitigation whatsoever. They only have 15 armor. The Raven spell activated here, going to be nailing into the Pit Fighters. Pit Fighters are absolute Giga Chads, but I don't think they're going to be able to finish off these Oathsworn. So this is a close game. What a good first game we've had here today. Really nice showcase of the mod as well, and the balance, right? I mean, obviously there's some unbalanced stuff, but this is pretty good. So Pit Fighters are going to be clashing with Oathsworn. The Pit Fighters are really beast mode. These guys do have low armor, but their combat stats and their melee defense are insane. They also have the Enrage ability, so when their hit points go below 50%, they get a damage buff as well, and they are going to be able to rip and tear. So there they go. Shield of the Ancestors activated, though. That's going to be quite helpful as more warbands do come up, and it looks like Araby is in the process of maybe getting this objective back, as the Hippo Riders are able to crush. And this is do or die here for Martinius. He really can't afford to lose this. I feel like his Giant Blooded keep getting their butt kicked pretty badly, but I think it's because the Golden Magus. And yeah, the Scorpion from downtown, the Cadix Wondrous Cheruballista, has been annihilating these giants all freaking game, man. It's been pain train for those guys. Okay, so Oathsworn, they're holding it down, but oh, we have the Death Commandos coming in. So the Death Commandos are ROR warriors, really good stat line, and unbreakable as well. So these guys are one of the elite Araby forces, and they're going to be making their way in and should be able to get it and claim the objective. Martinius knowing that he probably has it lost, and victory for the Arabian College of Sorcerers. All right. What a good first game we had, man. What a good first game. Super fun. The Golden Magus being a Thunder Barge, obviously nobody knows these factions that's playing, so kind of being surprised by a Thunder Barge is a little bit scary. But I think if Martinius could go back to the drawing board, he would be able to address the Thunder Barge. But overall, the Golden Magus was a raid boss. The Flying Carpets were really, really fun as well when they came out. Good value, too. Hippo Riders were pretty Giga Chad as well. And yeah, looking at the armies here for Albion, the Huntresses did great, 600 or yeah, 1,200, 1,000, and the RORs got 1,300. Very, very nice. The Griffin was okay, not bad at all, and I feel like the Giant Blooded were the biggest letdown for him. But yes. That is fine, Lucas. As long as you just message me your faction, we're all good. Let me check here. Okay. And we're going to check here. Okay. Still no dice. Let me check here. Okay, I'm checking with these guys to see if they've been able to figure it out. Yeah, Araby would be a really cool faction to have in the game. I would love that. It'd be really fun, but alas, we'll save it for another day. Okay. I'm checking with the lads. Did you two start? We can maybe cast another game right now, by the way. So we're going to go see if we can find another lobby. All right. Spec slot, please. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go cast another one. The first round is going to be delayed, but everybody's getting it together now. Sometimes you just have to reinstall a few things. Okay, let me announce this. Okay. So, goblins for Tourney. Put Skaven Mirror. It won't count anyways. Also, first round will take a bit longer. All right, outstanding. So homie's got that. Okay, so it's going to be Johnny Cash versus what? We should have, that was Jack, and then we have Hobo Honkers, I think, is going to be playing their game here. I'm not sure. No, Hobo Honkers already played his game, I think. Okay. Yeah, is this it? Albion versus the Dread King's Legion. I think these guys already played. Let me check here. Okay, never mind. That's the wrong lobby. Okay, we're going to do that next round. So we're going to do this one here. Great. Okay. So, oh, is this an Albion mirror match? Ooh, I don't know if we want to do that. Is it Albion mirror? Let me, since this is a casual tournament, I can offer them the ability to just switch factions. Let me check here. Okay. I don't know if Penguin was able to get in there. If you want to switch factions for this game, go for it to avoid mirror. Although we could just watch an Albion mirror match. It's up to them. Yeah, okay, it looks like they're ready to go anyways. All right, Albion Civil War on Borderlow Landing. Here we go. We're going to get a really good look at him here. Oh, she's the goat of Albion, though. Mornin, the Murder Queen, she is for sure the goat. Okay, their builds are incredibly different. They are incredibly different. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Bennett, this is a casual. It doesn't count towards leaderboard. It's just a fun thing for people. No. Okay, and yes. So if you guys are in today's tournament and you get a mirror match, feel free to just offer a switch to your opponent. I'm totally cool with that. I am cool with that indeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another round one game. It's going to be a mirror match this time, but they picked different banners. So, oh God, no, they kind of are sort of similar, but we'll see. But yes, now you get to see some cool shit. So taking a look at Albion here, we do have Johnny Cash with who I think is the best character on Albion. It's the Murder Queen. So she can summon a unit of crows, which are very good. So basically, she summons 2 units of crowmen, which is really good. Pit of Shade, Spirit Leech. And she does also have the Goddess of Ravens, so it's like a little AoE damage effect when, what is it? What triggers it? Affects enemies when she's in melee, yeah. So she has a Mortis Engine when she's in melee, which is quite good. And yeah, strong character. Now, we do also have the Green Man. It's a Fen Hulk, so this is like a giant... Oh, that thing is sick. My wife would love that. Holy shit, that looks cool. So he's got Awakening of the Wood, Shield of Thorns, Regeneration. He gets leadership based on Winds of Magic. And does also have Fear of the Green Man, so he has a Mortis Engine effect as well. But he's very big and expensive. The rest of the army is going to be warbands. So we got warbands into the sunset, backed up by some Woad Raiders, and more warband out here. And now on the other side, it is going to be our other Albion players. This is going to be Driver. Holy shit, going for double Albion Giant Stone Thrower. Look at these guys, dude. Oh my God, look at these guys. Holy shit. So they're going to be throwing boulders, and the rest of the army is going to be warbands with great weapons. We do have a Fen Hulk. Now, a Fen Hulk is like a super tanky Chaos Spawn, basically. It's a swamp monstrosity, but it's not, you know, it's not necessarily evil. Just rolling with the boys in the swamps, so what's not to love? And the Lord here is going to be Dural Durak. So he is going to be dropping the Raven sniping ability and shooting at the Hoblars, and does do some okay damage here. So Dural Durak is the other legendary character on this faction. He has a staff, which increases cooldowns. of enemies, if I'm not mistaken. Then he also has the Amulet of the Old Ones. So, okay, so when he gets low, he gets a big heal. So it's very much like Tyrion. We have Gift of Life, Wings of Fate, which is the missile spell. Gift of Life is the healing spell. And the Call of the Fens. He can summon some Fen Beasts as well. All right, guys. So the boulders are throwing, and looks like they hit the Hobblars pretty hard over there. But overall, I do think that Driver has a more aggressive army. The Green Man, plus all these warbands, we will see what's going to get done with them. The Murder Queen, again, is just super, super good. So Johnny Cash, what you should do is probably to summon some of the crows and use them to go after the Hobblars back here and shut them down. So they do have Marauder Horseman Javelins, just these Hobblars. It's basically the same thing. Flock of Doom activated, and it does look like the Murder Queen going to be diving in, going after Gerald Dirac, but she does get a little bit enveloped there. She only rides an eagle, so not the best mass. Fen Beast versus the Green Man. We have a colossal big dog fight here, guys. So these two are going to be bashing away, and we're going to see who's going to get the edge in this particular duel. But it looks like the Fen Hulk is hanging in there pretty damn good as the battle lines have clashed. The two Cygor units, I don't think they're going to be that good, unfortunately. The Albion Stone Giants, because of the way the battle's being played, which is very much like a head-on fight. Probably going to be giving Johnny Cash a bit of an advantage in the initial fight here. All right, Pit of Shades cast looks like a swing and a miss, as it was dodged by Driver, so Driver able to dodge that with his Road Raiders. And where is the Murder Queen going to be going? As it currently stands, about 600 value on her. Pretty good little fighter, but only 400 weapon strength, so not the most. And she's going to be going at it, battling with the Haggard Cygors, who certainly did skip leg day. Also, the back, the Hobblars for Driver are going to be throwing a lot of javelins into the Murder Queen, and she could potentially be getting karate chopped here. We're going to have to see how this goes. Now, as far as the fighting on the objective goes, Fen Beasts have been summoned. Fen Beasts are like a tree man unit that hits a little bit harder, kind of like a Chaos Spawn with armor piercing of sorts, and they are piling in to help. A little bit hard to tell what belongs to who, but we will get it. We won't have any more mirror matches today, is what I'm saying, guys. We're not going to have any more mirror matches. We're gonna make sure that players can switch between factions if they do get a mirror match. Big Hobblar core in the back here. There are 4 of them right now, and those bad boys are Marauder Horseman throwing axes and going to be putting some nice supporting damage down. The Murder Queen, though, doing a lot of work with her Mortis Engine, draining down all these units nearby, and also just her combat prowess. She's able to get some nice routing going. So current objective is going to be controlled by which Albion player is this? This is going to be controlled by Driver. So Driver, of course, is the player with the mass skirmishers and the double giant thrower here. So the giant, one of them going to be retreating back. And the Green Man is just not hearing any bell whatsoever. He does have passive regeneration and really, really good combat stats. So yeah, the giant Titanic duel does continue as the Fen Hulk as well as the Green Man continue fighting it out. I feel like this is something that is never going to be finished. These two homies are going to be fighting till the end of times, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Pit of Shade attempt going down from Johnny Cash. Tried to drop it on top of all the Hobblars right there, but we do see the Murder Queen being hunted pretty heavily. So she is going to be on the run, and the Marauder Horsemen, aka the Hobblars of Albion, doing some great damage. Bloodhounds being called in by Johnny Cash to try and counter the skirmish play. So Bloodhounds are basic Warhound units here for Albion, and yeah, they're pretty damn good. Able to get on top of the Hobblars and do some nice work, but on that same coin, they appear to be very flimsy as well, and that's because Gerald Dirac is there, the Lord, and he's helping out in that fight. More Bloodhounds moving in, and on the backside, it is going to be massive amounts of Hobblars. So it looks like we have 4 or 5 of those bad boys. They're going to be getting in there. Meanwhile, the Murder Queen continuing to fly overhead, and this middle objective does go to Johnny Cash. And now it is a big 3v1. The Fen Beast is actually in weak binding, and I believe it's an elemental or a construct, yeah. So if it gets its leadership broken, not going to be good. But yeah, look how low Mornin is. She's very, very beat up right now. Certainly going to be needing some crow support. So she does summon a Murder of Crows here. And now they're going to be diving in. Pretty good combat stats on those bad boys as they dive in to help, attacking the melee Hobblars. So those guys are going at it. Call-ins here for Johnny Cash, going to be Wardens of the Isle. Those are basically Lothern Seaguard with armor piercing. And the Bloodsworn, these are the ROR Woad Raiders to fight up on the middle objective. And reinforcements for Driver. Driver really indexing into the light mobility here. And yeah, he's got a fair amount of these Hobblars battling it out with the Bloodhounds. We'll see what kind of work can get done there. All right, Green Man battling versus the Albion Giant. The Green Man has been a raid boss this game. I don't think he's been doing a ton of damage, but he's basically just seems impervious. I mean, he's just anchoring everything. I guess there's not really a lot of good anti-large here. So the Green Man is going to be spanking this Albion Giant and doing a good job of it. Remember, he has passive regeneration. As long as you have your Winds of Magic above 15, homie does get leadership as well, which makes him a lot more resilient. Kind of an interesting mechanic. Albion is like really tied into the magic of the land and whatnot. All right. Objective belongs to Johnny Cash. A lot of the light cav are being hammered down by various sources of magic, as well as the Bloodhounds diving in. Hunters of the Plains battle. Okay, those are the Arwar Centaurs. They're going to be unsummoned here in a second, as we have a very, very even battle. What is with this? We are having such even fights in every game today. Morn and the Murder Queen are going to be dropping another spell here. I didn't quite see what it was. She cast something or other. Her spells are Spirit Leech, Pit of Shades. So it must have been a Pit of Shades somewhere. Yeah, somewhere off camera there, probably on the other side right here. And she's going to be jumping in and Mortis Engineing it down, but here comes Dural Durak. He is one of the lords of Albion. He's an okay fighter. He's a little bit of a nerd, but you know, should be able to finish off the Murder Queen if she's not careful. And she gets really, really low, diving in there with 700 HP. She's incredibly expensive, by the way. Very, very expensive. All right, the green man's still going at it, and he's almost gotten this Albion. Oh, dude, did you guys see that karate kick? He just kicked the green man right in the wiener, dude. All right, I didn't know Cygors had a kicking animation like that. It's pretty hilarious. I love how like it's based on a Cygor model, so like his back feet have to be like kind of like a hooved creature. It's hilarious. But yes, green man not giving any shits, and he might be able to carry this game. We're gonna see how it goes. Green man's still gonna be pimp slapping the Albion giant right there. Meanwhile, Johnny Cash really, really planting his feet down and holding on to that objective. He has got an anchor on that. But it looks like the Murder Queen was taken down. So we do see Johnny Cash losing his very, very expensive lord. Green man going to be heading back to the middle. And despite losing an expensive lord, the value trading is pretty even. And on the backside, we do see a split push coming in. It's going to be warbands. So warbands are just your rank and file units for Albion. Yeah, they're just think Marauder Spearmen, basically. So they're going to be advancing up, and another warband unit going to be coming up to help as well, while the back objective is being guarded by a warband as well. So it might be stolen. We're going to have to see. As far as the middle objective goes, though, Driver still has his Fen Hulk. So the Fen Hulk is here, and it is cackling, and it's now going to be coming after the green man again, who has Pop Shield of Thorns on himself. Dural Durak, still in great shape, as more Hobbelars with Javelins are being called in. Very, very classic fundamentals. This has been a fun game. The Golden Magus, I think, might be my favorite thing we've seen so far, though. Him on his, like, Flying Thunder Barge. Yeah, it was great. All right, folks. Reinforcements are arriving for Albion over here, as we do see Warbands and the Wardens of the Isle setting up. So these are Arwar Huntresses, very much like Sisters of Avalorn, and they have huge armor piercing. They hit very, very hard, and they could definitely turn the tide of some of these fights here. So Johnny Cash trying his best to hold on to the points. Meanwhile, Dural Durak and his Hobblear Legion, and now getting his Bloodsworn. So his Arwar Woad Raiders are going to be arriving. And these guys have like blood red woad on them. Very, very cool. But the thing about them is they have like shields, which is represented by the red woad ability. And it regenerates as well, I believe. I think they have a mechanic where it regenerates. Pretty cool. All right, so the Woad Raiders preparing to engage versus the Warband and the other Warband right here. But on the backside, the Wardens of the Isle putting some great hurt down on the Bloodsworn. Basic Centaur is now being called in. His Driver going to be able to get the momentum back on the objective. Looking at the value trading, Johnny Cash is still a little bit ahead. Dude, the green man is just an unholy raid boss. Look at this guy. He is just huge HP, big melee defense, poison. He regenerates. What else does he bring? Yeah, he's just hard to kill. And he's been single-handedly going after these Albion giants back here. These Albion Stone Thrower giants have been having a terrible time, sitting at about 1800 HP right now, as the green man does have Embodiment of Albion. Oh, I think it's this thing has a slowing ability. Oh, that's cool. So the Fen Beast has something that slows all nearby enemies. Yeah, minus 30% speed. That's pretty rad. So able to actually serve as a peeling tool, and he peels the green man off of the giant. Now the giant's going to be heading into the middle. And really nice play here by Driver. He was able to get the Albion giant in the back. And yeah, continuing to throw boulders where he can. All right. So guys, fighting on the objective continues. We do see objective Dose is now going to be flipping back to Driver. It seems like Johnny Cash is finally running out of steam, largely due to the fact that he lost his very expensive lord. But we do see a cheeky split push over here, guys. Johnny Cash popping out of the woods with the Warband as well as the Warband Spears right there. So that man is getting in there. All right, all right. Middle objective does end up flipping here to Driver. Driver, of course, is the player with the 2 Stone Thrower Giants. The green man still trying to hunt down that Albion Stone Giant, but not having a good time. And the Fen Beast is actually starting to put some hurt down on the green man. The green man is not impervious. He just has very high melee defense and good armor and whatnot. So he's hard to kill, but yeah, the Fen Beast is kind of similar. This thing, although it doesn't, oh, it regenerates too. Wow, so 2 giant regenerating monsters. And that could be something about Albion as well, is that they have really durable regenerating monsters. Maybe that's like one of the quote-unquote metas that will evolve over time. All right, Johnny Cash is going to be trying to reinforce his background. Oh, he brought out the cool unit. I'm so happy. So these are the Chosen of Ashernos. These are huge Great Weapon Elementals for Albion. They're one of the most elite infantry units they have. Think Chosen with Great Weapons, but they're elemental. So instead of breaking and running, they disintegrate. So yeah, pretty fun stuff. All right, so the Chosen of Ashernos going to be heading back here to try and stabilize that objective. In the meantime, though, we do see one objective being held by Driver. Although Johnny Cash did ninja the back objective using his warband as well as his I think just warband with spears. But now we get Woad Raiders being called in. The Woad Raiders are going to be able to cut through those infantry pretty well. These guys are basically just Marauder Berserkers. But again, they have the unique faction mechanic of Albion, which is the Warcry ability where when they're winning in combat, they get a big buff, and when they're losing in combat, they take a leadership hit. But they also have inbuilt ward save if your faction is above 15 wins of magic. So very, very cool design on that faction. I dig it quite a bit. All right, so this one's going to be going back here to Driver. He's going to be securing his back objective. He also has this one. But will the Chosen of Ashernos get there in time? It looks like they were able to defeat some Centaurs in combat. The Chosen were. And this objective is stabilized here by Johnny Cash, who is now going to be rerouting everything over to the middle. Now, Johnny Cash does have a points lead. So if he can re-secure the middle objective while holding his back objective, I mean, he could definitely win this game. It could be very close. The Gift of Life activated a big old healing ability, while the Green Man, I love this. This is like the most Haggard Benny healing shit ever. The Green Man hunting after the Haggard skip leg day. The skipping the leg day guy. Oh, dude. Okay. So there's an internet personality who I think this looks like a little bit. I'm curious if anybody can get that. Yeah, just a little bit of that energy right there. All right, guys. The Green Man going to be karate chopping right here and battling it out versus the Fen Hulk. And yes, moving on in is Johnny Cash's reinforcements, the Wardens of the Isle, Chosen of Ashernos, with the Great Opens going to be clashing right here. And I don't know if the Green Man's OP. He's really slow and really expensive too. So he's got the caveman stance, yes. All right, the Chosen versus the Woad Raiders. The Woad Raiders, although being very Chad, are probably not going to be able to handle these big boys. The big boys are going to be crumping through them. And they're also going to be getting Shield of Thorns as well. Yeah, I see some people got it. Yeah, but dude, I love the Chosen of Ashernos. What a cool design on that. Hey, Peter Derrick, thank you for the subscribing on YouTube, man. Thank you for becoming a member. All right, guys. So, Chosen of Ashernos, karate chopping. On the backside, the Albion Stone Giant is getting whooped on. The Green Man able to get it done. I mean, the Fen Beast, of course, hits hard, but not hard enough to get through the Green Man quickly. Yeah, bit of an interesting one right there. All right, guys, the middle objective owned by Driver. He still is able to hold that, and I do think that Johnny Cash may have run out of steam. Will he win on just one objective? He will not. Because here's the thing. The army that brought the Green Man over here, Johnny Cash, he's basically just out of steam here, right? He's got a couple units here and there, but he's got the Green Man, but the rest of the battlefield is very heavily controlled by Driver, and Driver still has his Lord as well. He does have this guy here, Dural Durak, of course. Does he have a discouraging effect? Yeah, so he increases cooldowns when he casts. Amulet of the Old Ones makes him really tough to kill, so even if he got a little bit lower, he would be able to heal himself. We see some Haggard split pushing in the woods coming in from Johnny Cash, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And ladies and gentlemen, I do think this victory is going to be going to Dural Durak. Looks like he's going to get it done. The Green Man, got about 2,300 value, so I think he just about paid for himself. He costs around that much. Hoblars with Javelins, dragging him down. Green Man is going to be approaching his healing cap, as it looks like some Centaurs are thinking about trapping him as well. And the Green Man is probably not going to be long for this world. It's a big old charge coming in there. Going to be getting hammered down there. 700 HP. Lost it a second. I'm going to be going down to about 7,000 right there as well. And yeah, that is got to be it. GG, well played, guys. Wouldn't be surprised to see Johnny Cash tap out here soon. I mean, he's got a little bit of a presence on the battlefield, but Driver was able to get it done. A couple Bloodhounds waiting in the wings. So we see Bloodhounds and Hoblars. Yeah, so very much like a Norskin style a little bit with this faction. Like a lot of light armor, having a lot of the Horseman Javelins. Pretty fun stuff. Next game, by the way, we're going to be doing the Dread Legion. So I'm going to be casting a Dread Legion game, and then I'm going to get you guys a Fimir game. I'm going to make sure you get to see every faction. And then, of course, we'll have a semifinal and a grand final as well, which is going to be incredibly fun today. Incredibly fun. Yeah, the Green Man can be defeated, surrounded by Centaurs, which are armor-piercing Grey Opens, and also the Fen Beast putting the hurt on him. Negative 55. He has Undead Crumbling, it looks like. So he doesn't have Disintegration, it's just Crumbling. So the Green Man does get taken down. Punched in the face by the WWE Fen Beast right there. And yeah, that's got to be it. Is there any play on the back objective coming in? It looks like the Hoblars are going to be arriving to mitigate any of that. Woad Raiders holding down that back objective as well. And the Green Man is going to be falling, which I think is symbolic of the end of the game here for Homie. Although Dural Durak does get chased down here. Now, when does this proc? The hit points less than 20% for the Amulet of the Old Ones. Is it a guaranteed proc? Let's see. Oh, wow. Look at that. The Amulet of the Old Ones also gives you Winds of Magic. Oh, how cool is that? So it increases your power reserves when it procs. That's a really neat item right there. All right. So getting chased back, 900 HP. Does he need to be rallied for this to proc? Hit points less than 20%. Burst of life. Oh, is he? I saw his life go up for a second. Yeah, I saw it go up for a second. Is it just like short little bursts? I have no idea. Well, it already procced. It already procced. Okay, his healing cap is there. It already procced earlier. We just missed it. All right, guys. GG, well played. That is a victory for Driver. And yeah, he's going to be catching him in points here in a second. It's not enough of a points lead for Johnny Cash to win it. I'm really impressed that he was able to win that game, though, because Driver had a worse army, I think, out of the gates. His army with the 2 stone throwers, which weren't very good, he basically just had 2 really inefficient units, but his micro with all the mobility, was able to get him back in. I think all of his javelins and his mobility play got the job done. And ladies and gentlemen, here comes the warbands here. Huntress is advancing up. I mean, look, here's the thing. If Johnny Cash can somehow flip this objective with all these infantry, maybe, but he still has the Fen Hulk. The Fen Hulk is going to be able to just Hulk smash these infantry. It's going in. And I do not think that these Albionic forces are going to have a good time. The Bloodsworn are not anti-large. They hit really hard with 60 weapon strength, but Fen Beast is about to get crunk here. Yeah, it's going to be smashing through those bad boys as they get a lot of HP lost right there. Backside objective still being held by Johnny Cash. We do see him passing his opponent in points for the first time. As warbands advance up, Bloodsworn and Hobblars going to be clashing on all fronts here. Yeah, it was a really, really fun game, man. I'm so excited for this tournament. This is so fun. It's so different, you know? It's like, it gives me like some ideas for the future, right? Like when Creative Assembly eventually stops supporting, Total War Warhammer 3, if we want to keep doing it and adding spice to the game, we could work with these mod makers to like really heavily balance out these lost factions and actually add them to official competitive play down the road. Like there's lots of cool stuff we could do like that. Like have like Catholic Alcoholic get on there and like help bounce some of these factions. Even though honestly, I don't know, we don't see them versus other, non-modded factions, but yeah, a lot of potential for that, which is fun. Turn, your Game vs. Penguin was really, really close. Send me the replay, Clinton. Send me the replay. Yeah, we'll cast it later. All right, guys. GG, well played. Yeah, they have Lore of Fen in this game too, Cave Troll. Yeah, they do. They have it. There's unique spells for Albion. All right. So yeah, the Murder Queen dying early on was really bad. That's basically what cost Johnny Cash the game. Aside from that, his army was pretty fun. I loved it. The Green Man was a menace. This guy freaking 2,700 value, but the Fen Beast guy did pretty good too. I mean, he got 1,600. The Stone Thrower Giants ended up paying for themselves a little bit, so that's not bad at all. All right, guys. So well played to those champions. It looks like everybody figured out the mod pack, and we should be getting into the next round here in a second. Yes, we are. So GG, well played, everybody. And let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. So we're going to advance to Swiss. Round 2 is coming. Duran was pretty good as a lord, he was. I like Duran. I actually like a handful of their songs. Okay, so now we have goblins in round 2. Okay, so we're going to do a Hobo Honkers game. So we're going to get in there and spectate his lobby. And he streams this weekend. Saturday is my wife's birthday, so we're going to be out of town. But I will be there streaming on Sunday. We're going to do another one of these on Sunday, but we're going to add some more factions maybe. We'll have to see. Yeah, Trench Crusade would be a good Total War game. I do think it would. Yeah, the setting is really, really good. All right, so round 2 is live, guys. Get those games going, and we're going to be doing the Dread Legion. So Hobo Honkers, look at this. He has a super cool, like a Greek-inspired undead faction. Look at all these units, man. Oh, hell yeah. We get Outer Regions Fimir versus Hobo Honkers Dread Legion. This is super hype. Yeah, it's Anna's birthday on Saturday, so we're gonna go down and we're gonna go to an animal sanctuary. She's a big animal lover, so we're gonna go do that, and then we're gonna go get some business in LA, which is gonna be fun. Yeah, modded tournaments. This is round 2. We have the Dread King's Legion versus Fimir. So Dread King, you have Persemius. This is a Shadowcaster. And then you have Thesops, which is a Beastcaster. Then you have a Dread King, which is... Oh, we can summon a unit of skeletal minotaurs. Oh, shit, that is cool as hell. So the Dread Legion can summon skeleton minotaurs. And he has the Lore of Nagash, obviously. And then Soul Reaper, so he heals if he's in melee and his leadership is good, he heals. And then... miscast chance stuff, okay. You have the Lich Strategos, which he can summon a unit of Royal Guards. He has leadership, Tomb Strike, and yeah, some decent combat prowess as well. And then you have the Hand of Nagash. So Hand of Nagash, Jury, Judge, and Executioner. I love that. So he can debuff enemy lords pretty heavily, the Hand of Nagash. It's really neat. Call of Death as well, AoE Explosion. He's got, pretty cool lore. They're Ancient Horror. So removes immune to psychology. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, the Dread King has a minus 44% leadership debuff and a 5-meter radius in the mod. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, so homie can remove immune to psychology. The punished one. And then he discourages people as well. Wow, what a cool character. The Hand of Nagash, he removes ITP and he causes terror and he also discourages leadership. Oh man, that's really fun. All right, we have a Hell Wraith, which is like a Wraith character. Hitaros, which appears to be a anti-infantry combat, White King kind of character. Corrupted Priest, and Gunther Larenscheld. So he is like a Necromancer character. All right. We're going to look at the armies as they build them up, though. We're going to take a look. So Outer Region and Hobo, please don't watch the stream. It's a casual stream. I'm not going to hide your armies. We're going to be looking through everything while you build them. So, yeah. All right. So he has Skeleton Hoplites, which are... Oh, they're like Tomb Guard with a little bit more armor and anti-large, and they have the Phalanx ability. So let's go look at what those guys do, huh? So looking at the Skeleton Hoplites, I can't click them because, yeah, so they have Phalanx. I want to see what that does, but I can't quite. It won't let me look. Let's see if I can find somebody else that has it. There we go. Oh, interesting. So if they're not moving, check this out. When the skeletons don't move, they get charge resistance and they get additional mass. So they form a Phalanx. That's a really, really cool mechanic. Yeah, this mod's amazing, dude. These mods are just so freaking good. These guys did such an amazing job, man. So they get Phalanx and Push of Pikes. So they get 20% melee attack when they're... Oh, not on or below platform. So when they're winning in melee, the Phalanx gets melee attack when they start winning melee fights. How cool is that? What a neat mechanic. We got archers, we got Screaming Skull ballistas, which of course are artillery pieces. So you get ballista catapults, basically. All right, and then we have a Bone Colossus. Oh, sick, dude. Sick. All right, let's check this. Thank you, thank you. Play again. Okay. Okay, so we're going to tell those guys to switch factions. Great, so they're going to do that. Okay. I had to do some adminning stuff. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to our modded tournament. We have Skeleton Hoplites in the front, looking very, very cool. I love that aesthetic, dude. They look so sick. Then we have a Bone Colossus, which is a giant armored bone giant. And what does he have? He has the Necromantic Anchor. So, he gives a leadership plus 10 to your undead. That's pretty cool. Screaming Skull ballistas in the back. Skeleton archers here, hoplites, and the Lord is going to be the Hand of Nagash as well. All right, so the Hand of Nagash is here. He looks very, very cool, by the way. And homie's going to be Gaze of Nagash, Raised Dead, Invo. He does also have the Judge, Jury, and Executioner to snipe enemy lords and heroes. He removes ITP and removes Fear as well. And he has a leadership discouraging effect and the Hungering Blade. Interesting. So when he's in melee... Oh shit, when he's in melee, he gets reserves. What a cool character. All right, guys, now looking at Outer Region. We have Swamp Demons. Look at the Swamp Demons for the Fimir. Holy shit, that's like some 1950s horror stuff. Yeah, so those are like Crypt Ghouls. And then we have Kroll. Kroll is the legendary lord for the Fimir. One of them, it's like a giant squid monster man-bear pig thing. It's got Tide Call, Spirit Leech, Shrouding Mist for missile resistance, Mother of 1,000 Young. Okay, so when enemy units are wavering nearby, it heals. It does also have Brood Mother. So when it gets below a certain HP, it looks like it summons a unit of Bog Hatchlings, and that's pretty much her jam. All right, very, very cool. Bogglars in the back. Bogglars are cheap anti-large swamp goblins, so very much like Walmart Pigback Riders. Elsewhere, these things are amazing. These are Balefeed apprentices. So these are like Ushapti Grapos. These guys sit back. They have 180 range, a Bound Spirit Leech, and they shoot long-range magic attacks. They look really, really neat when they do it too. Bogglars over here. And more Swamp Demons going to be coming in from Outer Region as well. So we does have 2 Swamp Demons out there. All right, guys. The fighting is soon to be on. The Fimir are going to be taking objectives number 1 and objectives number 2. while the Dread Legion of Hobo Honkers is going to be utilizing his artillery. And honestly, those artillery pieces are a really, really good answer against the Bogglars, and it's great against them. Kroll just kind of hanging out here. Does have 12,000 HP. This character is incredibly resilient. And now we get Skeleton Javelin. Oh, wow. So they have Skeleton Javelins on this faction. Anti-large Skeleton Javelin throwers. That's awesome. Man, it's very, very neat tech. All right, the board is set. The pieces are moving. Yes, indeed. But it looks like we are going to be seeing a big onslaught coming in from outer region. As, look at this, he's using his Bale Fiend Apprentices down here to put some hurt down. Zombie Summon activated here on top of these guys. Bale Fiend Apprentices trying to snipe the Hand of Nagash. You can see these guys able to shoot from downtown. They were really good in the team battle that we played the other day. But we're going to be seeing Hobo Honkers dodge those guys as more Swamp Demons move in. And it does look like outer region is going to be getting his clutches on this back objective. His Fimir, much more aggressive, right? Much more aggressive, as the Hand of Nagash does eat a ton of HP damage. And now we get Fen Beast being called in by outer region to give the real hard-hitting push. So Armor-Piercing Fen Beast number 1, Armor-Piercing Fen Beast number 2 coming in for outer region. And those bad boys are going to be advancing up. While the Dread Legion, Hand of Nagash, getting really low, but he's undead. He has Invo. It's not that big of a deal. Homie's going to be able to heal. The Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Hoplites going to be holding onto that side objective there as the Screaming Skull Ballistas continue shooting into the Bogglars and doing some nice work. But this back objective decisively taken here, and it does look like the Hoplites are losing in combat, so they're not going to be getting their cool Phalanx push ability. But the Swamp Demons, yeah, their Crypt Ghouls basically a little bit stronger. They're more expensive. They're like, I think, 700 or 800. They have 56 weapon strength, so hit really hard there. The Fimir Apprentices in the back, the Bale Fiend Apprentices trying to shoot at the Skeleton Javelins. Skeleton Javelins getting a really nice throw, so great counterplay here. Javelins will hard counter these Fen Beasts, but outer region able to get some of the Swamp Demons on top of them, and they are going to be paying the Troll toll. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Hand of Nagash is forced to run. Kroll is in here, and Kroll is doing it. She's karate chopping these undead using her Tide Call and just being a big, scary Hellpit Abomination monster. I love the scary octopus thing. And oh, she's like holding a ruin in her hand. Very interesting. So the Hand of Nagash dropping a Gaze of Nagash on top of Kroll here. Judge, Jury, Judge, and Executioner used as well, which is going to be lowering combat stats. And the Skeleton Archers are getting some good DPS there. Skeleton Horsemen being called in. And we do see a regular Bone Thrower. So they have a Bolt Thrower called a Bone Thrower. Very interesting. But outer region has his opponent stuffed back really badly here, ladies and gentlemen. Really badly. And where did the Bone Colossus go? Oh, no. Did he forget about the Bone Colossus? He did. I think he had the Bone Colossus hiding in the trees. Yeah, so it's going to be coming out now. We'll see how long he had forgotten about that. Nice artillery coming in from the Dread Legion of Nagash. As we do see the Bogglars getting hammered down pretty badly. There is Spirit Leech on the Hand of Nagash activated once again. And he's a really good fighter. I mean, he could definitely go fisticuffs with Kroll, but Kroll would win. But it is an option. As far as the back objective goes, the Fen Beasts are now marching in. The Skeleton Hoplites, a really good holding unit. These guys, they seem to last a long time. Despite fighting two pretty strong units, these Hoplites, they're hanging in there, man. And they are doing their best. All right, folks. Fen Beasts are now going to be heading for the artillery. And what is the Nagash army going to be doing in response? Okay, we see Skeletal Minotaurs being called out. Oh, sick, dude. Skeleton Minotaurs are here, anti-large, armor-piercing, and they do have the Blood Greed ability still. So they are going to be a hard counter against these Fen Beasts if they can catch them. And then some Royal Guard Lancers being called out. So these are semi-elite shot cav for the Dread Legion, and they are called out of the back to intercept the Fen Beasts, while the Skeleton Minotaurs are there to try and chase those guys down. Now, the problem for Hobo Honkers is the objective situation. Granted, it looks like the Fimir were defeated over on Objective 2, as the Hand of Nagash able to do some nice work, and the Bone Colossus is giving a leadership buff to all the nearby undead. So these zombies normally would be broken, but he gives plus 10 leadership to Bone Colossus, and yeah, pretty cool looking monster here. All right, back on this side, we do see the Dread Legion starting to get a little bit of ground back as their catapults are bombarding into the Bale Fiend Apprentices. And we do see some Skeleton Horsemen on the outside going to be hunting these nerds down. And these are Fimir long-range casters, like I said. And they are going to be hunting them down. Looks like some magic is activated. Yeah, we see Spirit Leech on the Skeletal Minotaurs. Skeleton Horsemen all up on those casters. And these Skeletal Minotaurs, man, very good here. So now they're going to be engaging versus the Fen Beasts. Fen Beasts are really good fighters, but Minotaurs are dedicated anti-large. And I suspect that they'll win this fight. We're going to have to see. Are these the summons? Oh, this is a summoned. Oh, that's right. The Hand of Nagash, what a Giga Chad. He summoned those Minotaurs. I forgot about that. That's his ability. The Hand of Nagash can summon a unit of Skeletal Minotaurs. All right, so the Fimir have lost on this side. The Big Bone Daddy able to help take down some of the Fen Beasts. Some of the Fen Beasts trying to surge through into the secondary. And we do see, oh, look at that. The Kroll The monster queen here of the Fimir summoned a unit of feral bog beasts. So these are like giant bog creatures. They look like Wookiee. I love these things. And they got on top of the artillery back here. So the bog beasts are going to be ripping and tearing, chewing through these bad boys, and getting the frickin' job done. All right, so they are having some fun. Looks like one of the artillery platforms is going to be crumbling and going down here. The bog beasts are going to be lasting a little bit longer, another 30 seconds, give or take, so should be able to get the job done, but really, really nice. A couple skeleton javelin men were called in to try and protect that, but I don't know if they're going to do it. And Kroll looks like she's going down. Unstable. Skeletal Minotaurs is a basic unit on the roster as well. Able to come in with her anti-large. And it looks like Kroll is going to be going down, but not before she gets 2,200 value. She's had a very, very good game, actually. But unstable. Demonic Crumbling is going down. The Skeleton Minotaurs have been the hard carries this game. They've been doing so freaking good. So Kroll does fall, but a Bog Octopus Hatchling is now called in. Oh, no, that spawns out of Kroll. So when Kroll gets low, she spawns another monster unit, the Hatchling, which is going to be, helping to fight right there. More Skeleton Javelins on the back for the Dread Legion. Looking at the Fimir, we do see some Swamp Demons heading towards the backfield, and if they can get back there and take down one of these artillery pieces for free, that'd be pretty freaking big. The Hand of Nagash fighting tooth and nail over here to help out the boys. And remember, the Hand of Nagash, when he's in combat, he has that item. Where the hell is it? It's the one that gives him... the Hungering Blade. So when he's in combat, he regenerates his Winds of Magic, and his power recharge gets a buff as well. Alright, so Balefiend Apprentice is going to be pulling back. Outer Region is just retreating completely to play defensively here. Skeleton Horsemen going to be running down these Balefiend Apprentices. So those bad boys going to be getting chased. We'll see what happens. Fenbeast, though, going to be two of those bad boys moving up. Some Boglars as well. The Dread Legion of Nagash has certainly taken over this game. I do think that they will win on just two, so Outer Region's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to get back in this game. And Nagash still in good shape, currently sitting on only about 500 value, but he did summon a Minotaur unit, and his magic damage has been very, very nice. And the Dread Legion, did they lose their artillery? They managed to actually keep that Screaming Ballista alive, and the other Javelin men did go down there as well. So Bone Colossus hanging out on the objective here. He is living his best life. He's done great. Only about 500 value, but still gave leadership to nearby units. And you still got to remove this guy. You still got to deal with him, right? Which is something that's going to be incredibly hard for Outer Region. So what Outer Region is going to be doing is resummoning his Lord, most likely. He's going to resummon Kroll from the swamps, and then he's going to make an all-in push on his opponent's objective number 3. And if he can capture that for even a short period of time, there's an opportunity where he could maybe win on just one objective. So we're going to see how that goes for him and see if he's going to be able to pull it off. Swamp Demons in the bushes. Outer Region loves his Haggard Gremlins here. He's got his Swamp Demons, which are very Schmeagle energy. And yeah, they could go back and absolutely shut down that Bolt Thrower. Don't know if it's worth it, but yeah, you can get him back there and do some work. All right, Catapult's back online, going to be shooting, while the Fimir Balefiend Apprentices launching some shots into the Hand of Nagash here, but the Hand of Nagash does respond with a Gaze of Nagash, and it's able to hit both of those apprentice units, which are very, very damaged. But yep, Outer Region's just going to be saving up for his Lord, dropping it, and he is going to be trying to get it done. Royal Peltists. Oh, these are a more elite Javelin unit. Oh, that's sick. So these are Royal Peltists for the Dread Legion. They are basically Graveguard that have ranged Javelin attacks. How cool is that for the Dread Legion? Yeah, so those guys are going to be setting up shop, and yeah, not really nice against the Fenbeast. And also their anti-large, dude, talk about a god tier anti-large unit. 90 armor, good leadership, great melee defense, bonus first large in melee, and bonus first large ranged javelins. These Royal Peltists, man, talk about a good unit here. All right, all right. They're going to be setting up. Catapult's going to be shooting in. The Haggard Gremlins have popped out of the bushes once again, so the Swamp Demon's going to be heading back here. And probably finishing off that Bolt Thrower there. They do have it crumbling right now, so nice play by Outer Region. He is able to get there and finish those bad boys off. And might be able to micro and get that Ballista as well. Oh, Big Mama returns from the swamps. It makes sense that this thing would regenerate, so here she comes. It is Kroll. And, oh, man, that is a disturbing looking model. Oh, my goodness. But it's moving in and is going to have Tide Call, and also will have some nice supporting abilities too. Mother of 1,000 Young has built up a little bit, so she is going to be regenerating Winds of Magic and HP as well. So this is going to be the final push. This is going to be it. I mean, Outer Region is going to have to get this objective soonish. He's got a little bit of time, but his opponent is catching him on points. So maybe he just softens him up for as long as he possibly can. Tries that push in the last moment, but I don't know. Getting past these Royal Peltists is going to be so hard, and these Skeleton Javelins. Here she comes. Kroll is on the way in. The Balefiend Apprentices have done some okay work this game, but getting tar pitted by the Skeleton Horsemen was very, very bad for them. That was very, very rough. And she's lurking. Kroll is out and about. She going to go into the trees? Honestly, the Bone Colossus could probably fight Kroll and win. The Bone Colossus has 11,000 HP, 700 weapons rank. Spirit Leech on hand and a gash right there. I would imagine he probably has some invos. He's pretty close to his healing cap. Javelin's going into Kroll as the Jury, Judge, and Executioner is activated. A couple of Skeleton Javelins trying to close the distance and get a little bit of DPS right there. More Catapult Fire coming in from the Screaming Skull Ballistas. They're technically Ballistas. And Swamp Demons and Fen Beasts are on the way in. So Outer Region not really using actually too many Fimir units. He's using more of the Monster Mash, like the Swamp Demons, the Fen Beasts. Yeah, it's really been the core of his build. Even though, I mean, he's using some Fimir. He does have the Balefiend Apprentices, so those bad boys are able to get it done. All right, guys. It kind of looks like the Dread Legion is thinking about advancing. Now, remember, Dread Legion has that really cool special rule on their elite spears called Phalanx, where when they stand still, they take charges better, which is really, really neat. Nice Tide Call by Outer Region, and the Horn of War is going to be sounded as the Swamp Demons do charge in, and they are going to be meeting the Phalanx, although it looks like some of the chaff is being sent forward while the Phalanx is going to be repositioning. Kroll has engaged as well, and man oh man, those Skeleton Javelins get obliterated. Granted, their melee defense is super low. Spirit Leech on the hand and a gash. Is that actually going to pay off for Kroll? We'll find out. Here comes Bone Daddy. Bone Colossus is going to be charging in, while a Bog Hatchling has been summoned by Kroll as well. So it looks like there's a bound summon ability there. Gaze him to gash on Kroll. Skeleton Warriors will begin. Royal Peltis getting hammered pretty bad as well by the Swamp Demons. Is there danger here? I don't know. Could be. Skeleton Javelins getting charged by the Fimir, and now we have, oh dude, the Catacomb Guardians. The Catacomb Guardians, ROR Royal Guard Halberds. They have Dark Oaths, so they get Ward Save if your Lord is alive. They heal with Realm of Souls. Interesting. They have the Phalanx ability, and they have Guardian as well. Okay, very, very neat. So this is a really important hold here. Outer Region is up on points. Hobo Honkers needs to hold this. The Dread Legion is being pushed very heavily. The Bone Colossus is trying, but with Kroll and all these Fen Beasts with their hard-hitting Swamp Demons as well, that is a lot of DPS coming through. And this is going to be a kind of a desperate hold here for the Legions of Nagash, or the Dread Legion, I do dare say. Catacomb Guards on their way in. It looks like Kroll able to roll back here and use the Fen Beast to overwhelm those cheap Javelins at the backside. And is the objective in the process of flipping yet? No, because Skeleton Warriors and also the Royal Peltis are still nearby. They've gone in guard mode. They're actually throwing their Javelins into Kroll right now. And the Hand of Nagash is thinking about getting his hands dirty. But these guys are maybe going to be the breadwinners. The Catacomb Guardians arriving, they're going to be really, really hard for the Fimir to uproot. Incredibly hard. Swamp Puppies are summoned here, so we do see the Feral Bog Beast being called out, and immediately they get terror routed by the Nagash character. That's so funny. Yeah, the Ancient Horror ability plus the Discourage and the Terror Route, they just got routed immediately, which is hilarious. But that is what the Hand of Nagash does do. Elsewhere on the point, we do see Objective 1 is being held by Hobo Honkers, and Objective 3 still being held by the Dread Legion of Nagash. Outer Region has a little bit of time to fight this back, and it looks like his Swamp Puppies have come back here, so the Feral Bog Beasts are going to be making their way in, attacking into the Hand of Nagash, but the Catacomb Guards stand at the ready. 55 melee defense. They are going to be a very difficult unit to get rid of. That is for sure. Looking on the front of the objective, still being held by the Undead, Skeleton Spearmen, Royal Peltis, Zombies, and Skeleton Hoplites. Remember, Skeleton Hoplites are very stalwart too. These guys have 36 melee defense and also have the Phalanx ability, so if they stand still, they get a really nice bonus and can do some nice work. So they are chewing through these Swamp Demons, a little bit of support. The Skeletal Minotaurs were called in, and Kroll looks like she could be meeting her fate once again. 3,700 value on those Skeleton Minotaurs, and yeah, they have been the breadwinners this game, because Fimir have a lot of big scary stuff, so having the Skeleton Minotaurs to hunt them down I think is incredibly good, as Kroll is going to be trying to get away with 5,000 HP right now. On the backside, Fen Beasts are on the point of breaking. We have some basic archers being called out. Fen Beasts are sitting a little bit low in leadership, and the Catacomb Guardians have not lost too many models. They've only lost 10 models, and these guys are just holding ranks, man. They are really, really getting it done right here. All right, so what do we got? Any play on the other side? Outer Region calling in some Bogglars to try and steal Objective 1. Pure desperation plays right now. Swamp Demons coming in, and the Minotaurs here getting the Invocation to Heck. But what a good, even game, right? Like, I'm really surprised these games have been even and back and forth, I'm very, very surprised. All right, so here comes the big dog, Hand of Nagash, attacking into the Fen Beast. He's very low, but that's been one thing. Outer Region has been Spirit Leeching him all game and hasn't really gotten his prize, which is pretty unfortunate for him. And, oh, these things are so sick, by the way. These things are the Knuckle Levies. They're basically these, like, scary mutant guys where it's like a corpse growing out of a monster demon horse. I don't know the lore on these things, but they're sick. Fire damage, magic damage, armor piercing, hard hitting as hell, very squishy with only 35 armor and low HP. But they're really, really cool. I do not know the lore of these things, but they look like, look at this. It's literally the dude is growing out of the horse. It's like some body horror to the max kind of on those guys. But yeah, maybe Outer Region's going to be able to ninja that objective with his cav, because his push over here is diminishing. The skeletal minotaurs were able to do some great damage. Did Kroll get away? Did she manage to scurry? Oh, Outer Region with the pro gamer plays. Here he comes. He's able to use his huge elite shot cav to come in. They are doing good damage here, and Kroll was able to maneuver through the bushes. And the Dread Legion trying to respond to some skeleton horsemen, but they're a little bit too slow. Dude, Outer Region with his domination fundamentals, man. He still got it. All right, so here she comes. And, yeah. The karate chopping is on. As these skeletal hoplites are losing ground, the objective is still in the hands of the Fimir. Minotaur's on the way in. Big cav charge is going to be on. And guys, I think Outer Region might have just ninja'd that game back. He might have done it. Brian, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate the support. Happy 40th to me. Another year blessed with the turn stream. Hell yeah, man. Happy birthday to you. Big, powerful 40, brother. I love it. Yeah, Kroll able to put this game on her back. Yeah, there's our girl. I know, she's a beast. And I thought the Dread Legion had this one in the bag, but Outer Region put a lot of pressure here. But, oh, look at the Dread Legion advancing up to take his home objective, though. It's too late. The Dread Legion they did not reinforce objective 1 enough, and they paid the iron price. Wow, man, wow. Yeah, I'm sure the Bogglers have tons of capture weight. It is what it is, Max. Just yeah. It's not going to be perfect, but. All right, guys. So, the Hand of Nagash, he was a Chad. We did see the Hoplites holding their ground. Catapults did fine. Bone Colossus was fun. And, wow, 4,000 value on that Skeletal Minotaur. That thing put in some heavy lifting. And for the Fimir army, the Swamp Demons, I think, were the big heavy hitters. Yeah, they did the most work for sure. Aside from that, yeah, he had a lot of Fen Beasts in the mix. He did have a Jabber Scythe, actually, in his build. Yeah, fun stuff. Fun stuff. Knuckle Leaves are from Scottish folklore. Oh, interesting. Interesting. The Fimir are getting the dub in the last second. That rotate was very, very nice. GG, well played. All right. So now let us go. You guys want to see the 4 factions? Sure, I can show you right now. We have Araby being played. We have the Dread Legion of Nagash. We have Albion, and then we have, last but not least, where the hell are they? I don't know where everything is here. Araby, Albion, Dread Legion, and Fimir. Fimir are right here. Yeah, this is a Fimir faction. So, full factions. Yeah, full factions today. All right, guys. Let's do this. We're going to refresh the tournament, see how the brackets are going. I assume most people are coming to a head right now. Yep, we got 2 games to go. Hey, take care, Broccoli Soup. Thank you for joining me. Hope you guys are having fun today with the dreaded mod tournament. I was really happy we got to see the flying carpets earlier as well. So what have we not seen? We've seen every faction so far, right? I think we'll do an Araby game. Araby versus like Fimir, or Araby versus Dread Legion would be fun. I'm going to see if we can maybe get a little bit of that going. Yeah, need to follow at least. There you go. What's different with Dread Legion compared to the others? Dread Legion is an undead faction. So yeah, we can take a look here and see. They got like mummies. Dude, so cool. What do the mummies do? Curse of the Mummy. Oh, wow. So it debuffs your vigor when they're hitting you. Wow. Minus 2% vigor per second can be pretty damn good in blob fights. The balance is all over the place, but again, it's not designed for multiplayer. And it's been fine so far. I mean, the biggest issues we're going to run into is like capture weight isn't probably appropriate on some units, but it is what it is. Are they playable factions? Yeah. And also their campaigns too. Let me show you guys. So if you're interested, you can play a Fimir campaign, see? Yeah, you have Kroll, and you can see all the faction effects, see where they start on the map. You can play Albion, and then you start obviously over here. If you want to play Dural Durak, and Albion can also start in the north as well, host of the Raven Queen. Araby has a couple as well. Yeah, so Araby obviously starts down there, and you have 3 Araby factions. You have Sultan Jafar, Fatendira, I don't know that character actually, and then you have the Golden Magus who starts down here in Lustria. Yeah, so they have like full campaigns. Yeah, they have full campaigns. The Brendan Fraser counterpick, that's right. That is right. Okay, waiting on 2 games to finish, and we should be done here in a minute. So it's going to be like a regular tournament where we have 5 rounds, and then we have a semifinal and a grand final. We got a little bit of a late start because of the fact that Players had some mod stuff they had to do, but never seen this mod before. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. The middle guy looks like he belongs from the 1990s. Yeah. I don't know about the Dread Legion one. Let's see what they have. So Dread Legion is
in human form.
Araby, Albion. Okay, I think Dread Legion must be part of Tomb Kings. Here you are. Yeah, you have the Dread King campaign. So diplomatic relations with the followers of Nagash. Vampire Coast, Tomb Kings hate you. Master of the Dead, Royal Guard units. And where do they start? Okay, they start down there. Yeah, do they start at the Black Pyramid? Okay, I don't know how it works. Yeah, it looks like there's like some like strange sub mod here, but let's load in and look at the Dread King real quick. Yeah, the Fishmen is I thought about adding the Fishmen to the tournament, but they're only mercenaries, so you could only bring them as mercenaries for a couple factions. It's only 4 monster units and 1 lord, yeah, so it's not like a full faction. Yeah, we're gonna take a look at this real quick while we wait. Let's see, how are the rounds looking? Yep, Enorias and Martinius just finished, so we're just waiting on Jack and Daceberg to finish their game too. It's gonna be fun to see which one of the factions wins the tournament, you know? If you have the audio mod, they have unique voice lines. Oh, so I should get the audio mod in the future. Okay. Hopefully this loads. Usually I'm very quick to load, so I'm a little bit sus here. A little bit suspicious. I do have a lot of mods activated too. It might screw something up. Okay. So seek out, yeah, okay, so it's the Books of Nagash. That's the plan.
The acquisition of lands is the
So you start with this Necromancer character.
troops. Very good.
Then you start with Skeleton Hoplites, Mummies, Royal Peltists, Royal Guard Cavs, Skeletal Elephants, Pools of Despair. Okay, so you're right next to the Black Tower of Arkan here, yeah, which you would probably just take very early on, I would imagine. Yeah, so classic Skeleton Warrior Spearmen, you have the Raised Dead mechanics, you have your rites, you have your Mortuary Cult, which I assume would be, yeah, so the Mortuary Cult is different. Yeah, you have your unique units in the Mortuary Cult, like these cool RORs, unique armor. It looks like, yeah, pretty freaking cool, man. Pretty freaking cool. Let's look at the tech tree on this man. Oh wow, yeah, it's a dense tech tree. Ancient. Oh, so that's where you get your Minotaur summon. Okay. Dread Aura. That's the one that reduces the removes the terror thing. He can get a Gargan mount. I don't know what the hell that is, but it sounds cool as hell. Yeah, the Araby one is the campaign. If I were to play one, it would probably be Araby. I think that'd be really fun. I dig it. I dig it. All right, guys. Let's see if we're ready for the next round of the tournament. Should be pretty close. And Martinius and Enorias, you guys need to report your score. If done, report. I don't know if you did. Maybe you did and I missed it. And then Jack and Daceberg are playing. So let me know when done. All right. So there we go. Yeah, I wonder what the Fimir campaign looks like. So for Fimir, you have this character, Skatosh. Okay, so this is like a matriarch kind of character. The Rancor hold Fimir are closely aligned with the forces of chaos and benefit from the Eye of the Gods. Okay, so they have the Eye of the Gods mechanic. You get Bale Fiends, Fem Warriors, Fianna. Okay, what does Kroll do? Kroll is probably more monster mashy. Yeah, the Octopus, the Fog Shrine. They have like this huge shrine that like exudes fog. Enables sea-based attacks on port cities. Okay, so you can like attack on the ports, kind of like a naval faction with Kroll. She could like roll out of the water with her army. Yeah, this is like if you want to play monsters, you play her. If you want to play Fimir, you play this faction. Yeah, that's basically how that goes. It's a pretty sweet crown. Yeah, he's got a dank crown for sure. Okay. Checking here. Enorias, didn't you guys finish your game? We did not see the elephant from Araby yet. We did not. We saw, for Araby, we saw the flying carpets. We saw the Magus. The Magus can ride on a thunder barge, the golden skiff. So he has his own thunder barge he can ride on, which seemed really good in our game we saw earlier. We saw the camels, the cataphracts, and the lancers, and the hippo riders. We did get to see a genie. Flying carpets. We did not see the war elephants though, and we saw a little bit of artillery, but nothing too crazy. And yeah, overall, we saw the Jazales. These guys are so cool. The Malaluk Raiders. They look so incredibly cool, man. Yeah. Looks so freaking sick. All right. So that game is done. And now we just need to wait for Jack and Daceberg to finish their game. Hopefully not too laggy. And we will cast... we're going to try and keep it fresh with the factions. Yeah, you report still noobish. It's all good, yeah. As long as one of you reported the score. You guys want to see what the elephants look like real quick? Hold on, let me show you. So we're going to go to land battle here. They're really cool. I think they have a handful of elephants you can choose from. What else did you guys maybe not see in those games? We can slap in some characters too. Oh, they have a magician with his own lore of magic. Oh, check that out. So they have a magician with the lore of Jinn, which gives you Mirage. You can summon Illusion Spearman. Oh, that's really interesting. And then Burning Hand, Sunstrike, Curse of the Jinn, Sandstorm, and then the last spell is Quicksand. Quicksand looks really good, actually. I like that one. We're going to go ahead and do custom funds. In case you haven't seen Sultan Jafar, dude, he is absolutely a pimp. He's got some cool shit. All right. So yeah, we're just waiting on the last game to finish. In the meantime, we can just look at some of these pieces. Yeah, this is the OVN mods with the Mixu's Mixer is the business here. One sec, guys. I got to take this call. I'll be back in like a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. So check this out. So we have the Sultan Jafar. He's really cool. I think I have to be in melee or the battle has to have started for that. Okay, so let's look at all this. So we have the Ravager of El Kalabad. It is a huge tower elephant, and it has like Jazales on top. So think like a bit of a Dread Saurian, right? Although more anti-infantry, but it does have some shooting. And also he has an ability called Burning... Oh, he just has straight Burning Alignment. Okay, I thought it was renamed. We have the basic war elephants, which has archers on top, has like a howdah. We have the ROR war elephant, which has... Oh, shit, that thing has a freaking cannon on top of it? Okay. So that thing has a cannon. And then we have... this is a character. This is an assassin character. Yes, it's probably just got like a bunch of assassin abilities. Yeah, like Black Lotus. Oh, it can make a clone of itself. It's pretty fun. We have the Jin caster. He's looking extra pimp. Yeah. And this character is an Emir, which is like a combat anti-large specialist. Looks really, really cool. Reminds me of the Iron Sultanate from Trench Crusade. All right, so check this out, though. So Big Dog here, right? He is your lord, and he can transform into a Jinn. And he's got two forms. So we can do this. Look at that. Boom. And then he goes into like this big scary like demon Sultan Jafar Jinn thing, which is rad. Let's see what the cannon looked like on this, actually. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so look at that. Yeah, they have the Jazales on top of the Ravager here, which is shooting. You have basic war elephants. These guys are just like monstrous monstrous infantry riders for Age of Empires. And what sort of magic do we have here? We have the Jin caster. Where is he at? He is right here. Okay. So Sunstrike is good against. Let's see. And then we have the Curse of the Jin, Burning Hand. Oh, so that's like a wind spell. Okay. Interesting. Games are done. Thank you. All right, let's go get into another game. We're going to see these guys in action. I would definitely use that Janissary elephant. That would be, or the Jazale elephant. That would be my jam. All right, so let's refresh this. We're going to be advancing the round, and so it begins. Are these based on? It's based on lore. Like lore tidbits. Okay, so advancing the Swiss. Here we go. Look, Mr. Frodo, it's an Oliphant tank. Yeah, it really is. All right, so we got the next match. Let's go ahead and get these guys going here. Round 3. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do... Hlidden, who have we not casted yet? Maximilianer is probably playing Dread Legion. Martinius versus Blood Penguin. Martinius, what is Blood Penguin playing? He's playing Araby. That was the game we were going to do in the beginning, so we'll do that one. Hobby code, please. So this is going to be Araby versus Albion, which will be cool. I don't think we have too many Fimir players. I think there was like 2 of them or 1 even. I think it might have just been out of region. Let me check. No, Captain Muffin's playing Fimir. Yeah, only 2 Fimir though, out of region and Captain Muffin. Okay, so we're just gonna have to follow out of region around for his games basically. All right, and let's get it. Let us get it. So we're gonna go find a game to cast. There we go. Multiplayer, Hobo's lobby, Outer Regions lobby, and Martinius' lobby. Okay, there we are. Yeah, the Grudgebringer, we could add them next time too. What's up, Giamma? How you doing, man? All right, so we got Araby versus Albion, if I'm not mistaken. It's Araby, Albion, yeah. And we'll see. Who do you guys think is going to win the tournament? It's kind of like a mini faction war today, guys. We have all these individual factions being represented. It's very fun. He's Araby, I think. All right. So 2 high-level tournament players playing here. And let's get the Penguin. Lobby up. You versus Mark. Okay, so let's get that. And great, he's here. All right, so curious to see what map they're going to decide on. But Albion versus Araby. Yes, yes. People not caring about the Fimir is very lore accurate. Yeah. I mean, look, Araby, Albion, pretty cool factions. Definitely calls to you. Fimir being ignored, there's a reason the Chaos Gods abandoned them. Oh, yeah, there you go. Did Ent not want to play? I don't know. Doesn't he usually streams in the morning? By the time we're streaming, he's usually MIA. You know, he's out and about somewhere. I think the viewers win this tournament. Yeah, that's what I hope so. That's what I hope. What other factions do we have for OVN mod? So if we go here, OVN Lost Factions. Okay, so we have Albion, Araby, Fimir, the Fishmen. We could have done Grudgebringers. Yeah, Grudgebringers we could have probably put in the tournament as well. Citadel of Dusk. I don't know what that is. This mod is a part of a new and interesting... Okay, let's... Oh, so it's like an Elvish unique faction. Okay, interesting. Major playable faction, Citadel of Dusk, led by Althen Stormrider. Okay, okay. So it is its own unique faction there. So Grudgebringers and the Citadel of Dusk we could add as well. I don't know what other factions are within this mod. I know there's mods for other factions, but I was like looking to see which ones were just for the OVN, because I know they're all like made by the same team, so they're going to be relatively, you know, more likelihood of them being balanced. Citadel of Dusk is basically Hiles with 3 or 4 RORs. Okay, got it. The Norse Dwarf mod. Well, that could be fun. That could be fun. Love how it's the usual suspects, even with the OVN factions. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. The Fishmen invasion. I don't know. Dogs of War might be in there too. If they are, I'll definitely take a peek and see if we can get them added in at some point. All right, Araby Albion on Itza. So it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. So now we can take a look at the armies while they're being built, because it's a chill tournament. Martinius and Plague Penguin, please don't be on the stream if you are. So we have a Truthsayer who's going to be using the Magic Missile spell and Shield of the Ancestors for Martinius. He's got 2 warbands, a bunch of Oathsworn, so really leaning into the heavy infantry, actually. Oathsworn are heavy Albion infantry. They're basically like slightly weaker Marauder champions, but for a cheaper price too. For $850, I think that's a good deal. And then we have Triple Huntress, including the ROR, which are the ones that do armor-piercing damage as well. Okay. Reinforcements are warbands. We have the ROR warband, Hoblars with spears, war chariots, 3 of the giant-blooded units, and a feral griffin. Okay. Now for Araby, it's going to be a Grand Vizier of Fire. He can summon a Fire Efreet. as one of his bound spells. We have Slave Rabbles, Spearmen, a couple Pit Fighters, which are really good. Pit Fighters, I think, for their price point are amazing. They're going to be able to hold all day. The Black Scimitar Guard, so Palace Guard. Just these guys are literal like Tsar Guard. High melee defense, high stats, durable. They have some unique ability called Famously Loyal, which we'll look at later. 2 Nomad Trackers. Oh, look at this. So Nomad Trackers for Araby are just like anti-large archers. They're Huntsmen. They get Huntsmen. Okay. And then we have on the back a Naphtha Thrower. So it's like a flame cannon. Holy shit, that's cool. All right. We have Camel Cataphract RORs with Furious Charge and anti-large. Pretty great. Camel Cataphracts ×2. The Desert Dogs. These are just like light cav that are an ROR of some sort. We'll check. 2 Dervishes. Dervishers are anti-infantry flagellants. They're literally just flagellants. More expensive, more elite flagellants, basically. Corsairs and a single Jezzail in the back. All right, that's going to be the build. Cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. Let's see what's cooking. Looks like everybody's getting their games in. Wouldn't it be fun if we got one of every faction represented in the semifinals? No, there's an Naphtha Thrower. It's right here. Yeah, we have it right here in the army. It's in his main army. There's an Naphtha Thrower. Yeah. A little bit of artillery, but not too much. Yeah, so Martinius going in on like the core stuff, like real hard, not doing any of the big fancy stuff. And it is time. That's a Dogs of War character. Got it. Understood. Do we have the old blue paint Scotsman units? That's what the whole faction is. The whole faction is blue paint Scotsman. Yeah. Naphtha is very cool, but weak to charges. Understood. Yeah, we're going to see what it does. Battle for Itza is going to be the map, a classic domination map. Very, very fun, very popular. This one is. And so it begins. What's up, Ben the Barman? How you doing, man? We could, yeah, it'd be funny to do like a faction war with all these factions included. Just go real big. Go real big. Real big. The Fimir faction is cool. It is. It is. The Fimir faction has tons of crazy shit. They all do, kind of, which is what makes it great. All right, guys, so taking a look here at the armies of Martinius. Like we said, triple Huntress. Huntresses are just kind of long-range basic. They're like tier 1.5 archers, tier 2 archers. You know, they're not bad. So they can vanguard, they can shoot while moving, and they put some hurt down from downtown. We do also have the Wardens of the Isle, which are the ROR Albion archers. These ladies are basically Sisters of Avalorn mixed with Lothern Seaguard. They have anti-large spears and melee, and really, really good AP from downtown. Now, Oathsworn are like kind of just like Marauder Champion tier unit. I don't know where he's going with them. Do they have Vanguard deployment? I don't think they do. But no, the Oathsworn are awesome. They have immune to psychology. They have good combat stats. What's not to love? The Lord is going to be a Truthsayer. Truthsayer is going to be here with the magic missile sniping spell, as well as the Shield of the Ancestors, and that's pretty much it. Just bare bones caster with the lore of Albion. Woad Raiders on the high ground with the Warband. Woad Raiders are Marauder Berserker units. Pretty quick, 39 movement speed. They're going to be able to get up there and grab those objectives and do some work. And that looks to be it. Yes, yes. For the forces of Araby, these things are so sick. These are the Naphtha Throwers. So these things are basically flame cannons. And I don't know if they shoot from every side. It looks like there's like a cannon emplacement on all sides, if it's like omnidirectional, but yeah, its range is 280, so I assume it's like a normal flame cannon, and maybe it can just shoot any direction you want it to. I have no idea. All right, Nomad Trackers, those are Vanguard Huntsmen. Aside from that, we got Pit Fighters, Spearmen, and the Grand Vizier. Oh, he's riding on a pimp wagon. Oh, sick, dude. All right, so this thing, he can summon into Freet. He's got the power of the Jinn and Jin's Blessing, so he gives leadership and melee attack to nearby allies. So it's kind of like a Volkmar the Grim War Wagon. Yeah, look at that. Or I guess the Altar of Sigmar. Look at that. That's very cool, man. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on. The Wardens as well as the Huntresses are going to be putting some hurt down. And we do see the superior archers here of Albion really laying into the Nomad Trackers back here. Those guys are getting hammered. Look at that effect coming off that. But here comes the Fire Throwers. Oh, here comes the Naphtha Throwers. Oh, that's so cool. That's some damage. That's a lot of volley fire, guys. That is a hell of a lot of volley fire. And the Wardens of the Isle are going to be running. So Araby coming out with some very powerful technology. As a magic missile from the Truthsayer shoots into the Black Scimitar's Palace Guard right there. So both players using some very strong units, which is incredibly fun. They spin in fire. All right, I think we need to watch this, right? So let's go ahead and watch this. They spin in fire. Okay, so they're not in range right now, but they will be in a second. The Huntresses are pulling back right now, and Araby is going to be claiming control over Objective 2 and Objective 3, while Albion is going to be getting its Warband and its Oathsworn to grab the high ground objective up there. Volkmar the Jin, yes, it is time. All right, so it's time to see what are they going to shoot. The Naphtha throwers got some great value out of the gates, already up to about 300 value from one volley, which is very good. Nothing's in range, though. The Albion forces are going to be hiding back, while Araby is going to be chilling out here, sitting on the 2 points with their slave rabbles and their pit fighters. It's going to be a build-up strategy from Martinius. He's going to basically get everything and Alpha Strike all at once, because the Oathsworn infantry are superior to what we see from Araby. Araby has, you know, slave rabbles and lower tier stuff, so the pit fighters, though, will hold their own against Oathsworn, but they will lose in the end, most likely. But yeah, these guys, these pit fighters are really, really cool. I like them a lot. All right, so the Truthsayer are creeping on the high ground, going to be looking to get those magic missiles off. The Black Scimitar Palace Guards, I would imagine these guys look incredibly cool. They have the Pride of the Sultan, so when they're winning in combat, they get melee attack and fear, and they have plus 10 leadership, assuming their lord is alive. Okay, very, very neat stuff indeed. All right, guys. So we do see the sitting forces here of Albion. Nervous about pushing in. A little bit of magic missile harass. Oh, the archers got wrecked by that magic missile. That magic missile is probably a little bit OP. But again, there's a ton of OP shit in this mod. Like, I feel like these Naphtha throwers are probably OP as well. So, you know, everybody gets a little bit of OP stuff, as that magic missile does some great damage and wears down the Fire Baptized there. The Oathsworn going to be advancing, and it looks like Albion is going to be going all in on the Araby position, as Araby is going to be calling in some Jezzails, which are their mid-range shooting pieces. 180 range, not as good as like the Skaven, or kind of similar to the Empire ones, honestly. All right, so these things are going to start shooting any second now, so we want to watch this. Here they come. All right, they're setting up ranks, and they're going to be firing. What a cool design if they do actually spin. Okay, so it shoots one shot. You're going to shoot? I don't know if it's targeting anything. We don't see, because we're zoomed in here. Has it been given an order? Yes, it has. Okay, so it's going to start shooting now, I would imagine. So maybe it just has a really long reload time or something? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Oh, they actually do spin and they shoot! Oh, that's such a cool mechanic. I love that. Wow, that looks really neat. All right, guys. Here comes the big Dread Legion. The Warband's moving up, so they're going to be attacking into the rabbles. Capture weight is going to start favoring the Albion forces here as the Oathsworn engage, and a huge collapse is going to be coming in. Oathsworn to the front do get hammered pretty good by the Fire-Baptized Archers, it looks like, but that is a hell of a lot of power coming in, and we do see Centaurs from the high ground from Albion as well, as a Lighted Protection is here. So that is, I believe that's just a bug tooltip. I think it's called something else. It's like the protection of the ancestors, but yeah, they are in combat, and the armies of Scotland are here. We will see if Araby can hold. That flame cannon thing, in the meantime, how much damage has it done? It's gotten about 700 value. It does have a long reload time, it would appear, but here it comes. Burning Head activated right there, and there goes the cannon shooting into the Wardens of the Isle. Not bad at all. Huge Burning Head coming in from the Vizier of Fire, by the way. The Vizier getting some nice work done, while Camel Cataphracts are being called out of reserve right there. So the Camel Cataphracts have arrived, and yeah, they are armor piercing, I believe. Yeah, really, really strong. They're like questing knights for Britannia, basically, with a little bit more durability. But they engage versus Centaurs and Oathsworn. Now, Centaurs are a unit on the Albion roster that are a great weapon unit, so they're going to be excellent against the Camel Cataphracts. Although Cataphracts do a pretty good melee defense, I don't know how long they're going to be able to hold. The Vizier coming over on his chariot, going to be looking to help out with this fight. The Araby pit fighters and the Dervishers are the ones who are really, really holding. The rest of the Arabian battle lines are folding a little bit, but the pit fighters, like I said, high melee defense, high leadership. They know how to go. Oh, dude, we have the Fire Ifrit has been summoned by the Vizier. And he's going to be boinking. Oh, that's so cool. So that is the Ifrit that is summoned by... It uses a great Unclean model, which is really fun. That thing is a temporary summon from the Vizier. All right. Elsewhere on the battlefield, though, it looks like the Woad armies are really able to overwhelm the objectives. The Araby forces were able to hold on to at least one of them. Dervishes over here helping to get through some of the warbands, but being attacked by the war chariot. So Albion does have pretty cool chaos-looking chariots there. So they are pushing through. In the middle, the Camel Cataphracts trying to clear up what they can. They are a bit of a counter against Oathsworn. That is for sure. So we're going to probably start seeing Plague Penguin pulling a bit of a value lead here as this game does go on. Granted, the objective situation is going to be favoring the Albion army. So we'll see how that goes. Although Plague Penguin did have a capture for a long time, so hard to say. Chariots running through, the war chariots of Albion running through the Araby warriors over here. Another magic missile effect going down, able to nail those dervishes. Talk about good value. As the warriors of Shotaik are coming in, I have no idea how you would say that, but they appear to be like an Arwar Holy Warden's equivalent type unit right there. All right, guys, the Naphtha throwers are down, though. That is a huge loss. Those things were doing work. They got about 1,200 value, but it looks like the Oathsworn were able to get on top of them. And Martinius is now getting his Huntresses up. So the Huntresses putting a lot of firepower down. And in response to the Cataphract Knights, the Albion force is going to be calling out the Giant Blooded. So the Giant Blooded, yeah, basically just the Man-Eaters with carry weapons. It's exactly what they are. Is Araby going to be able to secure its backfield? Hard to say. I mean, Martinius went with a really aggressive build, which I think is very lore accurate for this faction. The Vizier is going to be heading back up to the middle, while Martinius is going to be threatening a triple cap right here. As Truthsayer and some Hoblars have engaged in combat on this side. So the Hoblars trying what they can. Oathsworn will defeat those dervishes eventually, although these warriors do get taken down by the Black Scimitar guys. Super cool, very elite Araby bodyguard unit. And it looks like they are going to be able to defeat these Arwars from Albion. But they were very low. I don't know who would win in a straight fight. A little bit hard to say. Still, Araby holding on to that side objective, which is very big. That's going to be giving them a lot of lifeblood as this game does go on. The Vizier in the middle kind of getting bullied a little bit, being hunted down by a Feral Griffin. Feral Griffins are anti-large Great Eagles, basically. So Albion does have an anti-large Great Eagle, which is a very, very nice tech. Camel Cataphract's going to be forming up. The Giant Blooded going to be a huge problem. Even though Plague Penguin is ahead in value, there's a lot of things this game doesn't track properly, especially in modded versions of the game. So tricky. I love this call out. So we do see Plague Penguin calling out the Camel Cataphracts, although I think they still have horse models. I'm not sure. Maybe they're just supposed to be regular Cataphracts. They look really cool. They're anti-large, and they are going to be engaging versus the Giant Blooded. So here comes the Cataphracts of Araby. They do get in there, and yeah, they're going to be fighting the Giant Blooded right here. We will see who wins this duel of fates. All right, so the Giant Blooded get wrecked by the Cephas of Kofar, those Cataphract units, and the Grand Vizier still being hunted by that Griffin, although another Cataphract unit's going to be coming across. And could we see the dreaded late-game Plague Penguin Cav play carry him into the sunset? And very, very well could be the case. All right, guys on this side, the Nomad Tracker shooting where they can, but we do see this objective finally is going to be flipping here. But in the meantime, Araby does manage to get back up in the middle and get that point. The Vizier, though, getting bullied really badly by this Feral Griffin. This Feral Griffin has been an absolute Giga Chad this entire game, and losing the Vizier would certainly hurt the leadership of the Arabian forces. We will see. All right, so Feral Griffin nibbling away, 600 HP on this bad boy, sitting at 2 leadership right now. Negative 33, and it looks like the Grand Vizier is going to be taken down by this very cost-effective monster here in this Feral Griffin, who's gotten about 900 value off that Vizier. All right, macro look at the battlefield, guys. Albion does have control over Objective 3, although in the middle a big catfight is going down. The Al-Mukhtar's Desert Dog, so these guys are, oh wow, negative 8 leadership ore. That is super good. They're just like a shock cav unit, a little bit squishy, but they're going to be fighting with the Cataphracts here. Not camels, but with the Cataphracts. And honestly, I think that we could start to see a momentum shift for Araby here. The Albion forces are a faction that their entire faction mechanic is that when they're winning a fight, they're really strong, but when they're losing a fight, they start to lose leadership. So we'll see how that plays in for them in the late game. Araby does have its Jezzail set up, and they are ripping some cost-effective shots into the Hoblars here, but some Oathsworn have remembered their oath, and they are going to be hunting down these Jezzails. Jezzail's going to be trying to run up the hill. Damn shame that that cannon went offline. That thing was so cool. The Vizier retreating through enemy lines, which is hilarious. And Plague Penguin now going to be getting some of his own Corsairs up. So Corsairs are literally like Blackheart Corsairs with less armor. That's their thing. But they do have Rowdy and Perfect Vigor. So that's the whole jam on these guys. And they look really, really cool. And, oh shit, I didn't even notice they had pistols. All right, so they're like Free Company Militia mixed with a Blackheart Corsair, it looks like. That's super cool. So the Corsair Infantry going to be standing their ground and ripping shots into the advancing Warbound. And they, I believe, do have dual Cutlass and Melee. God, look how cool these guys look, man. Super badass. All right, they're going to be turning about face this objective in the process of flipping to Araby. Albion doesn't have a whole lot to hold it. War Chariot's going to be retreating while we see Warband and some Giant Blooded coming in. So some solid reinforcements there. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Plague Penguin's late game cav is coming into play. The Arabian Knights, oh, that's so cool. And what do these guys actually do? So these guys are Empire Knights. They have pretty much similar combat stats. They're slightly stronger than Empire Knights, probably, but they have less armor than Empire Knights, but more damage output. Their weapon strength is 28 as opposed to the, or 38 as opposed to the 28 of Empire Knights right there. So, so that objective most likely going to be going to the Plague Penguin, who looks to maybe have a chance to take over this game here, guys. We're going to see. The Albion Lord does get broken. And the Corsairs are now engaging versus the Giant Blooded as well as the Warbands here. So we're going to see what's cooking as those boys move in. Nomad Trackers also piling in on the objective, and I don't know where the Dervishes went. I think they're the Corsairs. They got in melee here. Okay. That they did. Big cav play, the Desert Dogs with the negative leadership aura charging into the middle, but they do stand alone. Don't know if they're going to be able to win that fight. We'll find out. Couple of spearmen heading in from Araby to try and contest the middle point. Meanwhile, the high ground is going to be going to the Arabian Knights, but this is a close game, guys. This could really, really go either way. It's knockdown, drag out. I think the value tracker is really struggling right now because this appears to be a much closer game. The Giant Blooded only have 28 melee defense, so they're really, really weak when they get caught out like this, and they do get caught by those elite Arabian cataphracts, man. Those guys have been Terminators this game, running down all these big threats and the big hairy-chested boys. They're not as durable as ogres from what I can tell. I think that the Giant Blooded need to stand on top of infantry at all times. When they're alone and isolated, I think it's a bit of a precarious one for them. But Martinius is going to be coming across with his Lord and his Feral Griffin. The middle objective is going to be lost to Araby. The high ground objective is taken by Plague Penguin. Plague Penguin probably going to be getting his cav and looping up and around here, maybe trying to do some rear charges on these bad boys. We will have to see. Griffin is chasing, going to be intercepted by the anti-large cataphracts, and that Griffin is not going to be long for this world. It's not a very big beast, but it is going to be surrounded by these anti-large lads and is going to be destroyed. Taken down in a matter of seconds. Absolutely brutal cav unit. And dude, talk about a faction for Plague Penguin. Like, having the good quality cav that Araby has is like a power fantasy for him, I'm sure. All right, so Araby has objective 3, they have objective 2, and they have objective 1. So right now, Araby does have his opponent triple caps. Granted, a lot of the objectives are in flux. The Warriors of Shotai, I have no idea how to say that. Shotai Shear, now they're in. Shield of the Ancestors active. They're going to be getting huge ward save, and they're going to be dominating these Araby chaff units. They got some dank haircuts as well, but yeah, the Celtic power is on, man, and they are annihilating those spearmen, and that objective is probably going to be going back to the forces of Albion here in a second. Meanwhile, the Giant Blooded going to be coming across to this side to try and finish off the Araby elite cav, which have just been an absolute menace this game. The Desert Dogs, by the way, lowering leadership a -8. That's got to be one of the most savage things there. That's got to be one of the most savage things. The Fire Baptized Bowmen coming in. These are like, I think this is just a Grenadier unit, the Fire Baptized Bowmen. So it's a Bowman ROR, but it's a hand grenade unit. Okay, so they make you flammable to fire damage. Here they go. So Araby with their fancy hand grenades. And yeah, those things are really, really good. Holy shit. So they melt down the warband. The War Chariots need to intercept them pretty damn quick, and it looks like they're going to be coming across to do that. Albion does have nice War Chariots, although the Desert Dogs are able to intercept them a little bit. And goddamn, they just got baptized in fire, that is for sure. But the Albion forces do take that objective back, guys, and they do manage to get objective 2 back as well. Araby looking to be out of steam, and it looks like Martinius is going to be closing out this game. What a match. Yeah, don't trust the value tracker. It's not tracking properly. I think it's straight up just not tracking certain units too, so just pretend this isn't even here. All right, Camel Cataphracts coming in. Camel Cataphracts, of course, armor piercing. Going to be very good at dealing with the Oathsworn, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get back. Plague Penguin doesn't win on just one. He needs 2 objectives, so he's going to have to find a way to flip 1 objective. The Fire Baptized there did do some really, really nice work. So here they come. They're going to be setting up here. The War Chariots are still right on top of them, though, so I don't know if they're going to have too much success. And Centaurs are now in as well. You know, Albion does have good cav, mainly light cav, not like big, heavy cav, but they can get the job done. So here comes the Centaurs into the Dervishes. Dervishes are anti-infantry, or Corsairs are, excuse me, so they're going to get folded pretty bad by those guys. War Chariots are just still farming these Fire Baptized there. And back to the middle, a couple Nomad Trackers are here, and Camel Cataphracts have arrived in the middle, getting a nice charge into the Warriors, but now they're going to be attacked by the Giant Blooded. So the Giant Blooded are on their way in. And yeah, those Cataphracts, I don't know if they're going to have a good time. Probably not. Those Giant Blooded plus just the swaths of Woad Raiders and these RORs. And Hobblars coming in now, most likely going to be able to overwhelm those Cataphracts right there. All right, Nomad Trackers, Dervishes coming in, and it looks like this objective is saved by Albion. And Araby is still in the running for the tournament finals, but they are going to be losing this game. I believe Plague Penguin was undefeated going into this with Araby, but this is going to be his first defeat of the tournament. So, yeah, I don't know. He's going to come back from this. I mean, Albion has pretty good map control. The warbands are here. The truth's there. About 1,000 value in him. Nothing too crazy. And yeah, take it with a grain of salt, of course. Some of the spells probably aren't being tracked. Here comes the Centaurs in the middle to try and fold up the last push here. Dervish is moving up, and I don't know if he's going to be able to even hold this objective. What does he have here? Warbands versus Spearmen. Yeah, Spearmen not going to be long for this Earth. On the backside, Gisele's creeping in, very tattered, very injured. We do have the remnants of some units. The Fire Baptized and Pit Fighters maybe going to have a play on that side objective, but a Warband is being sent in by Martinius, and he is going to be, yeah, we'll call them Haggards. Yeah, they're very much Haggards. Big Haggard energy. Yeah, man. Albion seems like very Norska-like, the way they play. Like a lot of light cav, hard-hitting, sustainable infantry. Obviously, a little bit more dynamic in terms of archers, but there are things that Norska does better. I think Norska's anti-large is a little bit stronger with skin wolves and javelins, but having the Feral Griffin, yeah, that thing was really good. The Vizier, I think, is what cost Plague Penguin the game. I think when his Vizier got karate chopped just really easily by a cheap unit, that kind of cost him a ton of momentum there. But yeah, we'll see if Araby can muster a Sally here and get back. I don't think so, though. It looks like the Warband arriving is going to be able to hold that down. Warband over here able to anchor that as well, though they are getting baptized by those fire grenades, although with micro they should be able to shut them down there. We're going to have to see how this goes. And yes, the Desert Dogs have arrived, charging into these bad boys. Big old charge right there. That is going to be folding up the homies. All right, GG, well played. Victory for Albion against Araby. A good contested fight, back and forth, but Plague Penguin was just too far behind. He lost his Vizier, he lost his expensive artillery, his shooting got shut down. There was just a lot of things that went south for him early in the game that were hard to come back from. Granted, his cataphracts, 2,400 value on the cataphracts was really good. And yeah, his cav didn't do badly, honestly. They didn't do bad. Norska plus Weatherspoons is unstoppable. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good value on the Huntresses, not bad. Yeah, the Oathsworn did fine. The RORs kind of got shut down by that Flame Cannon. If he could have been able to keep that Flame Cannon online, could have been a different game. But losing that thing so early in the battle was quite devastating, because I don't think it's cheap. It's 1,100, yeah, so it's expensive. It's like a Flame Cannon, which is actually seems much better than a Flame Cannon. All right, so let's go ahead and update this. That's round 2 of the tournament, or round 3. We're almost done. So that was actually the last round there. Cool. So we're going straight into the next round, guys. Straight into the next round. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, you're enjoying this sweaty Total War action, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. If you guys want to see more Haggard modded tournaments mixed into our regular tournaments, this is the time. Drop it like it's hot. There's a couple things that seem stronger. Yeah, there's a couple things. But overall, it's nothing like too devastating, I don't think. Has anything felt brokenly overpowered yet? Yeah, the magic missile spell seems a little bit overtuned, but yeah, could be worse. Could be worse. I have no predictions on who's going to win the tourney. I mean, Outer Region might be able to pull it off. He's playing the Fimir very, very well in the games that we've seen. All right, so let's get this going and refresh. Martinius and Blood Penguin. So Martinius needs to report score. Let me tell him to do that right now. There he goes. All right, so he's going to report that right now. Chad Bog Dwellers crush Chili. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Araby has a cannon elephant. Also, their single entity big boy elephant has some sort of sky. Yeah, I know. The cannon elephant looks really fun. Looks very, very fun. Okay, so waiting for Martinius to report it. Come on, you can do it, dog. Put your back into it. He's forgot to report his score twice today. It's falling apart here, man. Falling apart. Yeah, I don't know who I would play of these factions. I was leaning into playing Albion, but the more I watch, I think Araby would... I like the combined arms of Araby. It kind of gives me some Empire vibes with like the... yeah. Araby would be the one I might probably give a try. Martinius looked pretty good. I think he did... Martinius lost earlier, guys. He lost game 1 to Araby, actually. He was defeated by the blimp guy. The golden magus, or whatever his name is. Yeah, he was able to get him, so... All right. We will see who's going to win. Could be anyone. Could be anyone. Right, there we go. So now we're going to advance to round 4 of the tournament. The Dread Legion, we have a couple of really good Dread Legion players. I think Maximilianer is playing them too. So knowing he's good at Vampire counts, they're probably right up his alley. We're going to do a Dread Legion game this time, by the way. All right. Round 4. Good luck. Have fun. When is the next bar stream? Probably tomorrow, actually. Yeah, probably do bar tomorrow. Yes, yes. That is going to be fun. Respect your yours. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so round 4 is up. Let's see what Maximilianer is playing, if he's playing. He's playing versus Blake. Blake is playing... yeah, I assume Max is playing the Dread Legion. Yeah, okay. So, but I think Hobo is too. So we'll probably do something else then. Goblins... If you get a mirror, feel free to offer a switch up. Okay, so just giving them the opportunity to switch out of mirror matches if they want to. So, All right, let me see who else is playing the Dread Legion that I could cast. Hobo and them, and then we could do Daceberg. Who's Daceberg playing? Daceberg versus Driver. Driver is playing... I don't think he's playing Dread Legion. Okay, so we're going to do Daceberg. Lobby code, please. We could do bar at the end of the stream today, sure. Yeah, we'll do a couple games if you guys want. We can do a little bit of that. Why the hell not? And Driver is going to be lobby code, please. Okay, so homie should be in his lobby right now. So we're going to do Dread Legion versus either Araby or Albion. I don't remember which one is which. All right, let's get in here. You changed factions? Yeah, did you? I'll just do this game. This is fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. Hobo Honkers, feel free to just go on without me. Yeah, because they're playing what we want to watch anyway, so... Yeah, all good. All good in the neighborhood, man. Okay, perfection. And there we go. There we go. Perfect, perfect. All right. Dread King's Legion versus Albion here on Scalandir's Cave is going to be the map. The Cave of the Dragon, Scalandir, which I believe is from Gotrek and Felix. I think they fight him at the end of one of the novels. Can't quite remember. But yeah, Dread King's Legion. Curious to see what they're going to be employing here. We can look at the armies, I guess, since we're kind of chilling out anyways. So he's going to be going with the Dread King himself. So that's the guy that summons Minotaurs. Well, he and the Hand of Nagash do that. So let's see if we can click on him. Perfect. What does he do? Wow. Negative 12 leadership aura around him. God damn. That's really nasty. My Will Be Done in Heart of Blackness also adds miscast, but it's only if they're right next to him, so you probably cut that ability if you can. Soul Reaper, so he heals when he's in melee. Okay, so he does heal when he's in melee. Pretty good. Yeah, so he's just like a grindy melee kind of caster hybrid character. Yeah, he's very scary. And then we're going to see Gunther Larenscheld. What is Gunther going to do? He's got Skull Bombardment. So he's cutting a lot of the abilities, but he does have something. He's got the Skull Bombardment ability, and then what else did he bring? The Wraith Lich. Battle outcome is undecided. Okay, transforms into an ethereal version of himself when his health is low. Oh, interesting. The Oracle of Pythos, Skeleton Elephant. Is he just going for like a leadership Death Star type thing? I'm really curious. Skeleton Hoplites, and then we see a Skeleton Elephant, which has, oh, it's like a Balefire corpse cart, like attached to a giant battle elephant. Okay. Driver is going to go for Mass Woad Raiders. The Dread Legion are servants of Nagash, Baron Bucky in lore. Yeah. Because Nagash kind of has his own thing going on, so they're just supposed to be like kind of servants of Nagash. Yeah. Which is cool. So it's going to be Woad Raiders. We have the Green Man, a couple catapults, the Murder Queen again. If you're bringing the Murder Queen, you have to bring her double Crow Summon. It's really, really good. Okay, it looks like he's looking at his opponent's army right now before he finishes. Yeah, it's a lot to take in there. But yes, Driver and Daceberg. If you guys should not be watching the stream if you're here, just to be safe. Yes. So Morin and the Murder Queen, Flock of Doom, Spirit Leech, really, really good set of spells. You want to take both of this because she can summon 3 units of ravens in total. It's really strong. So you use Watchers of the Raven Queen, then you use the Servants of Mor, and you're able to drop it like it's hot. It's really, really nice. All right. And yeah, Goddess of Ravens, she's got her Mortis Engine. I mean, she's a really good character. Woad Raiders are excellent at cutting through undead, much like Marauder Berserkers. Green Man, curious to see how he plays out. A couple catapults too, and then the rest of the army is going to be Hobbelars, Oathsworn Halberds, Centaurs, and 2 Feral Griffins. I think Feral Griffins appear to be one of the big MVPs for these factions. Yeah, they've done really well for Albion. Dread King's Legion, we got Mummies, Catacomb Guardians, Skeleton Horsemen. Oh, shit. Dude, you can bring Black Grail Knights with this faction. Oh my god, Black Grail Knights. So they have only 12 models. Oh, it looks like he cut them. That's a shame. Oh, it's because, are they on the extended roster? No. He decided to get Skeleton Minotaurs instead, which is probably smarter. But you do have Black Grail Knights, the Blessing of the Black Grail. 15% ward save, perfect vigor, causes terror. So, yeah, it's kind of like a reworked Blood Knight. Making Blood Knights into Grail Knights there. That's so cool. The Dread King Lord has Nazgul vibes. He does. Yeah, he's got big Nazgul energy. He does. All right, Albion is ready with its woad army, and the Dread King's Legion stands ready with its skeleton warriors as well. So there you frickin' go. Hey, take care, Legal Chef. Thank you for joining. Well, let's see what's cooking. Let's see how it goes. You're saying the Oliphants don't feel so good? Yeah, you're not a big fan of them? Yeah, I haven't tried it myself. I've only just dabbled with these mods. So I just got them like, I don't know, last night. Took a look at a few things. Still much to learn. Much to learn. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Get ready to go. Who is going to win today's mini faction war between all these factions? Very excited to see. We have a couple of Fimir Chads who are doing well in the tournament. I think Outer Region is undefeated, actually. Let me check. Yes, he is. So while the players load in, we can take a look at the tournament runnings, and we can see we have Outer Region's undefeated, Hlidden's undefeated. Jack is... Are they the only two undefeated players? Wow, okay. So Outer Region and Hlidden. Outer Region's playing Fimir, and Hlidden, I think, is playing... I can't remember what he's playing. I think he's playing either Araby or Albion, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can't... Yeah, Nagash is not in this mod. No, he himself is not. So, yeah, Woad Raiders. I mean, they got the war paint. You know, they're looking cool as hell. And, yeah, these guys are ready to go, man. They're fast. They hit hard. When they're winning in combat, they get War Fury, which makes them way stronger. But when they lose leadership. So that's kind of one of the faction mechanics. When they're winning, they're really strong. When they're losing, it's worse. They do also have the Woad paint. So they get 8% ward save as long as your Winds of Magic is above 15. We got the Green Man, the Fen Hulks. This is the Arawar, big scary swamp monster. It looks really freaking cool. He's going to be moving in there doing his thing. And it's going to be more on the Murder Queen. Okay, so she's got Spirit Leech, Flock of Doom, Crow Summon, so the Servants of More here. So she's going to be dropping that. Yeah, a lot of nice abilities like Leadership Lowering, buffing your units, Goddess of Ravens for Mortis Engine when she's in melee combat. It's really, really nice, man. Really, really nice. All right, so the Albion forces advancing with their 2 catapults in the back, and the Dread Legion in their natural habitat of the desert. Dude, the Witch King is coming. Yeah, we have the Dread King. Super cool. So he's rocking Invo and Minotaur Summon. He does also have the Dread Aura, which has got to be one of the strongest things on the roster. That's so good, minus 12 leadership. And then he heals in combat. So yeah, really just an Invo caster. And we have the Skeleton Elephant. Yeah, look at that. So Skeleton Elephant here. The Oracle of Pythos. This bad boy gives flaming attacks and magical attacks, doesn't help against the Woad, and yeah, it's just an anti-infantry elephant, which in theory should be pretty good against the Woads. We'll see how it goes. We got Gunther here. He is the hero character for this faction. He has the Skull Launcher, and also he can turn into the Wraith when he gets low health, and that's probably going to be what's getting planned on here. Curious to see how that's going to go. Skeleton Hoplites with the Hoplite formation. These guys have some cool rules. They basically build up defensive stats if they stand still. They get charge defense and they get mass, and then eventually they get formation attack. Not formation attack, it's, where the hell is it? Not phalanx. They have another rule somewhere. Maybe it's just the more advanced ones where when they're winning combat, they like get a melee attack buff. We'll have to see. The Skelephant, yeah. It's great. Couple skeleton archers and javelin men in the back, and it looks like out of the gates the Woad troopers going to be grabbing objectives 1 and objectives 2. The Green Man pushing up, and the Feral Griffin has been one of the biggest problems for many players this day, as he does scoot across the battlefield and is going to be thinking about where to go from here. We got triple Woad Raiders right here, 2 Woad Raiders down in the low ground going to be hanging out, and here comes the Murder Queen. She's going to be going after the Dread King with her Feral Griffin, or at least thinking about it. Albion with their Haggard catapults is shooting, and oh, dude, look at this. So I did not notice this. The Dread Legions, they actually get a Minotaur skeleton summon instead of an Ushapti summon with Realm of Souls. So they do have their own unique Realm of Souls ability. Very, very cool to see that. But yeah, out of the gates, the armies of Albion going to be getting objectives 1 and 2, and the Dread King's Legion going to be getting the outside objective here. They do have Crypt Ghouls, so basic Crypt Ghouls are here for Daceberg, and they're going to be going around the outside looking to get a little bit of flanking in. And now we have a Duel of Fates, which is not going to favor the Elephant. This is a big mistake here by Daceberg, I think. We have the Elephant battling the Green Man. The Green Man is, I guess he kind of lacks armor piercing, but the Elephant only has 50 armor, and there is an Invo as well. Oh shit, look at that. The Dread King summoning a Minotaur unit there. So the Dread King moves in, and he summons a skeletal Minotaur on the fight. Now suddenly this is going to be a very, very different engagement. Plus, we have javelins. Dude, the skeleton javelins melted that Feral Griffin. Goodness gracious. Okay. This was a really, really nice play here by Daceberg. Suddenly, what went from being a bit of a Haggard play goes to a game-winning play, as the Murder Queen does get surrounded by the Skeletal Minotaurs, the Feral Griffin gets surrounded by the Minotaurs, and then Raven's going to be summoned to try and salvage that situation, but Albion is in the dregs already. So rough. I mean, that Feral Griffin gets thrown in the trash, the Lord gets karate chopped, another Feral Griffin goes in the trash can, and the Green Man is almost dead. Talk about a bait and a switch. Oh my god. The Dread Legion with the dreaded baiting there. Yeah, no, that was no joke. Now, will Driver be able to pull this game back? I don't know. I don't know if they will. The Woad Raiders battling into the Skeleton Warriors here. Obviously going to be favoring the Woads, but with the Archer shooting him could be a bit different. The Dread King chasing down. Now, this is pretty nutty, right? Because the Dread King lowers leadership by 12. So, chasing down this damaged monster, if you could get that thing to crumble, that's going to be pretty big. But he turns around, and is there any way that we could see a rally from Driver? It's going to be very, very hard, guys. It's going to be very difficult. He does have his opponent double capped, not triple capped at this point. Maybe needs to send something there. Crypt Ghoul's going to be coming across. Here they come. Trying to shut this down, but in the back it looks like some Hoblars able to deal with the Fellbat pressure, and the Murder Queen is going to be on her way in. I mean, nothing about that particular engagement was like super broken. It was more so that he just like he probably doesn't know that that guy can summon anti-large Minotaurs. So then he just walked into a trap, basically. It's yeah, it's rough. No, the Murder Queen is very good. She's an incredibly strong Lord. I just has been used a little bit recklessly here today, I would say. So her Flock of Doom ability procs every, I think it has a 30-second cooldown. It procs when she's nearby. So they're going to be moving in. Dread King and his Oracle battling the Green Man. The Green Man hanging in there pretty well while the Feral Griffin tries to help. The Woad Infantry, of course, winning their respective fights. We do see mummies coming in. Holy shit, I got to see what these mummies look like. But the mummies are being targeted by the catapults back here. But here comes the mummies. Okay. Oh, that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. So we got the mummy faction, the mummy units, and they have a debuff. They actually drain your vigor when they hit you, the Curse of the Mummy. So when these guys get in combat, they're really good at long-term grindy combat, but being hammered by these catapults all game has been rough. And look at this. Driver with good defense using his Hoblars to try and intercept those Crypt Ghouls. In the meantime, Centaurs are battling a Skeletal Minotaur summon. So the Skeleton Minotaur Ushapti summon. Or is it the one from before? I'm not sure. I have no idea how that works. But regardless, the Skeletal Minotaur is a bit of a problem here. Centaur's trying to fight them out, but they are going to be disappearing in a short period of time, so we will see how that unfurls. Good rally from Driver. He had a really bad early game, but Driver has been pulling the value back, guys. Despite that really, really Haggard beginning, Homie is trying. His Oracle Elephant here is surrounded by the Albion Minotaurs, and they are dragging it down. And the Green Man didn't hear no bell. He's hanging in there, fighting some of the Hoplites and also fighting the Dread King. But remember, the Dread King with that negative 12 aura is really brutal. I don't know what the range is on that. I think Dread King has to be in melee, so yeah, he does manage to rout off those Centaurs with his leadership. Another Skeleton Minotaur being called into the back here by Daceberg. So they have arrived. Objectives 2 and Objectives 1 belong to the Dread King, but, oh no, that one actually still belongs to Albion. Wait, did I say that wrong? Okay, no, I just was reading them wrong. Okay, yeah, it's fine. But Objectives 1 and 2 belong to Albion right now, but it looks like one of them is maybe going to be flipped to the Undead. Minotaurs cleaning up the backfield. Both catapults going offline pretty freaking big. Value difference, I don't know if it's accurate, but as it currently stands, it does show the Dread Legion, which makes sense considering this expensive Lord got karate chopped a little bit. The Green Man still going hard in the paint, fighting with his Feral Griffin Man, and they're doing great, although the Skeleton Hoplites are anti-large, and those Skeleton Hoplites may be able to eventually drag down some of these big monsters. Depends on the support. They are in critical binding, though, so a little bit sketchy. But now that the Skeletal Minotaurs, the ones that were called in a minute ago, are going to be coming over this way, the anti-large attacks should saturate in and do some very, very nice damage, as the French would say. All right, so backside, Albion calling in the Firstborn Sons. These are Oathsworn Cavalry. These guys are sweet. Perfect Vigor. They also have a leadership aura. They're anti-infantry. So the Oathsworn Cav of Albion are designed to just cut down skeletons. Granted, they will be really good against, like, you know, Chaff Horsemen and things like that as well. All right, macro look, multiple Javelins being called in by Daceberg. This objective is owned by Albion. Middle objective owned by Albion as well, but it looks like the Dread King's Legion going to be flipping that with some Skeleton Spearmen. And the Dread King himself is going to take down the Green Man. So the Green Man does finally fall. That is the giant elemental spirit there. It does get taken down by the Skeletal Minotaurs, the Hoplites, as well as the Dread King himself. Yeah, those Minotaurs seem to be really good. They seem to be really, really good. Yeah, Tomb Kings with Minotaurs. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? All right, so still we have the objective advantage. Let's see the points really. Currently it's 342 here on the points bracket for the Dread King's Legion. So they're only getting the 1 victory ticket per second. Yeah, it's a close one, man. It's a close one. Driver, of course, Still fighting it out here with his reinforcements of woads coming in, I would imagine. That's going to be Maiden Guard. Oh, we haven't seen these units yet. Although now that I look around the battlefield, it's looking kind of rough for the Albion forces. I think that initial engagement was just too bad. And here's the Maiden Guard. So Maiden Guard are basically the Azurai Spears. You know, obviously the Celtic version of those. And they do have anti-large, they do magic damage, and of course have the War Fury. And look, if the Dread King sits in there with the Minotaurs, I mean, these things in theory are potentially a good counter against the big Minotaurs. A lot of Woad units here. I think there's several Woad Raiders still fighting, and then the Firstborn Sons as well, still going at it. But the Dread King's Legion does have Objective 2 and Objective 3, so there's going to be 2 and 3 of those, as we do see Skeleton Warriors coming in. Javelins, probably going to be enough to make a big difference. And yeah, I mean, that blunder in the beginning was just too much to come back from. I don't even see the Murder Queen anywhere. I think she got broken off. So that's pretty brutal. That is pretty brutal. Maiden Guard moving up, attacking into the Skeleton Minotaurs right here. There they go. As more Skeleton Horsemen come across, and the Firstborn Sons are just being overwhelmed. The Dread King as well as the Oracle able to get the job done. Honestly, yeah, the game was really, it just came down to that one blunder. That's all it was. It just came down to the one blunder, and the Troll Toll was paid. Because that was like a devastating loss. 80% of your Lord's HP, an 800 gold monster, your main monster centerpiece loses 70% of his HP. It was just too much to come back from. And Daceberg got the job done. The Dread King looking really nice. Hoplites, the Elephant was kind of a cool tech for the fire and magic damage. Mummies didn't get too much play, but the Minotaurs did great. 1200 value, and then, of course, these summons was quite good. Yeah, the first engagement, really, really hard to come back from. All right, guys. GG, well played. So now let's see what's cooking here. They're going to report that score. That was a pretty quick game, so I assume there's still a lot of games to be had right now. So we could play a game. I'm down to play a game here. It looks like Hobo Honkers finished his game. Let's see, and refresh this. Yeah, so Hobo Honkers has done it. We can join up here. Oh no, he failed. Okay. If anybody wants to play me, who's playing in the tournament, I got a game up. It's going to be T1 here. So yeah, turn 1. All right. Let's do it to it. We're going to do a domination game. Because although maybe we should just do a conquest game, I think that might be better because Dom will take longer, but we'll do Dom. It's fine. We'll just do a small map. If we can get somebody to join here in the next minute, we can fire this off. If not, we'll just wait for the round because it'll start cascading and people will start finishing their games. People will. The Dread King Legion looks pretty good though, man. Yeah, if I was a wagering man, I would probably say Outer Region versus Maximilianaire in the finals, Fimir versus Dread King's Legion. That looks like it's a heavy possibility. Yes. I'm doing really good. Thank you, man. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been a fun stream so far. Playing with all these weird modded factions. The Fimir, they're crazy. They got all sorts of neat stuff, man. They got all sorts of neat stuff. Feral Fog Beast, Bog Beasts. What are these? Garnu's Demon Fiends. Okay. The Demon Maniac, guys. This thing's basically Scarbrand. It's like a huge anti-infantry monster with tons of HP. Oh shit, this thing regenerates? God damn. This is what Scarbrand wishes he was, like a giant regenerating monster. Yeah, he wishes. Okay, let me check here. See if there's anybody around to play game. Outer folded me round 1, so money would be on him in that fight. Got it, Max, got it. Outer Region almost lost to the Dread King's Legion in another game, Max. It was actually the Dread King's Legion just blundered the objective a little bit. And then, yeah, you were watching. You saw. Yeah. The Fimir are Lovecraftian maxing. They really are. Yeah, they are. They got big Lovecraft energy for sure. Just the old ones, some abandoned, subterranean swamp kind of energy. Yeah. The modded factions are going to be wild when CA stops making content for this game. That will come probably around 40k, like shortly after 40k launch. They'll probably start to pump their brakes on this game, which is going to be weird because we've been doing it for so freaking long. Switching it up. Okay, so what do we got? Okay, Honorius, perfect. We got a match. He wants to play... What do you want to play, Honorius? You want to play Araby? Yeah? Okay, so we will play... let's do the Fimir. We haven't seen a lot of them today, so I'm going to play the Fimir. Okay, so let's work on the build. Yeah, Kroll seems pretty cool. What does this character do? Summon Baylor's Eye. Huge stationary, so it's like an armor clearing ability. Power of Darkness, Pink Fire of Zine, Stream of Corruption, Blue Fire, Hysterical Frenzy, Blade Wind. Summon the Swamp Demons. Poison Mists. Causes... Oh, so she gets a Mortis engine that starts out crappy, but then builds up. That's really cool. And then Megalomaniac Spellcasting. Okay, we'll leave that for funsies. So this, and this. And then we're going to get the Baylor's Eye. Power of Darkness, sure. Pink Fire against Araby, probably pretty decent, although Stream of Corruption is probably a better bet. And then we can do the Blade Wind. Yeah, in case there's anything good. Okay. Bogglars. Go my minions, go my trash. Just anti-creature. So Cheryl's are just like cheapo 400 something units. Araby, I think we want to try this. I want to try some stuff that you guys haven't seen today. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that looks pretty good. More hounds. Dude, oh my god, I have no idea about any of these things. Yeah, we still have a couple games going, so hopefully we can get a game in here. Oh, Fimir, Araby maybe has some good anti-large, but I feel like they're mostly infantry size stuff. Swamp Demons, Vanguard deployment, they seem very good. I think Swamp Demons are like an auto-take unit. Cool. So then we want to get the units here. These guys should be okay against the Cataphracts, actually. So we'll get maybe one of those. Outstanding. Missile Infantry, those are Javelin throwers. I'm trying to like think, it's kind of like fighting Empire in a way. These Fimir, yeah, so the Fimir are less HP, but they do have way more armor. Anti-infantry and a generalist, a shielded generalist unit. All right, so we have the Bog Octopus, the Jabber Scythe. We're gonna need some like dedicated anti-large here probably, just in case my opponent goes with like some large shit. So we need to find somebody who's a solid anti-large piece. So we can call in who? Yeah, the Fianna with great weapons. I don't think there's anything else with anti-large here. Oh, the Demon Maniac guy. Okay, sure, why not? That's one way to get your anti-large taken care of. And then... All right. Cool, let's get you, and let's just get some of these like rank and file chaff units and see how they go. Yeah, we'll get some of these spears. Get you guys. All right, we're about ready. Let's see how this goes. I don't know if they have unique quest battles. Yeah, we're still waiting on games. It's fine. They're going to have to wait a minute, but yeah. Inoria's ready up when you're good. They do have a giant octopus. When you get in game, can you zoom in on the units? So I want to see them up close. Yeah, Baron Bucky, if you go back in the stream, we did that a ton in the beginning. I will do my best. We're bringing Walmart Scarbrand. That's right. We have Scarbrand at home. Yeah, we absolutely do. We're going to have some like cannons or something, I would wager. I'm trying the Bog Beast tech here. Yeah, no worries, but we'll definitely be looking at the models more as this goes on. All right, Araby versus Fimir. Yes. There we go. We got one more round until top 4, by the way. We still have 2 games going. All right, so good thing we did this. Should be fine. So we got Bogglars. Bogglar's going to go up and just grab the objectives if they can. We'll send one of you guys, and then these guys are just like crappy rank and file homies. These are like Fimir infantry. Okay, so it's going to be 1 there. It's going to be 2 here. And then we're going to get you guys to go to the outside here. We're going to try like a bit of a press build. Here's my lord. It's like a Fimir Harry Potter. Yeah, one of you guys go up here. Another one goes there. Where you want to send 3 guys up top. You guys here. And then we have the Balefiend Apprentices, which are like long-range, like semi-artillery. And then we have our new, our Fog Shrine of Baylor. So this thing is like a giant shrine pulled by swamp beasts. And it also, I believe it shoots like an artillery piece and also gives an aura. So we're going to see what we can do with that. All right, good luck, have fun. I more or less know what a core amount of the units do. We're going to put you guys in 9 and just send you to that outside objective there. We're playing against Araby. I didn't even really think of the flying carpets, although I think my Balefiend guys can do that. All right, so we're going to go up here. We're going to go up here. Go here. Go here. Get you guys moving over there. And the shrine is... Oh, shit, he went like big elephants. Okay, good thing I brought my big demon, man. Spearmen, and those are going to be nomad trackers and spearmen. Okay, so we're going to bombard here. We have Power of Darkness, Blade Wind, and we have the ability to summon Swamp Demons too, which is awesome. And these are going to be Southland Warriors? Okay, whoa, holy shit, what are those guys? So Southland Warriors, we probably want to bombard. And we're going to get you guys to start shooting at the big Chad Elephants. Okay, and let's get our Fog Shrine to start shooting at the Southland Warriors. Did we hit? We did hit, but it was very little. Okay, so you guys chill out here. And you guys know what we're saving up for, don't you? You guys know. The boy knows. All right. So, yeah, let's get our Bale Fiends to shoot. We're going to keep our Shrine shooting over here on these guys as we roll up on that objective there. Yeah, the movement kill looks really, really cool. All right, you guys get up on the hill. The Fog Shrine is having line... I think it needs direct line of sight. It seems like it's having some problems here, so, yeah. It is what it is. So, Blade Storm will be nice. Those are going to be the Desert Dogs, which might actually fold up my entire position over there. I have no idea. The Fog Shrine is shooting in. And the Ushapti guys, let's get them shooting into the Desert Dogs there. And yeah, there's two of them here. They're kind of awkwardly stacking, which is a little bit unfortunate. But we're going to call in the big demon guy because that's what it's all about. So we are going to do that. All right, so let's get our Harry Potter up there, pull back a little bit. The Fog Shrine is doing decent damage with its bombard. It's not bad. We're wearing down some units here. All right. So how are the gremlins doing? We have the wizards. They're going to be shooting there, and then you guys can shoot here onto these guys. Just get a little bit of supporting fire. While the Fog Shrine is going to continue blasting away where it can, and the high ground objective is being held onto. But now it is time for the Demon Maniac. Oh, Dad, he's here. Oh, yes. He's going to fight the elephants, guys. That's the plan. All right, so we are eating a little bit of firepower. These guys are kind of squishy, so we don't want any of that smoke. Pretty sure we win that fight. You guys go here, you guys go here. And, yeah, let's just keep bombarding him. In the meantime, we're going to go look to get a Blade Storm up here. His unit quality is a little bit better than mine, so... Yeah, we're gonna do it. So this ability is the Eye of Baylor, which we're gonna save for later, and we can do a Blade Storm on probably just on you guys for now. It's gonna be fine. Try and wear him down a little bit. Man, there we go. All right, so the Blade Storm goes down. Good damage right there. Should win us that position, and we have our dudes here who are doing great work. So just keep kiting back with them. The Demon Maniac guys here. And yeah, we want to just drop the Eye of Baylor on you guys once we figure out where they're gonna be in combat. So we're gonna get them. And we're going to do the Eye of Baylor ability. We just want to see. They're going to be right there. So that is his bound ability. So that should do some big damage. And he's calling in slave rabbles here. Okay, let's see what that... Oh, that looks cool. It's like a big red Pit of Shades type thing. Yeah, it's awesome. All right, so we have our opponent triple capped here in a second, probably. We're going to move up there, and we're going to get the big demon beast to go fight the butcher character. These guys need to retreat back, retreat back, retreat back. And I do have the scary cav guys, the knuckle leaves. And they're going to go fight those dudes right there, and yeah, should be fine. All right, so the big demon beastie is going to go after his lord. And on the back, our Ushapti Great Bows are running. Our heavy cav are coming in. We need to try and stabilize those guys if we can. And our Harry Potter, we can do Power of Darkness now on you guys, on the Bogglars. And great. So our elite cav, we're able to get in. We're going to keep moving these guys. And our demon beast is getting his ass kicked. Holy... Oh, no, that's the Fog Shrine. Okay. Oh, he used quicksand on me, I think, you dirty dog. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I totally forgot about the Fog Shrine, by the way. I forgot it existed, but it did get snared by the Gorgon's Glare. Oh my god, what the hell is that? All right, can you guys charge that, please? Thank you. Knuckleave's going, and he did get my shrine. So the big fancy shrine did pay the troll toll. I blundered that pretty badly, but, you know, there's worse things we could blunder. All right, so let's go here, keep chasing. The Knuckleaves did very well, so let's just keep hunting them down where we can. Up in the middle, we can call in Swamp Demons. So Swamp Demons will roll up, hopefully get some momentum here in the middle objective, and we'll see if we can get that. All right, so shooting the big elephant here. The shrine did go down. The Demon Maniac guy's putting in work. We do have the Swamp Demon summon, so we could summon that in the middle behind these guys, and then we're going to use them to take that objective. In the meantime, high ground's looking pretty good. All right, so we get the Swamp Demon summon. Let's get him under those guys. The Demon Maniac guy going pretty balls deep, and the big elephant is getting nailed down by those Fimir back there. And next up, we call out probably the anti-large Fimir. I do have some spears and shields, I guess. I don't even know if I brought like true anti-large. I mean, our wizard's a good fighter too. We can go do that and fight that there. Okay, let's get the Demon Maniac guy back. Swamp Fiends and company in the middle are hanging in there. It is the Dread Daughters. Yes, the Dread Daughters are here. Trying to wear down Big Elephant Man, but it is not going super easy. All right, so let's get you back here. Go after that. We're going to retreat you a little bit, and hopefully we're able to actually get this thing down. I don't know, man. Oh, boy. Okay. High ground's a little dodgy too, man. I feel like everywhere is a little bit dodgy. All right, let's get you guys in. Send in the swamp demons. You guys are gonna go here. You guys scatter and scatter. Demon Maniac, keep trying to get down the big dog, and you can help out there too. All right, Power of Darkness. Is it time, or do we do another Blade Storm here? They do have some decent units here, so we're gonna drop a Blade Storm right there, see if we can get them. While our Fimir dudes scatter to the winds. All right, shooting. Demon Maniac, keep chasing down Big Man. Blundering my shrine makes me very sad, but you know, it's all good. Yeah, it does have an Engine of the Gods on it. It does. All right, the Knuckle Leaves have gotten in. I think he's in trouble. We have him surrounded with Demon Maniac Man, and he's also eating a lot of crossfire from my Fimir wizards, so that's very nice. All right, so the demons arrive. Will they be able to help us win this fight? Those are Camel Lancers. We have a fair amount in the pool. Do I summon the Fog Shrine? I think I want to get the... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is going really good, though. This Demon Maniac guy, he's like a hardcore anti-large character, so he's doing some heavy lifting. I'm going to get snared right now. He's going to snare me again. All right, drag him down, boys. Middle objective is ours, and we can get these Swamp Demons to go over here. And we're going to do this. And then we're going to call in our Fimir, the shielded ones, the Fianna Fim, whatever the hell they're called, and do it. All right, you're getting it. Bale Fiend Apprentices trapped in melee. The other ones, though, are still shooting very happily. That guy's actually legit broken, but I don't have a Hound unit to chase it, which feels bad. Although the Knuckle Leaf should be able to chase that guy down. The Engine of the Gods attempt there, very fun. Let's get you back on the point. The demons are holding that. That is going to be Arabian Knights. Arabian Knights, I love it. All right, so they're going to do this. Let's have you guys shoot the Magician. Although, what are these guys? These are Spearmen. Okay, we can try and wear him down. So he's in big danger right now, like big danger. The Dread Fimir are coming for blood, so we're going to do a Blade Storm right there on those guys, which should hit him if he stays in combat. Let's get you guys back. The Demon is going to chase down the Ravager there. We have Spearmen. You guys here. You guys get over here. A couple of those guys trying their best. All right. Pocket Sand, I know. The Pocket Sand is real. Yeah, you guys got that on lock. No need to worry about that. We have Fimir Man. I wish I had Melkoths or something. It'd be very nice. And now we just need to find a way to get the objectives and close out the game, and we're going to do that. All right, so that's good. We have the Fimir Bale Fiend boys doing their thing. In the middle, that's going to be the Riders. Yeah, and did the big dog chase off his dude yet? Oh my god, I'm chasing it all the way. Oh my god, don't make me chase that all the way back there. I'm not going to do it. I need this guy back. He's probably going to forget about that thing anyways. So, you know, famous last words. All right, Power of Darkness. What the hell is this? Oh shit, I have summons? I wasn't even looking. Yeah, Creatures of the Bog? Sure. Let's summon some Creatures of the Bog. Bow with the bog, to bang, to bang. Yeah, I got army abilities. Damn, dude. Why? Every faction should have army abilities, man. It's so dumb. So dumb how it is right now. All right, let's get Swamp Demons over there. Let's get you guys back. Do we have any Vanguard call-ins? Not really. We can just terror out them, honestly. It's going to be fine. He did not forget about his big elephant, unfortunately. We're going to turn around and finish it off. I guess he came back for me. The Swamp Puppies are fighting here pretty hard, and we do see a big old Death Star, but I need to get surrounded. I need to get stuck in it first. All right, so you guys come down here. Let's go ahead and get you guys to retreat over this way. We're going to swarm the middle there, pull you guys back this way. And now we can call in the Fimir here. Yeah, we're going to just get the baseline Fimir. All right, so Big Daddy is going to finish off that elephant for sure. Little Haggard Noblar Man is going to do his thing. Let's get you shooting laser beams. I always forget these things have bound Spirit Leeches. It's so good. It's so freaking good. And now we're surrounded, so we're going to summon some Swamp Demons on top of them to help out. Yeah, see if that goes. The Fimir are on their way in. I brought 2 of the shielded boys, hoping they'll be good. And Swamp Demons can get in there. Let's do this. And Blade Storm, don't have too many good targets for it yet. All right, Vanguard call in, not much. 1 and 2, so let's get the Spearmen coming up to help out. My Lord is heavily surrounded right now, but nothing that a little Blade Storm can fix. Although, probably will do a lot of friendly fire. All right, so you guys keep shooting the Lord. The Blade Storm, super thick right there, by the way. Look at that, we just wrecked his whole army. That was very nice. Yep, let's get all you guys in. Stream of Corruption. He took down the enemy Lord here, so let's get you guys set up on the hill. Call in Big Daddy Demon Man. Nice. Yeah, we did wreck some of our own units, but not that big of a deal, to be honest. All right, so how's the enemy Lord looking? A little bit worse for wear. Let's call in chaff units, and chaff units, get you guys up, move to the point. Those are going to be Arabian Knights, so we can get a spear unit to go after them. I think the middle is on lock here. Yeah, we've just won the middle, so it's basically game over at this point. All right. Yep, looks fine. These guys will hold that point with ease, I think. We have a ton of Winds of Magic still. Summoning the Swamp Doggies is really good, and great. So now what I can do, I'm pretty sure the round is done. I'm gonna minimize real quick, and I'm gonna start the next rounds during this battle. The MLG Pro Gamer Micro, because we're so far ahead, it doesn't matter at this point. All right, I'm minimized right now, guys. Bear with me. We're going to advance the Swiss. And the next round is going to be live. All right. So, guys, goblins, I'm minimized. Let me know if I'm losing bad. Goblins, round 5. Great. All right, so, yeah, we got it. Cool. GG. Yeah, really fun faction. The Fimir feel very strong. You got the pretty cost-effective chaff units. I obviously blundered the shrine thing, but that thing's cool, too. Yeah, the Knuckle Leaves did good. The big demon guy definitely carried, considering he indexed into elephants, which I almost didn't do. That could have been really scary. So, all right, GG, well played. Yeah, great game in Oreos, man. Good game. That was a fun scrap. The big demon guy just kind of countered your elephants. He was an anti-large. I figured I had no other anti-large in my army, so that guy had to do the job. So let's do Glidden versus Maximillionaire. We're gonna do that. Okay, so where's this? Lobby code, please. Thank you. His Fimir arc starts now. The sand beta. Yeah. All right. So lobby's up. Thank you guys for your patience. I just had to have a little bit of fun enjoying you guys for a game. Now we are back in it. And waiting on the lobby code. So Maximillionaire. Lobby code, please. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna watch the Dread Legion versus, I think, I mean, we could watch an Outer Region game too. Do we want to see the Fimir? Although you guys just got a Fimir game, so maybe we'll switch it up. We will switch it up. Blood Penguin 2 wins at the moment. Does he have a chance at top 4? It's a pretty small tourney, so you know anything could happen really. Current score. Outer Region, Max, Lydon, Martinius. So that is Fimir, Dread Legion. Guys, I think we literally have one of every faction currently in contention for top 4, which is very fun. I'm happy to see that. Okay, so Max is going to get it. Yeah, Lydon's got a lobby. Let's go join his lobby. There we are, and boom. Okay. I'm glad that everybody managed to get the mods going too in Lydon's lobby. All right, so Lydon is playing Albion, and then it's going to be Albion versus Dread Legion again. Yeah, let's get it. Let's do it to it. Curious to see what evil schemes Max has thought of. Max being, of course, a Vampire Count main. This is very much in his wheelhouse, right? I can't believe we got an OVN tournament before Dogs War released. Yeah. We did do an OVN tournament in Warhammer 2. I figure, you know, we should at least do one for every game, you know. And if this is something that ends up being, you know, very popular, I get a lot of feedback. I can try and do more stuff like this. But I would love to get like halflings in and a few other factions like that. But I don't know if they have mods for those. The names of the mods, it is, let me just copy pasta for you real quick. Hold on. Not including the map pack. These are all the mods we're using. Yeah. So you have Mixu's Unlocker, your Lost Faction Araby. Yeah, the copy paste didn't come out super well, but you can find them all in the Steam Workshop. So there's a Halfling mod, but is it updated for Warhammer 3? I know there was one in Warhammer 2, but yeah. Albion appears to be doing pretty well today. Have either of these players lost the game? Max lost to Outer Region, and Outer Region has won every single game. The dreaded Fimir meta is here, guys. It's taking over. Fimir getting army abilities is pretty good. I didn't even notice that, but they have the freaking the doggy summon, the swamp puppy summon. Yeah, it's pretty good. I do dig that one. I am missing the grudge bearers. I know. I realized that at the last second. It's a grudge, so I'm sorry. We'll try and get them in later. Yeah, they have campaigns, man. All these have really nice campaigns, apparently. Like these were made for campaign. They weren't made for multiplayer battles. So these mods are they have their own standalone campaigns. Yeah. They do indeed. Will Dogs of War get... Oh, man, who knows what that's going to be. The Halflings are Warhammer 2 only, yeah. The Halfling one was really funny. They had, like, the Halfling Hot Pot and, like, a few other things. Yeah. Okay. As a spectator, this has been incredibly fun to watch, and I totally check out the other mod attorneys as well. Cool, thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Tomorrow is going to be an RTS stream, so we're probably going to play Beyond All Reason. in-house beyond all reason, and then from there we'll do Saturday I'm out of town, then Sunday we'll be back doing something fun. I don't know what. Oh, you'll pay for a Crush mod. Oh, that'd be cool if Crush was here. Yeah, that'd be super fun. All right, Albion versus Dread King's Legion. Let's go ahead and look at the armies. No stream sniping hidden in Max. I'll be extremely disappointed in you guys, I swear. Even if I can't catch you, just know when you go to bed at night, I will be, just imagine the disappointment on my face. Just imagine it. All right, so we got the Murder Queen, who's very good. She hasn't had a good showing today, but that's just because of missed micros. Warbands, Fen Beasts, and the Wardens of the Isle, which are the Lothern Seaguard, Sisters of Avalorn hybrid. Bloodsworns, so Woad Raiders, really good against Undead. Hobblar Spears, so cheap anti-large, I mean, that's really good. Having a 500 gold anti-large Gav unit, and then we also see the Feral Griffin too. Max is going for the Hand of Nagash, mass Skeleton Warriors with catapults. Wow, and then a Hellwraith too, so going for ghostly business. Skeleton Horsemen, Skeleton Horse Archers, nothing too fancy really. Max just kind of staying with the basics here, to be honest. Albion is a good guy faction. They're very much a good guy faction. Yeah, they're good. They're part of it. They're like Order, like kind of like if you think of like Mother Ostankia. They very much have that energy, like sort of creepy, borderline chaos, like nature magic. But no, they're definitely more good guy factions, to my knowledge. Yeah, obviously just based on Celtic mythology and whatnot. So yeah. Max has the Hand in Nagash, and he's going to be doing Invo, Raise Dead, all that goodness with the Hellwraith too, just like a cheap ethereal unit. Skeleton Spearmen, Skeleton Javelins, with 2 Screaming Skull Ballistas. Yeah, it's kind of like Tomb King Vampire Count hybrid. I mean, again, that's probably what the actual faction is going to be like. Double Minotaurs, Undead Minotaurs. Yeah, it's great. Mass mobility though, and these are Royal Cab. It looks like you just cut them. Yeah, you cut them. Oh, dude, a Bone Hydra? Bro, they have a Bone Hydra. Have you guys seen this? Araby probably is more order aligned. Araby is like if you have... It depends on which Araby character you're talking about. Like the Grand Magus is probably a good guy, but then you have Sultan Jafar, who's a bad guy, from what I understand. So it depends. Much like the Tomb Kings, Yeah, they've got their elements. Yeah, so we have a Boner Hydra here. Skeletal Elephant, Minotaurs, Royal Guard Lancers. Those things are cool. So these are basically like Reiksguard Knights, sort of like Griffin Legion Reiksguard Knights, but undead. Yeah, they have an anti-infantry version too, which is actually cheaper, but it has a terrible charge bonus. Okay. The Reichwald Brigands. Oh, they get like human crossbows. That's really interesting. Yeah, the Albion army indexing into Feral Griffins, getting some Zotes as well. Zotes make a lot of sense for them flavor-wise, I feel. Yeah, many man. I'm glad you're enjoying it, dude. Yeah, it's going to be a fun stream. I'm glad it's been going smooth so far. Yeah, Max just leaning into the chaff. I mean, he can't help himself. Just being a Vampire Count player, he's just like, dude, I gotta just go into the chaff. He is down with the chaff. Skeleton Horseman Archers looks pretty much the same as Tomb Kings. A little bit cheaper though, so maybe they're slightly worse. I have no idea. But yeah, the artillery is very good. Mummies. Would mummies be good here, I wonder? I don't know. They're a little bit expensive for what they do. The Vigor Drain is nice, though. I think like if you had a mummy at the center of a blob, it could be nice. I really like the Whites of the Twisted Spire, the ROR Skeleton Hoplites with 10,000 HP, 80 armor, and armor sundering. But Albion doesn't have much armor. Like that's their whole thing is they have like 0 to 30 armor on mostly everything. Which of your VODs do I watch Saturday? I don't know, man. I'm gonna put some more up tomorrow, so tomorrow, so you'll have more. You'll have more. The Harbinger's Doom faction. Yeah. You're talking about one of the mods. Yeah, I can look at it off stream. I don't have it installed right now, so I don't want to screw up my mod setup. So yeah, Max getting 2 mummies. What a Chad. And there you go. I don't hate the mummy here, like because it has a perpetual draining effect. If you look at the mummies. Look at that. So it lowers your vigor by 2% per second. So if it fights you for 10 seconds, you're down 20% of your vigor. Which in the middle of a blob, like if they don't notice it, mixing that mummy in is just going to end people's careers. It's really, really good. But they are squishy for their cost too. But they do also have 11,600 HP. That's pretty meaty, right? Like, yeah, wow. It's like 2,000 more HP than a skeleton. Yeah, cool, man. The Minotaurs are super necessary, I think. An Albion, Feral Griffins, Young Slingers, Oathsworn. Homie really leaning into Woad. The Woad Raiders making a lot of gameplay today. Making a lot. Oathsworn Halberds. Yeah, nice against the Undead. All right, we've taken a look at the armies here. Let's check this. One sec here. Okay. Perfect. All right, guys, let's get this party started and have some fun. It's going to be Mornin the Murder Queen versus the Hand of Nagash. We see the mummies and a mass skeleton legion with a little bit of artillery coming in. Huge Nazgul energy out of this character right here. He literally has a Nazgul. That guy is wearing a Nazgul helmet. Look at that. At least from the Peter Jackson movies, you know. That's pretty good. But it is going to be the Changer's Madhouse. We got 3 objectives, 1, 2, and 3, kind of in a bit of a cross formation here. Not cross, but across the map, like diagonal. Yeah, Harbingers is in the OVN faction thing, I think. We're going to look... If you guys end up enjoying this format and you want it again, I will look into getting a few more factions added to add some more spice. Today, we're just keeping it simple. All right, so like we talked about, warbands, just chaff units can fight skeletons and win. Warband spears. Fen beasts are very good. They're basically like trolls with more, like a lot of HP, and they also regenerate. So yeah, think about like high leadership or medium leadership trolls. Trolls are at 45 leadership. These guys are at 60. Tons of HP and pretty stalwart. They can pack a punch for sure. All right, warbands, and we do have Mornin the Murder Queen with the double crow summon, which is really good. You want to be summoning both crows. Magic Missile of the God, Spirit Leech, Flock of Doom, and she, of course, has her Mortis Engine effect and her Leadership Discouraging effect. So she's a great character, and I hope we get to see her used well this game. I hope we do. Now, on the other side of the battlefield, guys, it is going to be Maximillionaire, playing his beloved undead. He is going to be here with the Hand of Nagash, with Invocation, Raise Dead, and of course he does have his Punished one, so that discourages when he hits you. And yeah, Jury, Judge, and Executioner. Now look at the Hellwraith. Pretty cool unit, right? Hellwraith, just an armor-piercing Banshee. Skeletons in the back with mummies. The Mummy returns. Brendan Fraser is sitting fully erect watching this game. As Screaming Skull Ballistas are out as well. All right, so the forces are going to be marching forward. Here they come. As on the backside, the Albionic forces going to be grabbing objective number 3 with the Vanguard. The Wardens of the Isle do have Vanguard deployment. Now, if you're looking at the faction mechanics for both factions, Albion's core mechanic is the Warcry system. Let's look at something else to show you. So the Warband. So when they're winning in combat, they get a big buff. When they're losing in combat, they lose leadership. But they get also ward save based on the Winds of Magic in their pool. So if their Lord, if you still have 15 Winds of Magic, they get 8% ward save on your entire army. So yeah, it's very fun. Backside is going to be Fen Beasts and a couple spears to boot. All right, so what is going to be cooking here for the Dread Legion? The Dread Legion gathering with truly a Dread Legion. Mass Skeleton Warriors. Now, interestingly enough, this faction doesn't have a traditional corpse cart, but you can bring the Elephant Shrine and it counts as a corpse cart basically. Although it doesn't give you stats, but it does give you fire and magic damage. Spirit Leech going down from the Murder Queen. She's going to be dropping it on top of the Hellwraith right here. So he's going to be getting it. And here they come. Mass amounts of skeleton warriors and mummies going to be pushing. It's basically just a Tarpid army. He's just going to be like, come at me, bro. The Dread Legion does have an army ability summon, which summons Minotaurs, which is really quite good. Magic Missile going into the mummy right there, just basically karate chopping like a mass amount of his HP. And then the Murder Queen going to be dropping a Flock of Doom afterwards as well. So really, really nice damage coming out of the gates here as the mummies lose a massive amount of their HP. That Magic Missile is definitely a little bit OP. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of OP shit in this mod. So it's kind of like if everyone has something overpowered and they figured it out, then we're chilling, We are chilling like a villain. All right. Mornin going to be flying overhead as the catapults are now going to be entrenched in, and they're going to be taking pot shots at the warbands here. So there they go. Karate chop right into those guys. Elsewhere on the battlefield, guys, now their Spirit Leech going to be activated on the Hellwraith. And what is going to be cooking right here? Oh, the crows are being summoned by the Murder Queen, and they're going to be diving on the javelins. So she summons her Walmart crows, and then is also going to be jumping on top of the artillery back here. In response, Skeleton Horseman being called out by Maximillionaire, as the Murder Queen is just doing a ton of work in this battle. She's been an absolute menace. We haven't seen her win a game yet. But maybe today will be the day. All right, the crow summon is activated. We see those twos right there. More skeleton horsemen coming in to peel the backfield, while Maximilianaire is going to be getting his clutches on the objective. And now it looks like the Albion army is going to be advancing in, so everybody is going to be getting ready to rock and roll. As another magic missile effect does go down to the mummies. Both mummies are beat up, but the undead do also have invocation. They can gather their mummies and heal them. Flock of Doom back here. Are the ballistas going to crumble? If they do, that's a pretty big win, and it looks like the ballista is in the process of crumbling down here. Spirit Leech on top of the Hellwraith. So that, yeah, continuing to get some good damage. Yeah, she's basically just carrying this right now. She's putting in some heavy lifting. I'm going to be back in 1 sec, guys. My chihuahua's barking here. Is that Lily? Okay? You okay, sweetie? Come on, Lil. Come on, sweetie. Yeah, are you going to be outside? Okay, then I'll just... Okay, sounds good. Lil, come here, sweetie. Come on, doggy. She's staying. The doggy needed tending to. I don't know what, but she was just standing at the door barking at me, so I guess she's good now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in business. Sorry about that. And here we do have massive forces. Catapults have been resummoned to the back. It looks like we do have Screaming Skull Ballista here in the other one. He only lost 1 in total, as a massive onslaught comes in from Glidden. And yeah, I feel like this is like Norska, like the way they play, just a massive amount of like kind of monstrous infantry between Fimir and Skinwolves mixed in with like good quality grindy infantry. The Dread Legion of Nagash getting some good catapult fire, and the Wardens of the Isle, the fancy archers here in the back, are getting hammered pretty damn hard. And will the Nagash army hold? It's going to be tough. I mean, this is a lot of pressure. Those freaking Fen Beasts are hard-hitting troll units. They regenerate. And these are not good quality skeletons, by the way. These are not hoplites. They're not the elite RORs. These bad boys, it is going to be a little bit of struggle city for them to hold. Now you guys are getting to see the Murder Queen in action. She's putting in a ton of lifting, 2,000 value. Actually summoning another unit of crows, which is going to be diving after the ballistas back here. If Max is paying attention, he can get his Royal Guard Lancers. So these are elite undead shot cav. These are the Royal Guard Lancers, and they can annihilate those units pretty quickly. But it looks like some horsemen are just going to get back there and deal with it. One thing to consider, though, guys, is that the Hand of Nagash is pretty terrifying in combat. He does have that ability that removes ITP and also fear, and a couple of the variables like this. Looks like one of the players' internet is having potato problems right now. Hopefully it'll subside here in a minute. But yeah, we can take a bit of a macro look at the battlefield in the meantime. So we do see the skeletons here, a couple spearmen hanging out on the wings, zombies and spearmen being overwhelmed. Maximilian are up a little bit in value. Looks like the lag is going to be subsiding, but yeah, I don't know who lags more between these guys. I've definitely had some lag with Max before. I don't know if I've had too much with Glidden, so I wish there was a way to tell who was lagging. That'd be super nice for like rules officiating and things like that. But yeah, CA will never do that, obviously. All right, so Crows diving in from the Murder Queen, able to get one of the catapults to critical binding, but the catapult does live. And in the middle, we do see the Hand of Nagash and the Hellwraith surrounded by the Fen Beast. So his Nazgul pet and him trying to drag down these Fel Beasts. The skeletons, you know, getting some nice sustainable support here. His Realm of Souls does trigger, and Zotes have been called in by Glidden. So yes, Albion does have Zotes on their roster, and they're a pretty good answer against the Royal Guard Lancers. Royal Guard Lancers are basically Reichsguard Knights and or Griffin Legion type units. They actually have like full-on lances. Looks really, really cool. They're going to be turning around, sacrificing some skeleton horsemen and trying to get away there, while the Legion of Nagash now calling in some much-needed Minotaurs. So they do have the skeletal Minotaurs, which are going to be making their way in. And how's the grind in the middle going? The Fen Beasts are really, really being a big problem, causing a lot of havoc wherever they go. A Feral Griffin called in, that is an anti-large Great Eagle here for the forces of Albion. As another Crow unit does rally, going to be trying to get back on that catapult. I'm sure that's been very frustrating for Max trying to deal with that. But Max is kind of pulling ahead on value a little bit. I think a lot of the grinding has been favoring him. The catapults have been shooting well. He has been stuffed back, but overall, it could change now, especially with these big Minotaurs coming in. So the Murder Queen does do magic damage. She could definitely go in and attack that Hellwraith if she wants to. And here comes the Skeletal Minotaurs. So the Skeletal Minotaurs will get some good bonking in there and should be able to put some hurt on the Zotes, who are a little bit overextended there. You also have to remember the mummies are in the front line, so like things that these mummies are fighting, they're having their vigor drained. You see how these guys have like negative vigor right now. The Curse of the Mummy is non-stop draining them down, so a lot of the front line of Albion could be paying the troll toll a little bit, guys. Hard to tell, but Max is able to hold his back objective using his two Minotaurs with the great weapons to defeat the Zotes in combat. So those Zotes do pay the price and are forced back, and the Undead Legion's holding surprisingly well. against these Woad Warriors. But the Woad Warriors able to take down a few skeletons, but are losing ground now. And this is a faction that is kind of like Slanesh in a way that Albion, when they're winning, it's going very well for them, but their literal faction mechanic punishes them for losing fights. So a little bit sketchy. A little bit sketchy. All right. So looks like the Murder Queen trying to escape, being hunted by the Hand in Nagash, and also the Feral Griffin trying to peel for her a little bit. The mummies in the front line, man, just straight up Brendan Frasering these guys. Their stats are debuffed. Their vigor is being drained. They're currently exhausted. The mummies will exhaust you, and they're an okay binding. They're only diminished. So their stats are going to stay good, and your opponents are not. Look at the debuffing, man. From the extreme exhaust, that's pretty damn cool, the Curse of the Mummy. I like that mechanic a lot. Javelins throwing away here. The skeleton javelins are countering the Fen Beasts, so the Fen Beasts are slowly getting worn down. And those anti-large attacks, quite nice to have those bad boys in play. And Max is getting the momentum. He is down on points, and will Albion be able to kind of stabilize here? They are losing a lot of ground. The Minotaurs were able to win this fight over here, and the Mummy grind in the front with the Javelin support. People forget that the Dread Legion, or they just don't know, can actually get Skeleton Javelin men. So these guys can straight up throw Javelins, and it is doing a lot of damage against these Fen Beasts, who are now crumbling. Hellwraith's still in okay shape, and the Hand of Nagash, a very good disruptive fighter. I still think the Dread King is better because of the -12 leadership aura, but even still, he's probably not a bad choice at all. Flank charge coming in from the Hobbelars, attacking into the Hand of Nagash here, and we're going to see what he can get done. He does manage to fend some of those bad boys off. Up in the sky, the Murder Queen going to have to figure out how she can hold this objective, and now we do see Desperation Mode coming in from Glidden. Homie's going to be calling an Oathsworn with Halberds, so these are basically like, they're like Chaos Warriors of Khorne with Halberds. Very similar in terms of their stat line. A little bit less armor, but Albion isn't really known for their armor, but they do have Oathsworn and a couple other elite units that have good armor, but here they come. Here they come. So value so far in the Murder Queen, 3,200, and the Lord Nagash Lord, only 500, but he's more of a support character, caster anyways. He's doing his thing. Hellwraith, the Mummies coming in, Royal Guard Lancers, and Skeletal Minotaurs. That is a Death Star and a half. We're about to see the Oathsworn try and tank this. Not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. Artillery's back online for the Dread Legions. A ton of units in reserve, mainly skeletons, but yeah, looking at the points, we do see a bit of a points lead for Glidden, but not that big of a points lead. If he loses this here and can't get it back, he's going to be in Suffer City. All right, so the Oathsworn engaging against the Dread Legion Lancers. The Hand in Nagash trying to help where he can, and big old catapult fire coming in from the Ballistas in the back. Although some of the Hobblars do catch this, and that's a huge pick for them. Taking down these catapults would be massive. So they roll in, damage starts to accumulate, but it's only 20 Hobblars, and they're not super killy, so they might have some time to rally that. But yeah, I think it's just an overwhelm. We do see the Murder Queen getting taken to town here by the Minotaurs, as well as the Hand in Nagash and the Hellraiser guy. Oathsworn Halberds fighting tooth and nail in the front, but I don't know if they're going to be able to hold. That's a lot of stuff, a lot of characters, and more is coming in. On the backside, Skeleton Horsemen being summoned in, Minotaurs with great weapons, of course, the only one, the Skeletal Minotaurs, for the Dread Legion stand at the ready, and that objective has been taken, and as it currently stands, Maximilianer does win on just 2 points, so I think that the Dread Legion is going to be able to close out this game. And you see what I'm saying? Like, both factions have shit that's like a little OP. That Magic Missile is definitely OP, but the Dread Legion has some mechanics, like being able to summon an anti-large Minotaur is so freaking good. And yeah, they also get like javelins and crazy things that a lot of the undead factions don't quite have. Very, very good. All right, young slingers. These are just like chaff slinger units, but they do have a decent weapon strength and melee too, which is cool about them. So they're slingers for Albion, but they're not going to be enough to take the ground back here unless there's a big power play somewhere. We do see the Murder Queen being surrounded, Minotaurs getting a kill here, Hand in Nagash as well. And it looks like Albion has fallen in this game to the Dread Legion. So after this, we're going to be going to semifinals. Really curious to see what factions are going to make it. Although I think Glidden will still make it with Albion. He'll be back, and he'll have a chance to maybe get a rematch here. The Legions of Terror get the job done, and that is that. So the only mods we're using today are mods that add 4 new factions to the game. Albion, Araby. We are also seeing the Dread Legion, and then the Fimir. Young, that's a grown-ass man. That was a grown-ass man for sure. So yeah, she did really good while she had Wind's Magic. Fen Beasts kind of got bullied a little bit, honestly. Maybe the Fen Beasts are not great against the Dread Legion because of the Javelins the Dread Legion has and the Minotaurs. Because every Dread Legion player we've seen today has indexed into the Javelins and into the Skeletal Minotaurs. And the Fen Beasts just get hard countered by those things. So I think he probably needs to switch up the build. Feral Griffins did all right, but yeah, the Fen Beasts getting karate chopped And Max defending his backfield like an absolute Giga Chad. He was really getting pressured hard, but he did a great job. Okay, guys. So let's get ready for the semifinals of the tournament. The round is coming to a head. We do see Outer Region defeating Martinius, Maximilianer defeating Glidden, Blood Penguin defeating Driver. I really hope Blood Penguin makes top 4, but I think he's lost twice. I want an Araby Chad in the top 4, you know? I would love to see every faction represented so we can get like a mini faction war. Captain Muffin and Blake and Daceberg are going here, and that is going to be that. The shirtless models for Albion looks like they have fake muscle suits on. You know what they look like, dude? They look like these models. Do you remember the old Chaos Marauder models? These guys are like the jankiest shit ever. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, they look like these guys. Like, these guys look like they're wearing muscle suits. Just because of, like, how cartoonishly big their muscles are. It's pretty great. Yeah. All right. There we go. You just finished the Epic Skaven stream last night. Yeah, that was a really fun stream, man. We had a good time with that. Yeah, so just 2 games to wrap up. So let's see what top 4 looks like now, yeah? Let's take a gander together. Are the unmoved factions still playable? We're only doing modded factions today because we wanted to, like, showcase them. We could mix them in, though. That would be fun to, like, see how these factions play against the old ones, but everybody's going to want to play the new ones, so. All right. Outer Region undefeated with Fimir. Maximilianer 4-1. Glidden. Oh, Araby might still make it. Chad Araby. We do see Blood Penguin and Martinius creeping there. Tiebreakers are going to come into play. Modded Musion is so fun. Yeah, we'll add in modded Musion. We'll do all that stuff, man. You saw that again. I'm dying. I paused the stream 2 games ago in the middle of a phrase karate chopped, and when I refreshed it, it was said the same thing immediately. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, definitely repeat myself quite a bit. Okay. So, Outer Region, the only undefeated player in this tournament, the only Fimir Chad, only 2 Fimir players out of the whole event, and one of them is, of course, piloted by Outer Region. He's a pretty good player, obviously, so, yeah. The Golden Magus was good, dude. Getting a Thunder Barge there, yeah, straight up. I don't know which one is the strongest. The Fimir seemed really good, but we also saw the Fimir get bullied by the Dread Legion earlier, but they still managed to win on objectives. But it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, good times, man. Yeah, we could do like a big modded faction tournament. The Musion Bannerlord campaign, that turn. Oh, that was so fun. Yeah, you reminded me. I got to get back to that, man. I'll get the Warhammer Fantasy. Maybe early next week we'll do another Bannerlord campaign. I don't know who, but we could do like a did we do a Bretonnian one? I think we did. The Empire one was very fun. It was very, very fun. Like getting all the gun line units. Oh, it's so cool. I think one of my favorite parts of all the campaigns we did in Bannerlord was when I was like playing my Haggard Necromancer and some Bretonnian Knight just like one-shotted me off my horse and he just like flew with his dress in the air. It was so good, dude. It was so good. You just started a Doom Legion campaign. Have fun, man. Yeah. I don't know if dwarves and yeah, I was kind of waiting for dwarves before we did that. Let me see. Let me know when done. All right, so we only have 1 game still to wrap up here on this other side. And let's see if the top 4 is looking clear. Yeah, we did do the Hunt for Bigfoot birthday stream. That was a while ago, though. That was a while back. Yeah, it was a while back. Okay. So Glidden, Hobo Honkers pulling it up. I don't know what he's playing. I think Hobo Honkers is on. Is he on? He's not on Araby, I don't think. Blood Penguin, unfortunately, has fallen out of top 4. So we have 2. We're going to have at least 3 of the 4 factions. We're going to have at least 3 of the 4. Fimir, Albion, and Dread Legion. Araby, Blood Penguin did well with them, but he went 3-2. I still think there's 1 more game going. So we have Jack. Jack has won how many games? Oh, shit. Jack might actually have a chance as well. I don't remember what he was playing, but yeah, we're going to find out in a second. Yeah, sounds good, pork chops. We could do that at some point. My favorite was Hans von Haggard being grenaded by Outriders. Oh my god, I always got blown up by my own Outriders. Yeah. That was so fun, though, when we got the big Demogryph Knight and we just rode around with the grenade launcher. It was glorious. Absolutely glorious. We had some epic battles in those campaigns. Yeah, like I remember like holding and like holding at the against the Chaos armies. Yeah, there was some nutty stuff. Okay. All right, so we have Blake, Hlydden, Maximillionaire, and so let me go read the factions real quick that we have in the top 4. Okay, so tournament chat, SFT declaration. So we have, hold on. My brain's trying to, we have Dread Legion, Albion, Fimir. Okay, 2 Dread Legion in top 4. Games are done. All right. If we get a mirror match between the Dread Legion guys, we can also have you guys. Well, it could happen in the finals too, so we're just gonna do it. I would just cast the other game probably. All right, games are done. Let's get in there. Okay, and advance to top 4. Let's get it. The Prisoner Arc in the Wood Elf lands is also very funny. I know. Oh god, that was so troll. Yeah, that was something special. Okay, guys, so we have Maximillionaire versus Blake, and then we have Outer Region versus Hlydden. We're going to probably do Outer Region Hlydden, because the other one is a mirror match. And even if we split them up, you know, they would just play in the semis, in the finals anyways, probably. So Maximillionaire versus Blake, and then we have Outer Region versus Hlydden. So good, yeah, pretty good representation. Araby, the only faction that fell a little bit short, but to be fair, only like 2 or 3 people played Araby. It was mostly Albion and Dread Legion, I think. No, Albion and Dread Legion probably had the most people playing them. Okay, so let's get in here, and we're gonna do Outer Region on his. I want to see what he's cooked up with his Fimir. We haven't seen them in a while. He seems to have like gotten a grip of this faction really quickly, man. Oh, he did use the Fog Shrine. He used the Frog Shrine, the Frog Shrine. Just shoots frogs at you. Moorhounds, yeah, they get the magic damage. Moorhounds is pretty sweet. Cheryl Mistalkers, so anti-large. Oh, Javelin dudes. Okay. Yeah, let's get this. Yeah, I'm so down for another Bannerlord stream, guys. That was so addicting. We just have to come up with like a win condition. Araby seems really well designed. I think I might actually even do a campaign of them too. It seems very fun. You missed most of the tournament. Yeah, YouTube is like not always the best at giving stream notifications. That is one thing I've noticed about Twitch is on Twitch, like you subscribe to somebody's channel, you follow them, you see them in your notifications pretty easily. Whereas YouTube is like, oh, well, you know, they subscribe to your channel. Maybe we'll show them, you know, if we feel like it. Like, I don't know. We'll see how our algorithm feels today. Are we going to show your video to somebody who clicked to see your videos? I don't know. Maybe. How about we just add a random bell feature on top of subscribing just to make it extra convoluted? Yeah. Another asymmetrical PvP game like Bigfoot, loser eats hot dogs. Yeah. Yeah. That always sounds like fun. All right, Fimir. Oh, dude, is he ready? Okay, Hlydden is on Albion, and we have... Oh, dude, it's the Battle of the Swamps. The Fimir in the Swamps versus the Albion Swamps. Yeah. All right. So he has the Skatok, which is the matriarch character. It's really good. Yeah, it's really, really good. Let me show you guys what this does. So you can summon... Wait, is that who I think it is? Yeah. It's the named character. It's one of the campaign characters. So yeah, you can summon swamp demons, and you have a really nice free vortex ability. Great lore magic. And yeah. What's cool is the more spells you cast, she gets stronger as a spellcaster. And is he bringing the Poison Mist? She also has a Mortis engine that builds up in combat. So the longer she's in combat, she gets a stronger Mortis engine. It's very fun. Yeah. Okay. We do have a battle line of Bogglars, Cheryl's, Swamp Demons. Oh, a Demon Maniac. Oh, he's got the Demoni Maniac? Demono Maniac. Okay. And then the Fog Shrine of Baylor, which is the artillery piece. Swamp Demons, Cheryl Mistalkers, which are like javelin throwing Fimir. The Knuckle Leaves, which are the fire damage, magic damage, kind of shock cav. 2 units of Moorhounds, and then a bunch of Fen Beasts, basically, is his game plan. Now, for Albion going to be going hard into the archers, actually, indexing into the Huntresses. Woad Raiders, a Petty Chieftain is an anti-large Colossal Strike character. And the Murder Queen is here as well. We have 2 Feral Griffins, and the Hobblars are ready to go too. Yeah. Good times, man. Yeah, I saw the Lord of the Rings mod for Bannerlord. It looked like a lot of the units weren't renamed yet. Like it had the names from Vanilla Bannerlord, so I'd probably want to wait till that's fleshed out before I play it. But yeah, I love Bannerlord. It's fun. It's no release for Orcs or Dwarves update yet, I believe. Ah, damn. Yes. YouTube asked me if I was satisfied last night, then proceeded to glitch for 2 hours. Hell yeah. It's probably because you have an ad blocker on. Yeah, that's something I've noticed and I've heard a lot. People who have ad blockers, YouTube has like purposefully drags down your YouTube experience. If you run an ad blocker, it like slows things down. Things don't always load. It like, yeah. So that's the scheme there. That is the scheme. All right. So Fimir versus Albion, outer region. Swamp Demons, Demon build. Yeah, he's pretty much got the same thing, so. Cool beans, man. Semi-final match, and on the other side, Dread Legion is Nagash's army. You two can opt to play... something... Okay. There we are. Blood Penguin says he played 5 Albions in a row today. Holy shit. He's the woad paint will haunt his dreams. Holy shit, that's so funny. The woad paint just all over him, dude. YouTube will never win the Eternal Ad Block War, yeah. Yeah, YouTube every so often cracks down on ad blockers, yeah. Good luck with that. It's like trying to play whack-a-mole, you know? Indeed, indeed. Okay, so Albion and Fimir are ready. And here we go. Let's have some fun. And let us see what is going to be cooking. So, the Murder Queen versus the Fimir Master, Skatak, I don't know how to say that. But a couple Swamp Demons. We have the Fog Shrine and the Big Chungus is there too. This is going to be very fun. I'm excited for this game. Outer Region apparently has been crushing everybody with his Fimir today. And almost nobody else picked them. But again, Outer Region is also a very, very strong player. He is a menace. So let's break down the armies and see who is going to get the dub here in this game. All right, guys. So looking at the Fimir army, it's a battle line of Boglards, which are just chaff, anti-large spears. We do have the Shrine, the Fog Shrine of Baylor. This thing just is a long-range artillery piece. And yeah, it's pretty good. 320 range. You can also use it up close as a leadership aura. So late game, you can move it in and it's still useful. And it also is a little chariot too. Oh, dude, check this out. Yes. It is the... Oh, he's riding like a shrine being carried by Fimir. How cool is that? Okay, guys, come on. And he's got like a fog aura. And look at his little feet. Look at his little feet sticking out. It's like a little dog where it's like sitting on the couch. Oh, my God. Wow. Okay, that is super cool. And last but not least, we have the Demonomaniac. This guy is an anti-large Terminator using Scarbrand's model. And... yeah, he was able to do very well in my skirmish game that I played, and I'm sure he'll do well here also. So that man is ready to go. Aside from that, yeah, mainly just chaff, like Boglars and some Sherrills, which are just tier 1 units, and Vanguard is Swamp Demons. Swamp Demons are basically Crypt Ghouls on steroids. Crypt Ghouls cost 550, these guys cost 800, but they're appropriately strong. Very squishy, but very hard hitting. So there they go. All right, so for the Albionic army here, it is going to be the Murder Queen coming in with her Crow Summons, Spirit Leech as well. We do see a Petty Chieftain. So the Petty Chieftain is just a foot character. He's got his cloak and his great weapon, but he is an anti-large character. So he can chop down the giants. Woad Raiders, and Woad Raiders. Going to be 3 of those to just fight the chaff units. And then the Warriors of Shotek here. These guys are, wow, they actually apply a leadership penalty on you and they do fire damage. That's very cool. Hobblars up in the mix. Huntresses also in play. So we do have a Vanguard of Huntresses. Huntresses should be pretty good here. Although Fimir are known for their missile resist and their armor, so maybe they're a bit of a rough one. I don't know. Yeah, a couple Hobblars with Javelins, and then the Wardens of the Isle going to be sitting in the bushes. And yeah, they have anti-large spears too, and these things will be better against Fimir because of the fact that they have AP on them. So that will be very, very cool indeed. All right, the Murder Queen cackling in the shadows. She is going to be summoning some crows, so there it goes. The crows are at the ready. There they go, flying across. And what are they going to dive on? I don't know why you would summon the crow out of the gate. That's an interesting choice. They last a long time. So this is 44 melee defense, so very similar to like a carrion, basically. They do have visibility range, so is he just scouting them? Magic missile effect on the Mire Stalkers, and we do see... What the hell was that? Oh, shit! Wait, what? Was that... Who shot that? Was that this thing? I thought it was like a... Oh, it's a direct fire! Oh, shit. I had this wrong. I thought it was artillery the whole time, like a mortar. But the Fog Shrine of Baylor shoots a direct damage missile. Okay. So we do see the Wardens moving up and the Huntress is advancing as well. And yeah, they are going to continue their blasting. And we do see the Crows diving, actually, engaging versus the Moorhounds. Moorhounds are like a true swamp puppy of the Fimir. They got like algae and plants growing all over them, but they should be able to deal with those crows, which were just a summon, mind you. So the Huntresses very much like Shadow Warriors. Low armor piercing, you know, able to move back and forth, hit and run kind of business. It looks like the Murder Queen going to be dropping it like it's hot, and I think that the Shrine is going to be thinking about getting another shot. Crow Summon activated. She moves back into the trees as she gets a huge magic missile on the demon, but with the Hellmother's bidding, protect the throne. Oh! So if this guy is near the throne, he protects the Hellmother, and he gets like a big buff. Oh, that's sick. Power of Darkness used on him as well because he does regenerate, so could be worse. But he is getting lit up a little bit by these archers. And the Crows, they dive once again. Oh no, the Hobblars dove in, trying to help against the Moorhounds, but the Hobblars do get beat up there and are going to be paying the troll toll. All right, the Fog Shrine is not shooting at the moment, but I'm sure it will here in a second. Let's go ahead and watch it. Oh, here it comes. So it's like a Templehof Luminarch. Oh, that's the model they used for it. Okay. Oh man, it looks really, really good. Yeah, Murder Queen's got to be careful, and the Albion army's just kind of poking and stroking. But remember, Fimir have a ton of regeneration, so very, very tough to drag down. Raven's going to be grinding right here, and we do see the shooting continuing on. Huntresses on the way. Oathsworn being called in now, so Oathsworn halberds, a good choice. Fimir do present a lot of large threats, so having cost-effective kind of armored high leadership ITP halberds, not a terrible choice. Another magic missile activated there, going to be nailing the Shirls. Probably not even worth it, though. They're literally like a 200, 300 gold unit, so I don't think that's worth it. So a lot of skirmishing coming in from Albion. A lot of skirmishing, playing very conservative, very cautiously. Some of the missiles going here as the Murder Queen is forced to run from the Swamp Demons. And in the woods, we do have the Woad Raiders covered in their Woad paint. Those bad boys are going to be waiting and seeing what they can get done. Huntress is now going to be zeroing in on the Demonomaniac. Hellmother's bidding. He's not in range for it right now, so he's not going to be getting that. But he is going to be, getting close-ish to his healing cap. Murder Queen escaping from the Swamp Demons. The Woad Raiders, of course, can pop out and fight them. I don't know who would win that. Probably the Swamp Demon, but the Woad Raiders do have a lot more HP, too. So a little bit hard to tell. All right, Murder Queen diving in with her crows. Going to be using her Walmart Flock of Doom ability. So when she attacks, she does like a short burst of Mortis Engine, and then it recharges, and then she can do it again. So cycle charging with the Murder Queen is very, very good. And she's already gotten about 700 value, so not bad as the Swamp Demons are forced back. These Swamp Demons going to be getting shellacked by the arrows as well. And now we see Feral Griffins, but oh my god. The Luminarch. So yeah, this thing is just like a Luminarch. Oh, big shots on the Feral Griffin. One of them does make it in, but I don't know what Hlydden is thinking. I mean, the Demonomaniac is right here, and he's going to be just taking this Feral Griffin to Pound Town. It is not even a close fight. Not even a close fight. So yeah, I think you just got to circle that thing. Okay, I was using that thing completely wrong. It's actually a Luminarch of Heish, and it might hit the tree line right there, actually. Nope, it's a pretty accurate one, too, is that Feral Griffin is down in the trash. Yeah, the Feral Griffins need to stay away from the Demonomaniac. Crows diving onto the Miststalkers here. They're the Mire Stalkers. They do have the Hellmother's bidding. That is really powerful. So she gives a huge buff to everybody around her. That's really, really nice. Missile attack activated right there is able to hit the Swamp Demons, as now the Oathsworn are on their way in. And we do see the Feral Griffin attacking into the Fog Shrine of Baylor. But the Demonomaniac able to clear those guys up. Yeah, it's literally a Spartan laser from the old Halo games. Here comes the onslaught of the Woad. So they are on their way in. The Oathsworn and the Woad Warriors are going to be diving really, really deep as the Crows are in the mix. Looks like some sort of a Vortex, some Blade Storm is going to be activated here. No, the Eye of Baylor on top of the Wardens. Hlydden was not paying attention. It's like Pit of Shades. It's a spell that's pretty dodgeable, but alas, he was not watching and is going to be paying the troll toll. But will the Albion Warriors be able to break through the lines? Find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Woad Raiders versus Swamp Demons. A fight as old as time. I'm sure they've met on many occasions, as they are going to be ripping and tearing through one another. And the Woad Warriors losing in combat slightly, which means they're going to be getting the War Fury debuff and losing leadership. But when they're winning in combat, of course, they get a huge buff. So with the Albion army, it's very important to make sure your units are in good fights if you can. Now, Huntress is still going strong, and they could even honestly snipe that Fog Shrine. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. Get all these elite archers and just kind of shoot down that big, Luminarch ability. The Big Queen flying overhead. The Murder Queen thinking about maybe diving in. The Petty Chieftain actually using his Colossal Strike, this foot character, was able to put big damage down on Skatok, the Lord. The Lord took some damage. More forces on the way in, Hobilars and Hobilar Javelins, and it looks like right now the Albion army is going to be getting a triple cap here on the Fimir. The Fimir may have indexed too heavily into big single entities, like having the Fog Shrine, the Demon Maniac, as well as the Matriarch on the Shrine as well. It may be a little bit too much in terms of objective play, and we do see the Fog Shrine getting broken, Hobilar sacrificing themselves to dive, while the Hobilar is now going to be encircling and getting their nice javelins. And yeah, just Marauder Horsemen basically, but getting the Javelin Fire in, very cost effective. So the Murder Queen flying overhead, watching out for the Fen Beasts, which of course will do a lot of damage against her if she's not careful. Huntresses have been really good. The Wardens of the Isle at 1500 value so far. These Lothern Sea Guard Sisters of Avalorn combo pieces, really, really cool. As these ladies are going to be setting up shop and preparing to probably unleash more shots in. The Woad Raiders winning their fights against the Swamp Demons. These Woad Raiders going to be fighting to the bitter end, but looks like they will be losing that fight. A lot of Woad pressure in the backfield, but the Fen Beasts do have the Hellmother's bidding. I love that. Protect the throne. That's a neat ability here. And you can see the Demon Maniac going to be battling the Petty Chieftain. So this absolute Giga Chat of a Chieftain, this foot hero character here for Albion, trying to duke it out with the Greater Demon there, but that is not going to be an easy fight at all. All right, so let's take a look at the objective situation, guys. We do see unsummons going down. The Wardens of the Hunt are withdrawing, so we unsummon those, looking to get those back in the pool. Oathsworn, I think, are putting in a lot of heavy lifting. Oathsworn are kind of like borderline Marauder Champion type units with, ITP, high armor. So when those things move in, I think Outer Region doesn't really have good tools against them, right? Because he has a Matriarch, an anti-large demon, and then like a sniping piece. He doesn't have a lot of good tools at dealing with infantry outside of his magic. So there's a Stream of Corruption right there coming in from the Matriarch, who is being hunted by the Feral Griffins. Feral Griffins and the Petty Chieftain tag teaming it up, but the Demon Maniac is going to be trying to clear them out, and we will see if they can. Knuckleaves called in. These are armor-piercing Great Open Cav. Very, very strong from what I've seen. And look how disturbing they look. Like their bodies are quite literally growing out of the saddle of the horses. I mean, that is some really good design. Like this to me could be a creative assembly unit. This could be something that they would have in one of their DLCs. Like this looks really, really nice. But yeah, they're going to have a bad time versus the Oathsworn. In combat with those halberds, not going to be fun. And we do see the Hobilars circling about, trying to stabilize the objectives, while the Murder Queen comes over here and is going to be fighting against the Swamp Puppies. So that is the army ability of the Fimir. They can summon some of these like Swamp Beast, Man, Bear, Pig, Toad things, and they're okay. Yeah, they're just like kind of little like Plague Toad equivalents without anti-infantry. They're going to disappear after a period of time, and it does look like the Albion forces, the Oathsworn, are able to hold on to that objective. Nice dodge right there. Blade Storm was activated by the Fimir Matriarch, but the Hobilars were able to dodge that. And it does look like Outer Region is on the back foot. He is on the back foot, and we do see 3 victory tickets a second going up to Hlidden and the Albion forces. Meanwhile, the Demonomaniac is surrounded by the Petty Chieftain as well as Oathsworn Cavalry with spears who are anti-large. And he's getting chewed up. I mean, he's exhausted, only has 38 armor right now. And these Hobilar spears are really nice. They're like Hellstriders. Not quite as good as Hellstriders, but somewhere in the ballpark. So they are going to be boinking them, and this bad boy is unstable. And with that, I think Outer Region's going to be pretty cooked here. Nice usage of the Moorhounds. These guys are an excellent choice at chasing down Hobilar type units. But the Demonomaniac and Animaniacs here not having a good time. And we do also see the Matriarch is very low. Oathsworn Cav coming in, intercepted by Fen Beasts, which are going to be getting the Protect the Throne ability. And the Matriarch riding on the throne here, very close to being taken down. A couple of javelins are there, and down goes the Matriarch, falling off the throne. GG there. Elsewhere, Fen Beasts are moving in, but Fen Beasts are hard countered by javelin units. Any sort of light missile play is really good against them. Granted, they do have some missile resist built in, but yeah, it's going to be painful. And Hobilar Spears are on their way in. There they go. They are going to be charging into the Fen Beast there, and that is going to be probably the end of the road here for the Fimir, as Hlidden is just taking over this game. I was expecting the Fimir to come in with those long-range like sniper units and using some of the armored Fimir units. Like the shielded Fimir would be really good in this matchup, but he just indexed too heavily into sniping. Out of region, I don't think this was like this game was lost or won by any sort of like an egregiously balanced unit. This game was lost by out of region indexing too hard into sniping and single entities. He had the Luminarch, the Swampinarch, he had the big Demon Maniac, and then he had the Shrine character, which is a support character, which didn't have a lot to support considering the investment in the big monsters. I think that is what cost them there. So, yeah. Looking around, the Hobbelars are controlling the battlefield. The forces of the Fimir are being shattered upon the Celtic warrior tides. High ground here, Oathsworn. Oh, mounted Oathsworn? Yeah, Oathsworn cavalry, yeah. Pretty good. They have 80 armor and anti-large. I mean, that's really, really nice. Really, really nice. Fenbeast crumbling. Hobbelars with spears. Anti-large, 57 charge bonus. Not bad at all. Homie's going to be approaching 1,300 points. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing Albion advancing on to the grand finals of the tournament to face a Dread Legion, because both on the other side they're two Dread Legion players, so it's going to be Dread Legion versus Albion, which we did see earlier. It was won by the Dread Legion, but now that the players have had a chance to play some of these factions a couple times, I think we're going to start seeing some really interesting developments. This is so fun though. It's kind of like getting a bunch of DLCs at once and just getting to kind of see what's cooking. It's great. All right, guys. So let's see. The Matriarch, 2,400 value, though. The Demon Maniac didn't pay for himself. The Fog Shrine was not bad. Probably you just have the Demon Maniac in reserve. I think he also, the Fenbeast, maybe some regular Fimir for the armor could be helpful. I don't really know, honestly. There's so much to explore here. But the Murder Queen did good. The Woad Warriors did their job. The Huntresses were great. 1,800 value on them. The Mobility Core was also quite excellent. These Feral Griffins are annoying as always. But yeah, fun game. GG, well played. All right, so let's get the finals. We're going to do finals. And host game and spectator there. All right, let's do this. And we're going to get Hidden in the grand finals today. And he's going to be facing the winner of the other Dread Legion game. All right, so we don't know who's won on the other side yet. I told the other players they could switch factions for the semis if they don't want to play a mirror match, so they probably did a little bit of, switch up there. The Fimir tried to take the swamps. They did, but the king of the swamps is the Albion folks. Yeah. The flying carpets, no, Payson, they happened in like the first game of the stream. We had flying carpets, and they won the game. Go back and look, Payson. We had flying carpets earlier. They were actually kind of good. They were like Hawk Riders. Ever thought of doing a tournament with radius units enabled? Nah, maybe. It's an option. It's an option for sure. The Fimir Luminarch, yeah, it was cool. It was very cool indeed. I don't know, Albion took some hard losses today though too in a lot of the games we saw. Yeah, I feel like Araby might be one of the harder ones to play because like Albion is just kind of like Norska a little bit, like really grindy, infantry heavy. I think that Araby is like very micro intensive, has a lot of like synergies you need to explore. They may take our swamps, but they'll never take our freedom. That's right. That is right. Albion just absolutely counters Araby, maybe. I mean, who knows? I mean, this is our first day really looking into it. I'll play an Araby game versus Hidden at the end. I think that'd be fun. I'll let him know. But yeah, we still have the other side, which I assume is in progress. Is Out of Region streaming, by the way? That's one way we could check. Let me go take a gander and see if he is. All right, let's see if he's there. He'll often stream these tournaments. Faithful Turn sees the Grudgebreakers mod and every unit is an ROR. I've seen that before in Warhammer 2. I've seen it in Warhammer 2. Oh, he was... Wait, no, Out of Region was just in this game. Not Out of Region, I mean... Okay, never mind, yeah. He was streaming this, though. He was. What a Chad. What a Chad. Araby seen fun, but I just don't know how to play them. It's a lot, yeah. I think they're good, though. I think they're good. It's kind of like... Araby's kind of like the Empire, in which your builds need to be very tight. Whereas, like, I think the other factions in the mod, you can just kind of move forward and, treat yourself. Fimir faction is very cool, though. It's very, very cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Grudge Makers or the Grudge Bearer mod. That was it called. That one looks fun with all the ROR units. Does Outer Region use debug camera? I would wager he does. Yeah, Outer Region is... Most of the really high-level competitive players use it, unless you're a Chad like Daniken who doesn't. Daniken does not use it. And he won a world championship without debug camera. That's a true hero of the people right there. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Yeah, Fimir is appealing to you monster-wise. Let me see. BRB gonna look... Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we can load in. Try something. The Arabian Knights and Camel Cataphracts. Yeah, they seem really good. The Cataphracts, the anti-large Cataphracts seem like a big breadwinner. Yeah. OVN Grudgebringers is the name. Okay, it's Grudgebringers is the name. We'll call him Inner Region as penance. I mean, his name is accurate, though. He plays from Outer Region. He plays from the outer regions of the debug camera. He's not as much, though. Inticity was kind of the Dark Lord of, like, playing from outer space for a long time. If you want, like... If you want to watch a pixel simulator, that can be... I don't know if... He probably changed up his style now that he streams his perspective more, because I don't think people like watching the outer space as much. I myself lose all interest. If I watch somebody playing debug camera, I'm like, nope, I'm out of here. Like, I'm not going to watch this. Like, I like to see the models clashing, man. They look so good. Yeah, Sultan Jafar, he's an interesting character. I think the Grand Vizier guy with the Thunder Barge could be viable, too. He's not that expensive. And he has magic and other abilities. Max Carpets, yeah. The Carpets of Doom. There's no way to enforce that, Scuddy. If I wanted to ban debug cameras, if I could ban debug camera, I would actually consider doing it. Because not everybody uses it, but it's a very ingrained part of Total War Competitive. It's been used for years. Like, in even older games, too, people used it. And there's no way to police that. There's no way for me to police it. So it's pointless. It's pointless. I just let it roll for now. All right, so we have the Dread Legion versus Albion in the grand finals. And they'll have to let me know the maps. Let me know maps. Okay, there we are. And yeah, he's got his mummy build. It looks like it's very similar to his other one. Oh, that's a change up. That is a change up, all right. Yeah, that is interesting though. It is interesting. I wonder, I mean, debug camera has been something that often used in campaign, gives you more of a tactical view, right? But I like for multiplayer, like some people have it and some don't. So that's more so my problem with it. Granted, it is available to everybody, but it requires you to alter your game files. But yeah, you don't use debug camera? All right, Outer Region's a hero then. Yeah, we take back everything we were saying. Outer Region doesn't use debug. What a Chad. Yeah, it's just not, I don't know. I don't like it personally. I think it diminishes some of the skill of having map awareness. Like, you get to see everything, whereas, like, part of the skill set I like in Total War is somebody looking at one place, but having the mental acuity to remember what's going on somewhere else and go back and check that area with the camera, you know? Yeah. I'm a big anti-debug camera guy, but yeah, what can you do? There's no way to enforce it, so. There's no way to enforce it. All right. So Albion versus Dread King's Legion. The grand finals. The Fimir almost made it. Outer Region had a valiant run with them today. Going undefeated in rounds of regulation. But somebody finally figured out how to take him down. And here we do have Albion having lost to the Dread King's Legion earlier. Now it's going to be scheming something up. So this is like Norska versus Vampire / Tomb Kings, basically. Yeah. Okay, let's see what's cooking here. And look at the build. So, Dread King Legion, triple mummy. Dude, so it looks like Homie really loves his mummy play. Using the mummies to, the Curse of the Mummy, to drain down his opponent's vigor in the front line. Very cool. I kind of knew Hidden was about to know my Luminarch because I used it, was going to change it, but decided not to. Yeah, I think that's kind of what cost you, though, Outer Region. You index too much into single entities. You had, like, the huge demon, the shrine, the Lord. You didn't have a lot of, like, meat on the ground. And I think your SEs got overwhelmed a little bit. So he loves his Hellwraith, his Minotaurs. Yeah, just like he's found his bread and butter, which is like huge legions of skeletons backed up by mummies to drain vigor. And then he uses the Minotaurs to push you, hand him to Gash for support, and the Hellwraith and the Screaming Skull Ballistas. Hidden indexing more into elite stuff, actually. Chosen of Ashernos, those are like the elemental chosen units. Woad Warriors, and then also the Murder Queen. And yeah, a pretty decent little combined arms force here, which is fun. So yeah, this one could go either way. Could go either way. Yes, yes. What lords do they have? Lord choices here. We have the Hand and Nagash. He's not the legendary lord for that faction. He's like the Dread King is the legendary lord for this faction, but the Hand and Nagash is a really nice support character. He's got a debuff ability. The Jury, Judge, and Executioner, pretty fun name. And he also can remove what's it called? ITP and Fear from enemy units and Expendable, which is kind of funny. Hungering Blade, he wins of magic reserves by just being in melee too, so he's like an infinite wins of magic stick if he just fights. It's like Manfred's sword. And yeah, Murder Queen is hands down the best choice. I think she's really good. I mean, you could use Truthsayers. I think Truthsayers are fine, just like a cheap caster lord. And Druidic Priestesses too. Pretty cool army though. Yeah, pretty fun. Eastern Isle Colony, okay. Sorry about that. They're probably waiting for me right now. I'm what you call an idiot. Eastern Isle Colony is the map. We have switched. Yeah, Albion gives me big Norsk energy. Whereas Araby gives me big Empire energy. Dread King feels very Tomb Kings to me. But again, you get like some of the vampire count stuff too, which is nice. Fimir are pretty wild. They're very like, it's hard to draw an analogy to them. Maybe Ogre Kingdoms a little bit. Like they have like some artillery shooting, some big scary monsters. Yeah, probably like Ogre Kingdoms-esque, I would say. Yeah, it's been a fun little stream though, man. We've been having a good old time with this. It's been jolly. It has been jolly indeed. So it begins. Albion versus the Dread King's Legion in the Grand Finals. Eastern Isle Colony is going to be for all the marbles. Yeah, Fimir definitely feel a bit ogre-like, but still very unique. Very unique. They have a lot of decent infantry. Like even their chaff, like Fimir units aren't bad. Yeah. Everyone knows the Golden Magus is the Golden Magus is really cool. That I'm so happy we got to see him in the first game. The Flying Carpets of Doom just flying overhead. Yeah, we actually had a pretty nice victory of Araby defeating Albion early in the tournament. That was round 1. All right, guys, we're loading in. What's the unit that can summon Ifrits? There's a couple things. Like some of the lords can summon Ifrits, and you can also summon them with this like carriage thing. It's like a shrine. Well, so we see the elite, super heavy-duty elite infantry coming in here from Albion, which in theory should be good, although, I don't know. What anti-infantry does the Dread King's Legion have? I would wager they have some. Yes, yes. I wish EA had done more. Somebody in chat saying, I wish EA had done more survival battles. Yeah, they kind of abandoned a couple things. Like I really liked that mini campaign, the Disharmony in Cathay, where you play a quick rapid fire campaign with like a couple friends. And they just like completely abandoned it. So like, there's no DLC units, but it was a really fun concept. It probably didn't test very well. They probably had internal analytics where people weren't playing it. So I don't know. All right, so we got the Morn the Murder Queen, and she's going to be summoning her 2 ravens. So she gets 3 raven summons, has a really powerful magic missile. And yeah, Mortis Engine, temporary, of course, and a couple other buffs. Woad Raiders on the ground, really good at cutting through skeletons. And these are one of the coolest units in the mod pack. These are the Chosen of Ashereth. These are Albion Elemental Chosen with great weapons. They're really tanky, big HP pool. And I think they have Fizz Res. Yeah, they got 20% Fizz Res, 65 melee defense. These guys know how to boink, so it's going to be a couple of them in the mix. All right. For the Dread Legion, mass skeletons, but with mummies being like the grindy carry piece. Max has been using the mummies pretty effectively, at least in the last game I saw. Let me see if I can show you guys what they look like. But yeah, the mummies drain your vigor. So when you're in combat with these mummies over time, they drain your vigor down. And yeah, with the Curse of the Mummy right here. Skeleton Javelin Men and Skeleton Warriors with some mummies in reserve. Not using any of the Hoplite units. Max really going to his vampire count roots. We're not seeing like the elite infantry being brought. And the Hand of Nagash is a great character. He gets rid of your ITP and fear. He also has a huge leadership discouraging effect. So when he hits you, it negative 16 leadership. Zombie summons and also a Lord debuff. So not bad at all. All right, guys. The Dread Legion versus Albion in the Grand Finals. Who is going to get the W here? I would imagine that Hlidden is going to come back and use those glorious magic missiles to tickle the pickle on some of those mummies right there. So we'll see what's cooking right there. Vigor draining, yeah. They'll drain your vigor all right. That's true. Warriors of Shotek here, coming in on the side. They, too, have a burnt effect, which is quite good. And the Woad Warpaint advances up. Each player going to be taking their home objective, and it is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight here. Artillery called out, great choice. These are Screaming Skull Ballistas. So instead of catapults, they have... excuse me, need some water, I'm too weak. They have ballistas there, so there we are. And yeah, they're kind of like Screaming Skull catapults, basically the same thing. The magic missile effect from the Murder Queen, just basically hitting some trash units, which honestly, that's a huge win for Max. It's a complete waste of magic to be shooting at a Skeleton Spearman. You want to get down the side and use that spell on the mummies. The mummies are, I think, like 800 to 1,000, 800 gold or 1,000 gold. I can't remember what it is, but you definitely want to get that there. All right, so the Chosen moving up, and the Woad armies will prepare to advance. I think you probably want to do a stuffing strategy against these guys. The Dread Legion doesn't have quite the same sustainability as like vampire counts with their corpse carts and their crypt horrors. They don't have like as much healing, but they have a lot more to make up for it, obviously. Basic Skeleton Horseman. Max just trying his hardest to basically play vampire counts, which I respect. And looks like the Murder Queen going to be dropping some sort of witchcraft. A Pit of Shades, not bad. So good Pit of Shades. Yeah, that actually catches the artillery piece and also catches the spearman. Invocation of Nehek in response, but he might be losing his artillery here. And that was a really, really good play by Glidden, man. Beautiful. And he needs to finish this off, though. But that Pit of Shades did a ton of heavy lifting. Will the Invocation be able to stabilize it? I don't know, man. I don't know. They're taking some work. Murder Queen can also summon her crows on top of it. He got a Skeleton Spear for that as well. Really, really brutal. And the Nagash character going to be running underhand as the crow summon is going to be activated, which should be able to help finish off this artillery piece. So here comes the crows. They're going to be diving, and of course they will be defeated, but they probably can get that thing to crumble, which is the idea. As more Skeleton Horsemen going to be called out here. But looks like it's on the brink of crumbling, negative 55 leadership, and only losing a summon for it, so... There are plenty of ways you could stop this. If you were playing the Dread Legion, you could just bring any number of your range units, and you could just shoot up at the Murder Queen. But he didn't bring any of those. He didn't bring any Skeleton Horseman archers or basic archers or anything really that he wants to shoot up in the sky with. So he's paying the price for that right now. Now, the Chosen waiting in the trees. The Woad Warriors getting ready to move up and face the dead here. And we do see the skeletons crumbling down as Mornin is going to be getting away. Is it with an F in her name? No, Meridian? Meridian is her name? Meridian. Okay, I've been saying it wrong the whole time, but, it's not my fault. It's treachery there. Here comes the fight, though. The Woad Warriors with their Woad paint getting in there, and we're also going to be seeing the Chosen working around the flanks, too. They're going to come out. So we see the Chosen of Asheranos, the big tree spirit warrior bros, and they're going to get in with their boinking sticks and start doing a lot of work. But we do see javelins firing away, more crows causing disruption to the back, as the Murder Queen does jump on top of the skeleton javelins, and the Woad Warriors should be favored here. Now, when they're winning in combat, they get buffs. So as it currently stands, you can see they do have the War Fury, so since they're winning, they get melee attack and damage and charge bonus. But when they lose combat, if it says they're losing in the tooltip, they get a leadership debuff. So very, very interesting. But Halberds and Oathsworn grinding away, Crowmen taking down the Skeleton Horsemen, and now we see some Minotaurs being called out. The Skeleton Minotaurs are in the mix. And where are the mummies at? Mummies have gotten in the front line. They're not engaged in combat yet. Definitely need to get that vigor drain going. But the first of the Skeleton Warriors is being worn down. The Realm of Souls is procced. So Homie's going to be getting big value out of the Realm of Souls. As the Murder Queen continues flying above. I was telling you guys earlier that she's one of the stronger lords in this mod, in my opinion. But alas, she had some rough games early, but now is looking very good. Pit of Shades on top of the mummies. So it's going to be great. Taking down a semi-elite unit out of the Dread Legion here is going to be a huge win, as those mummies get eviscerated and taken to absolute pound town. Value trading, though, it's weird. You look at Maximiliane's army, and it looks like he's losing all the fights, but then you're like, wait a second, he's actually not doing bad. He's getting in there. The Chosen of Asheranos have dove into the backfield and are engaged against the Hand of Nagash, as well as the Skeletal Minotaur, so probably going to be having a bad time. Just the sheer amount of units, as well as the Hand of Nagash, lowering their leadership down, potentially leading them to disintegrating, is going to be a big old disaster and a half. Flying overhead is the Murder Queen. She's going to be going after the other artillery piece. We do see Woad Warriors and Chosen coming here. The Skeleton Spearmen going to be defeated by the Woad Warriors, and then the other one's going to be defeated by the Chosen. And looks like he's going for maybe a triple cap, because Maximilian, he somehow just finds a way. He grinds you down. He gets her done. We do see the Wardens of the Isle, the Huntresses, coming out. Yeah, it actually takes me back, because in the Warhammer 2 version of this tournament, we had the Amazons. Remember, we had Amazons and Halflings as factions, too. I remember Zyphos playing the frickin' Amazons and being an absolute menace. All right, so gathering up, we see the archers here. They're going to be shooting into the Skeletal Minotaurs. The Chosen and the Oathsworn swarming on this objective. So Oathsworn, pretty Chadley units. They are cavalry with spears. But the Dread Legion is going to be responding by summoning out some skeletal minotaurs. So instead of Ushabti, they get skeleton minotaurs. So those things should be appearing here in a second. And there they go. So the Dread Cows and the Spheres are going to have a real bad time. But this objective probably still flips. And it does flip to Albion as the Woad Raiders and the Chosen able to win that fight. But another unit of minotaurs coming across. And Hoblars with Spears going to be engaging versus the skeletal minotaurs, which only have 35 armor. You can see they actually die really quickly, even against like cheap anti-large. Those minotaurs don't hold up super well. But are the Chosen going to be able to put this game on their back? We're going to find out, guys. We are going to find out. On this point, complete victory for the Undead. The Warden's going to be retreating. There still are some Bloodsworn fighting here and some Oathsworn. But the Mummies are just such a draining unit, man. That freaking Vigor drain. These guys are exhausted. The Curse of the Mummy draining Vigor is incredibly brutal. I mean, it massively nullifies the stats of the enemies if you don't deal with those Mummies early on, if they get to stick around. But yeah, I like this Gremlin play by Hlydin, you know, trying to utilize his faction's mobility and winning some of the fights on the periphery. The Chosen here are wavering, being debuffed by the Hand into Gash and also by the Catapult Fire, which is really brutal. And now they're going to be unstable because of that. So negative 24 leadership from Take Cover and from the Discouraged on the Hand of Nagash causes basically a Chosen unit to crumble like 30% of its HP, which is very savage. So right there, it looks like a Magic Missile spell going down on the Skeleton Warriors. As Homie's going to be calling in a more Skeleton Warriors. Just going with the old school Vampire Count style of play. Backside, Oathsworn and Woad Raiders being called out. But man, oh man, did the Undead win over here. They were able to just overwhelm their opponent. The Mummy is able to drain those guys down pretty damn effectively. Yeah, so the Dread Legion has done very well in today's tournament. They did lose really badly to the Fimir earlier on. Outer Region actually defeated Maximilianaire in the earlier rounds in apparently a pretty crushing defeat. So, you know, there is play, and maybe, you know, if we really got into the metagame of these modded factions, you could see that some are good against others and some have their counters and whatnot, but yeah, it's hard to say. Max is also getting to play Vampire Counts a little bit, basically, so that's a pretty big advantage for him. So this point's still owned by Albion, but they are in the process of losing it, as more skeletons are going to be arriving. Hobblar's going to be charging into the Hand into Gash and getting some good damage. He actually loses about 300-400 HP right there. Over here on this side, a little bit hard to tell what's happening because of the shadowing, but it looks like the Wardens of the Isle are being tar-pitted by a zombie summon. But there's going to be some momentum coming in here, but the Undead are now maybe going to be thinking about making a play across this way. It's hard to tell. This objective slowly kind of turning back here. Minotaurs being called out. Screaming Skull Ballistas are in the mix as well. And that Invocation, big overcast damage. Unfortunately, the Hand into Gash lost a lot of HP there. And honestly, guys, Albion is looking pretty strong still. I don't think this game is over, despite it, you know, saying the value favors Max. It's not tracking stuff properly. So, because we have like Oathsworn, we have the Isle, Wardens of the Isle. Meridian is still in good shape as well and can cause some havoc. But those catapults might be able to put the grind down here. Might be able to put the grind down. We're going to see. So two of them are going to be shooting into the Wardens of the Isle here, which will wear them down. Hobblars are lurking, and a lot of strength coming in, including a full health unit of Oathsworn, although those Woad Raiders have certainly seen better days. Mummies crumbled in the tree line, taken to Pound Town by the Warriors of Shotach. And we do have the Woad Raiders fighting here. I think maybe that's how you say that. I'm just kind of winging it here. But yes, these Wardens eating fat Screaming Skull catapults is not good for their health. They are shaken and stirred and sitting at very low leadership. A couple war bands trying to get by, but going to be intercepted by the Minotaur train. The Hand of Nagash going to be healing. He's looking very low, certainly vulnerable to being sniped right now. And are the Albion forces going to be making a play for middle now? Kind of looks like it. The Woad Raiders going to be rotating away. The Catapult Fire has been absolutely devastating from the Screaming Skull Ballistas. It's basically just a Screaming Skull Catapult from what I've seen, but Screaming Skull Catapults are very good against these type of like, you know, squishy, flimsy leadership infantry units. So, all right, the Firstborn Sons, really nice tech here by Hlydin. They are an anti-infantry unit, and they dual wield, so they will annihilate skeletons really badly. You can see these skeletons are getting butchered. And Morin here is going to be doing some nice crumbling with her Mortis effect, which right now you have the Omen of Doom, which lowers their leadership. Her Mortis effect has a cooldown, so it's like it does the Goddess of Ravens, then it goes on cooldown for 30 seconds, then it activates for a period of time as well. I don't exactly know quite how it works, but yeah, it's a little bit tricky. So this objective in the process of flipping, as we do see the Warriors getting in, the Oathsworn, and it looks like Hlydin is playing a really good objective Goblin game. But will the Dread Legion be able to stabilize this? The firepower from those ballistas, man, really adding up and wearing these guys down. And as far as Objective 3 goes, it does look like Max is going to be making a play with his Mummies, moving up for that point with the Skeleton Warriors and these bad boys as well. And Albion does not get the objective. That could be game right there. Granted, it's probably game anyways. It looks like he's running out of gas here a little bit. The double Minotaurs, I think, are just too tough with that Hand of Nagash character. It's such a brutal Death Star to try and fight through, man. I don't see him getting through that easily. Meanwhile, on this side, what do we got? Skeleton Horsemen coming across. They are going to be getting shot by the Wardens of the Isle. Or no, the Wardens of the Isle are shooting at those units. And what is Hlyden going to be calling in? I think he just is feeling that he's out of gas now. We got Oathsworn Cab being called in here. Close enough game, though. It was fun. It was a nice little back and forth scrap, but I just think that Albion has probably run out of steam here. Probably has. Honestly, it would be probably a very similar outcome to playing against Vampire Counts. But this character is crazy good. Yeah, she's got about 3,000 value right now. Those Crow Summons, very troll. I mean, dealing with like 3 Crow Summons, that is a hell of a lot. So the Firstborn Sons and the Woad Warriors trying to fight, but a lot of Undead have targeted this objective. Max is now triple capped his opponent. Call in here is going to be more Hobblars with Spears, so just kind of cheapo Spear units with the intent of trying to fight against these Skeletons. The Catapult's doing a lot of friendly fire, mind you. Shooting into quite a few Undead units. Murder Queen with her Crow ability. So now you can see the Goddess of Ravens. There it is, yeah. So that's the Mortis Engine is now in effect there, which is actually crumbling a shit ton of the Undead units. Hobblar is piling in, and how is he going to get his back objective? It's mostly Chaff units there, but a couple Woad Raiders coming in. I think he forgot to unsummon some of his units there. So he's paying the price for that a little bit. And the Hobblar's not doing badly with the Woad Raiders. They're losing in combat, though, so they're going to be getting a leadership debuff, which is not good. Oathsworn Cab on the way, going to be charging into Chaff, but they are going to be facing Skeleton Spearmen as well. The Wardens of the Isle still online, providing supporting fire where they can. And the Undead are kind of getting crumbled off this objective a little bit. But that Catapult fire is just really a bit of a counter against the Albion mechanic a little bit. Yeah, really. Because when Albion's losing, they take the leadership debuff, and then when you put even more leadership debuffing from the cannons, their catapults, it's pretty friggin' brutal, man. All right, so Oathsworn Halberds on the way up. The Undead here are all on the brink of death, though, so both sides are actually very low. We could see an Albion comeback in terms of the just the value trading on the board, but in terms of getting the objectives back, I don't know if that's going to be possible. So the Woad Raider ROR is here. The Great Weapon, I mean, of course they'll be able to defeat these Skeletons and Haggard Mummies that are left over, but I don't know if it's going to be done quick enough. Slowly, the objective's coming back, and the Hand of Nagash is actually in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. He's crumbling now. He's at 0 leadership, 900 HP. The Murder Queen is hot on the case. Oathsworn Halberds moving in. A lot of chaff units being sent in by Maximilianaire to maintain capture weight, and getting the Hand of Nagash down would be certainly a big step forward in getting back in this game. I would wager Warband's going to be called out. He just needs to get back on the board and stop the bleeding. But at this point, Max can just win on one objective, so it's going to be very, very tough to win this for Albion. Hobblar's charging into the Skeletons, and Meridian fighting as well, doing what she can to drain those down. Woad Warriors still getting through these spears with the Oathsworn, but man, oh man, those catapults are grinding. Oathsworn coming out, 80 armored cav, very, very durable, boys. Catapults, I think, are hard carrying this game, though. I really do think those catapults are carrying. 1,400 value, and this one has gotten about... Yeah, they might just be better than Screaming Skull catapults. They might have like more like shots or something. I'd have to really take a look at the nitty-gritty, but they seem to be more effective than Screaming Skulls usually are. So, all right, Oathsworn on the way in. They'll have an okay fight. A lot of Skeleton Horsemen, a lot of Minotaurs in there. Meridian is going to go for the Lord's Knife. This back objective is going to be retaken by the Bloodsworn, but then he has to get all the way down there and take that objective too. Finally, it looks like the Hand of Nagash is defeated by Meridian, so she got the job done there. And finally, the blob fight might go their way, although probably not with Skeleton Spearmen there. All right, guys. Looking hog wild here. I think it's over, and it looks like Maximilianaire with the Dread Legion, no surprises, is going to be emerging victorious in today's tournament. But this game actually got kind of contested towards the end a little bit. You know what I think actually cost the game for Hlyden? I think his Chosen units were just terrible. The Elite Chosen guys did not seem to pay for themselves. They actually seem worse than Chosen. They have like kind of low armor, and their HP pool isn't very big from what I saw. So I think that is what probably cost them. Other than that, it was a close match. But those two expensive 1,400 gold Chosen units just did not get the job done from what I saw. All right. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and play some Araby here. Turin after games. All right. So we're going to play a couple of Araby matches. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of that. So let me announce that the Goblins. Okay. Penguin. Okay, so Goblins, GG. GG, thank you for playing. I'll be playing some games here if anyone wants to. I know it's late for a lot of the European homies. Lobby is up. Okay, so we're gonna play some Araby games here. Yeah. So you want to play Albion? I'll play Araby. All right, let's do that. Okay, and there we are. Honestly, yeah, the Fimir though defeated them earlier. The Wizard Caliph. What does that do? Okay, so Master of Mirrors, Eyes of the Serpent, Desert Winds. The unit will disappear in a swirling cloud of dust. Cannot be targeted and will be unable to move. Oh, interesting. So. Interesting. So let's go ahead and pick a map. We're going to go ahead and do the Edge of the Darkwood for the map. I'm just going to play a couple 1v1s because I want to see what it's like. Yeah, I watched you guys play all day and now I'm like, dude, I want to see what's up here. This is super fun. All right, Wookie, let's get the blocker up. Yes, good, Anakin, good. Let the hate flow. Okay. I don't know. Sultan Jafar seems interesting. He does have Pit of Shades. The Golden Magus, what does he do? He can summon a Jin unit, and he's got the Flaming Scepter, and then he just has like some lore. Man, there's so much to explore. The Grand Vizier. Oh, yeah, he's got lore of Jin, a few other ones. The Wizard Caliph is what? So, is it on like a mount? No, it's not. Okay. So Master of Mirrors is a hex. It does damage, reveals units, and affects all enemies around. Okay. Haunted Oasis is only 5. Curse of the Jinn lowers armor. Prison of Nightmare seems interesting. It's strong versus single combatant with a snare. Oh, that seems pretty good. And Curse of the Bloody Moon. Wow, they have a rampage too, guys. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of unexplored stuff here with the gang. Yeah. The Dream Lantern does what? So it's a breath spell, okay. Fury of the Elements. Okay, so that's like a big wind spell. Cool that they have a rampage though. That's really neat. All right. So is that too? Okay, we don't care about that. Yes. Eyes of the Serpent is a breath spell. And then Desert Wind is the one that makes them impervious to damage. Okay. So what do we got? Oh, we have like... Oh, those are like actual artillery scorpions. Okay. Got it. Okay. Let's get the Haggard slave rabbles in the mix. 3 of these guys. And then... Desert Riders. Man, there's so many units here. Flying Carpets are pretty funny. Yeah, the Flying Carpets are hilarious. I love the Flying Carpets. They're so cool. They're so cool. Oh my god. I think Araby is good. I think they're just harder to play. Like I think Araby will suit my style. I don't know. I could be wrong, but we'll find out. So let's do this, and then we need to get some. Camel Lancers are only 525. Right. We're going to want to get you guys, and then we want to get... The Dread Daughters also seem like an interesting choice. Yeah, the Dread Daughters, they have Vanguard, they do. So that's anti-large, anti-infantry. Arabian Knights against Albion. Probably not bad. The Camel Lancers, though, Sturdy Beasts, I think they have this, and they get Vigor per second. Yeah, they're probably going to downtrade into some of those units. I'm actually giving it a big think here, guys. Like, I want to bring a build that I think is strong. I want to bring a cool build. Okay, Dervishes will do some work. We have the Scimitar guys. And then, yeah, I think we're going to need some Arabian Knights. The Desert Dogs seem really good. Okay, so Arabian Knights. We're Arabian Knight maxing here, guys. The Elephants against Albion. They have those anti-large Griffin guys, which are pretty cost-effective, so I think I would probably want to avoid those if at all possible. Okay, so that looks good. Oh, the Hippo Rider guys are pretty mean. I mean, but again, yeah, if he brings Oathsworn, maybe those guys will be good against them. We'll see. Man, we have so much Gavin army. I don't know if we need the Hippo Riders, to be honest. It feels a bit overkill. All right, Dervishes are unbreakable, and they have Whirling Dance. Southlands Warriors. We'll get two of you guys. I'm trying to think of like what Albion was doing very well in the previous games. That was a problem. Or that would be a problem. Almost ready, ladies and gentlemen. Almost ready. Just fine-tuning the build here. So Bowman, yeah, I think we're all set there. And the Black Scimitar is famously loyal. I like the Corsair units. They have Vanguard deployment. That's kind of nice, actually. So you can get the Corsairs to advance up, yeah. We got 300 left in reserve here. Let's get a Spearman. Southland Warriors. Do we want any monsters? Giant Feral Vulture has the Carrion Hunger. Oh, it heals in combat. Interesting. So it can heal. Almost ready. Almost ready. Yeah, I feel like I do feel like Anticity would like Araby. Although Anticity likes to surround and envelop you. He's not much of like a defensive counterpunch kind of guy, but he would probably play of all these factions. I don't know. He tends to gravitate towards the strong, like OP stuff, so it's hard to say what it could be. 500 here. Corsair Man is at the ready. Dan, what other cav can we get in here? 800, such an awkward amount. Okay, we got two of those. I think just another one of these. Then 550 is going to be EU. All right, that looks good to me. Yeah, let's see how the hell this goes, man. Let's see how the heck this goes. Fasten your seatbelts and get ready to party. And we're going to be playing Araby against Albion right now. It's lunchtime here. Please stream for another 2 hours. Oh, Payson, you've been here a while though, man. You've been here since the morning, huh? Max, probably going to do some 1v1s. Yeah, I want to like explore the 1v1 of these factions rather than a siege show. So I brought everything you guys wanted. I brought the flying carpets. I didn't bring any of the big elephants, but we brought the carpets for you. All right, so we're gonna get you and you, yeah. So this is this and this. So those homies are gonna go here with some spearmen and just get on that back objective. And then our front line is gonna be mostly pit fighters. To me, they seem like the most cost-effective option. They're you know, high melee defense. They can fight the wood warriors well. What's not to love? I have the Wizard Caliph, so it's a wizard character. Pretty freaking cool looking. Has a snare and direct damage spell and then a vortex. And then we have Eye of the Serpent, which is a breath attack. And then we have an AoE damage spell and then also a Desert Wind, which makes the character indestructible for a couple seconds, I guess. I don't know. I don't know quite how that works, but we're going to try it out. So camel riders, we have camel horse archers. We have the artillery. It's going to be hard to protect against that crow lady, but we're going to try our best. Like in the flying carpets, I'm hoping we'll counter the murder queen because they can just like fly near her and shoot her with arrows. And I do have that snare too, so if she comes close, I can snare her with my character. And yeah, should be pretty good, man. I'm excited for this. It's going to be fun. All right, so let's go get you guys. You guys go over there, and let's get you guys moving up here. All right, so flying carpets too. They are skirmish cav. Yeah, so I think I can counter that character. Like, if it comes close to me, I can snare it with the Prison of Nightmares ability, lock it in place, and then just shoot it out of the sky. So if he tries to get close, we make him pay the troll toll, right? All right, so let's get you guys up. Camel horse archers, yes, exactly. Unfortunately, this character doesn't have a mount. That's the only thing about it that kind of sucks. And what do we have there? Bloodhounds on my back objective, you dirty dog. All right, so what do we want to call out next? I think we just kind of chill. We could get one elite infantry unit kind of hugging the difference here. And my opponent hasn't injured my back objective. So now we're going to just use the use this time to skirmish. Yeah, so we're just going to put some skirmish fire down. My opponent has catapults, which are fine. Definitely is a little bit tricky for us, but shouldn't be the end of the world. And the deals here, not doing bad. I mean, my opponent is juking. Yeah, but still is going to be eating some volley fire. All right, let's get this catapult up here. We have the objective. We're going to get our back objective back in a moment as well. The dreaded Albion catapults of doom. All right, we'll keep working on her. And then these are going to be Woad Raiders, so perfect opportunity for us to shoot them. All right, are we in range here? Let's start wasting these guys. And our character is nearby. We need to keep the character nearby here. And yeah, she's just straight running. We can actually even take the flying carpets back into my opponent's deployment zone. Let's just run away with the carpets. They're very squishy, I think, so we want to watch out for that. So We want to get some shock cav out, so we're going to do the Dread Daughters because they have a bound burning head, or maybe just a regular Arabian cav unit's going to be fine. All right, so the Woad Raiders are getting it. Wow, those carpets are really squishy. I mean, to be expected, of course. All right, so let's get our firepower online and just melts with artillery, which seems to be very good here. You need to just kind of mirror out that crow lady because she's going to want to summon some crows on us. We'll shoot the warbands. Yeah, just keep these guys skirmishing and shooting. While we keep encircling there. And those are the young slinger guys. Yeah, they are. Okay. So the back objective is held. So we got to watch out for the dogs ambushing us here. Now let's go ahead and shoot at the young slingers. Take down my opponent's range tools. And we're going to get these good quality infantry on the outside. While our wizard is just on guard duty, basically. Yeah, just on guard duty. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the Prison of Nightmares here in a second. Let's overcast that. So we're going to do Prison of Nightmares here. Oh, shit, it can't target flying units. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. And we do get a Pit of Shades on our flame cannon thing, but thankfully it's got a pretty good little crew here. So we're just going to fly underneath, and hopefully my opponent doesn't notice that it can't do that. And that was like literally my whole defensive strategy, so now I'm a little bit nervous about it. All right, Carpets, shoot you. And that Pit of Shades did next to nothing there, which is great. All right, so you guys move in. Let's move you guys up. Move up. You get in here, and let's get the Pit Fighters, and Pit Fighters to go contest that objective. All right, and we can put in Control Group 6. So the Arabian Knights are chilling. Magic Missiles, my opponent really indexing into trying to shut that down. Yeah, so unit is a single entity? Why can it not work here? Oh, there it goes. Okay, it does work. Oh, okay. So now we have them in the Prison of Nightmares. That's a really good ability right there. And we have the Elite Infantry moving in. Pit Fighters are going to get into. Let's get the Flame Cannon to turnabout face and start shooting at these guys. Okay, that actually worked. That actually worked really well. So we're getting the hammering on. So now we're going to charge you guys. And we can do the cav that are designed to break leadership and use them to protect us. All right. So the cannon crew got killed very quickly. Hopefully it's going to be able to reroute. But we did get my opponent's lord very low. Let's get you in here. Try and dodge some of this. My character is nearby, so we're just going to keep moving up. Go get that character in the mix. Flying Carpet's doing what they can. And is the cannon fully offline? That thing is really flimsy. Wow, it folds really, really quickly, actually. All right, Flying Carpets, let's go. Let's get you in. And we need to get our character in the mix because it's a very, very good fighter, too. So we're going to do that. All right, so in the backfield, we do manage to clear that out. But let's take our cav around the wings and do this and have the Flying Carpets continue to shoot you. We do have some Vortex abilities, so we're going to go look for any good targets. I don't think my opponent has too many good units, so yeah, a little bit tricky. So what we can do now is we can get a couple Corsairs and do the dreaded split push. I think we can. I think it's going to be fine. So we're getting the mix there. We do have the Druid Sandstorm. That is the... Oh, he brought the extended campaign unit. That's pretty funny. All right, let's just get you in here, and we can use the Mirrors of Madness thing to try and debuff. All right, so we are doing pretty well on this objective. I'll just resummon that Flame Cannon later on. Enemy Lord not feeling super good, and we do have our Cav Corps heading down there. So if we could seal our opponent's back objective, that's going to be pretty sweet. Looks like we're still being harried and harassed a little bit. And the Flamestorm character, we can do the Fury of the Elements. Oh, I can't quite get there. Let's get the Pit Fighters moving up. These are elite great weapons, these Southland Warriors, by the way. They're very, very strong, apparently. So, all right, so we're going to go get this objective. And now we're going to fly over and go harass his artillery with my Flying Carpets. We're going to keep you here, and you are going to use the Fury of the Elements once we find out where they're going to sit down, basically. Yeah, that's going to be the idea. Okay, so call-ins on the back. Let's go ahead and get the big, scary Cataphracts. We're going to call them out, and we're just going to kind of kite this Griffin character right there. Okay, so Fury of the Elements. That's going to be the Barrow Whites. Apparently he has Barrow Whites on his faction, which is kind of cool. You guys run about this way. Let's get the Elite Lancers down there. And it looks like we are being attacked by some Oathsworn Cav. I don't know if we actually win that. Let's pull the big boys over there and get these Lancers to head over here. We'll see. Some sort of Foul Vortex is underway. Let's go ahead and do the Master of Mirrors, and we can do some AoE damage right there. Great. And the Prison of Nightmares, we can do that. So we're going to lock you down, and we're going to try and get these snipe right there if we can. Great. All right, so that is done. How's this fight looking? Our Chad Carpet homies are doing very good, and the Cataphracts should get down there and help us win that fight, so we're going to go charge that. My character, though, in a little bit of danger. We're going to do the Desert Winds to make her invulnerable for a period of time, and then we're going to feast from there, I'm hoping. All right, let's get some Knights coming into the middle, move them up. We still have our Riders here, which are doing pretty good. And these are my elite anti-large guys. I'm hoping they'll be able to turn the tide of the fight. I'm hoping. All right, I don't even know what this does. Is it a breath attack? Okay, it's like a wind spell. Got it. We still have a shit ton of Camel Riders in the middle. They're not in bad shape. And the Corsairs are going to move out of the bushes now. Great. So we do win that fight. This fight goes to us, and these are Oathsworn Cav, but we want to collapse and fold these guys up. Yeah, I think that's going to be good. Okay, big pit fight here. Go my camels. Feast. Feast like the heathen kings of old. My opponent has had the objective advantage for quite some time, but I'm hoping... Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that was such a good Pit of Shades. That's like the worst feeling ever right there. All right, let's get you guys to charge in. Hopefully they can do a little bit more fighting, but that was terrible. All right, unsummon. What do we call out next? I don't know. I think we just keep going here. My Lord is needing a little bit of milk. Those are the giant-blooded, so we don't want to charge them if we can avoid it. Yeah, that Pit of Shades was really, really good. That hurt. Yeah, the carpets, how are they doing? They're hanging in there. They are hanging in there indeed. On the backside, we do have the infantry fighting. The carpets can go into melee against the young slingers, although I think the slingers are a little bit stronger. Let's go ahead and call in some good quality infantry on the middle, see if we can get anything going here. And my character, she does have the breath spell, so let's do a little bit of that. Camel Lancers are going. We're going to rotate you guys to the middle here, and the camels can hopefully just ride these guys down. Those Barrow White creatures, I don't even know what the hell those things are, man. All right, and the big scary desert dogs can go do a little bit of flanking there. So we do manage to steal the back objective. The carpets are diving in. The Corsair infantry are menacing, and yeah, we have a couple decent units still lurking. Let's go charge into you guys. Probably unsummon the carpets, I would wager, is going to be the play. Yeah, so we got that. So now we need to start playing the middle, I think. Yeah, you guys are going to move. Let's fight here. And where is my Lord? Is my Lord still alive? Yes, it is. Okay. So the Hall of Mirrors, let's do that. It's going to do some damage. Camel Riders, we're going to retreat you. And what are these guys? These are camels. Okay, so camels and camels. Our last infantry unit still going hard in the paint. We're going to take our Haggard carpets and go see if we can get some freebies on the artillery. See if my opponent's defending it. But I'm rapidly running out of time here, basically. I'm rapidly running out of time. All right. So here you guys come. We have our mage in there. Yes, the back objective has been retaken. The Corsair units have seen better days. Let's go right onto those units. It says I'm up in value, but it doesn't feel that way, that's for sure. Vanguard, we can call in a couple of these pistol Corsair homies to roll up to the middle and just shoot, which I think is going to be good. So hopefully these Southland Warriors can get the job done. We're going to see. And do I have any abilities I can use that would help? Desert Winds. Okay. Pop that. Oh, and then that takes me back to that form. Oh, interesting. Okay, so a lot to learn. A lot to learn there. All right, let's shoot the Woad Raiders. You guys are going to roll up to the middle and provide some capture weight. So she switches into like a ghostly form and from like a regular form. Very, very cool. All right, they have a lot of stuff, though. They still have a lot of stuff. Let's go see if we can get this, get you to run this down. Yeah, a little bit of that, although the camels, I think, will end up faltering there. We have some Arabian dudes. They can move in there. And it looks like we are getting some momentum here, but I need to get this going pretty quick. And we do have the Dread Daughters of Tariq, and they of course, do some nice burning head type shenanigans. All right, so those are going to be Hobilars with spears, which our infantry should be very good against. We are chewing through this fight here, and I would love to get a prison spell. We need to wait and see where they're going to blob up, basically. Yeah, we need to wait and see where they're going to blob. Okay, we're definitely behind a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. Those are just hound units, so we're chilling there. And we're going to get the Corsairs to shoot at the Hobilars with spears, so we're going to shoot you guys. Yeah, they have like a precursor shot, it looks like. So we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of this. Yeah, burning head of goodness. You guys charge into those guys, and then you move up here. So we're going to need to capture a bunch of objectives here. It's going to be very difficult, but let's go ahead and get some more pit fighters coming in. Out here on the far side, we have our chaff units. The enemy Lord is very low, too. If I could get her, that would be quite nice, but this position does get broken, and now I have a lot of momentum here. The enemy character, I still have some spearmen in the mix. The flying carpet homies can just engage on that catapult, try and shut that down. And yeah, that's a big brick of stuff. I'm hoping my opponent doesn't have another good burning head, because that would be pretty devastating. All right, so there we go. It looks like that was just the magic missile, and we do have a burning head bound, which hopefully will do something. Let's fight the giant-blooded guys, go after the giant-blooded guys, and you guys are going to move here. And we're going to save up for another pit fighter. My opponent's running out of gas, but they do have the objective advantage, so that's a little bit precarious. All right, let's go to the Murder Queen, and we're going to get you here, and we're going to do Prison of Nightmares, and okay. It's weird. When I overcast it, it can't target anything, but there it can. All right, pit fighter number 2 is going to come out. Let's get you up, move you guys up on the point. So that Prison of Nightmares should finish off the enemy Lord here. And the Araby forces are going to get this. Let's charge into you guys. We got pit fighters in the max. My opponent may consider going for my back objective, so we're going to go park something back here. Yeah, he's going for my back point, so it's to be expected. Let's get the pit fighters over there, and you guys need to come back here now. Reinforce that while we get a lot of momentum here, but I am running low on points. It's getting very, very dodgy here. All right, let's go get into the catapult. You guys are on. We're going to use some of our breath attacks right there. So let's use the serpent breath thing. See what kind of damage we can get. That objective is going to be coming to us. So that gives us a lot of time to work with. Oh, that breath attack's actually pretty good on the Wizard's Caliph. That's very nice. And we can do the little mirror damage ability too. All right, so that is a Woad Warband. So what we can do here is get a fat Desert Storm on them. That objective is going to be reinforced, which is great. And then we need to start playing the back objective 100%. But we have time. We have a little bit of time. So I'm going to send 2 Corsairs. They're going to get there eventually. And because I think I have the battle one elsewhere. Yeah, that was a really good Pit of Shades. Oh, look at the Desert Storm ability. That did a lot of damage, man. Okay, I'll take it. Camel Riders seem pretty okay in melee too. I mean, they have some decent weapon strength. Yeah, it's not bad. Could be worse. All right, so what do we got in the back? The Pit Fighters are coming. Are they just really slow? Oh, Pit Fighters only have 30 speed. Holy shit. Okay, so that is actually pretty slow. Okay, I gotta take that into account. The Desert Winds ability. That's so neat. That's really, really neat, isn't it? All right, so Pit Fighters will get there. They're going to stabilize this objective for us. And then these Pit Fighters can start the long march down to this objective. I don't think I'm going to need them in the middle. The Wizard's Caliph character has been absolute Chad mode. He's been very good. All right, let's fight here and prepare for another Druid Sandstorm ability. Camel Riders, let's get him back. And the Al-Mukhtar's Desert Dogs will be excellent for back pressuring, like really, really excellent. All right, so we're going to get them heading up, and our Wizard is going to fight here. Do I have any dank abilities I can use? I don't know. We'll see. Looks good. Let's route these guys down, and we can run you down and run you down. That back objective, I think I'm okay with the Pit Fighters arriving. I think it's going to be good because they're strong. But I may need to send something a little bit stronger back there. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we play this. All right, so these guys are the Camel Lancers. We haven't used their abilities yet, so we're going to go do that. And then we're going to get some Camel Archers, call them over here. Hopefully be able to hold that. I don't know. Because we are in the process of probably having a chance on my opponent's back objective here. We'll have to see. He does win on just these 2. So we're going to need to definitely play our cards right. All right, so the Camel Lancers are coming. You guys are on your way over. It looks like the Pit Fighters are doing very good. And the Haggard Burning Head Cav are on the way over. So we're going to do the Flaming Sword right here. And then we can do a Burning Head down the pipe, which is probably going to hit a lot of my own guys. But we'll see how it works out. All right, so here you go. And here you go. Wizard's Caliph is there. You guys need to keep going. So let's get our Corsairs onto this objective. Steal that one. And yeah, just all hands on deck here. You guys go there. We're going to need to leave a little something here. So we're going to pull you guys back this way. And how are we looking on the back point? Are we gonna hold it? I don't know. It's sketchy, sketchy. All right, get in. And we're going to need to just get some reinforcements over here. Whatever we can, really. We're going to do the Arabian Nights. Yeah, just all hands on deck here. All hands on deck. The Pit Fighters might eventually win that. We are going to get my opponent's back objective as well. You guys are going to stay here, and we may be over-indexing into this point a little bit. So let's actually send one of you guys back to the middle, and one of you guys can go right here. I think it's still... Are we going to get it? Yeah, it's really close. I think my Lord can maybe salvage that. The back objective, we do manage to stabilize. Very, very clutch. Very clutch. All right, so the Arabian Knights can go fight the Oathsworn Cav. They're going to lose, but with a little bit of milk, they can get it done. Okay. On the middle, we have a lot of infantry coming in. Let's go ahead and get them tar pitted up. We have our own infantry arriving, and yeah, did we over-index into that one? I mean, for now, yes, but we still have a little bit of time, so it's not the end of the world. So let's do the Druid Sandstorm right here, and hopefully she's going to be able to do something, and let's call in some Arabian Cav to get to the middle. So that Sandstorm ability is going to dunk on them pretty hard, and oh, we got it. It tapped out. Holy shit. That was good. That was really nice. Damn, son. Yeah, because at that point, we had enough to win on 2, so that's why they left. Dude, yeah. Araby's fun, man. They're very fun. Pit Fighters didn't do as well as I thought. Camel Archers felt really, really good. I like the Camel Archers quite a bit. The artillery did good, but this character is just too good at shutting down artillery, you know? I don't know how the South Sword guys did. They tried their best. GG. Well played. All right. I'm gonna probably rest my paws here, guys. They've been acting up a little bit on me the past few days, so I'm gonna take it easy. But hopefully you enjoyed the build. The flying carpets were good. They flew overhead. They got a lot of damage in. No complaints, man. I like the flying carpets. They were very fun. All right, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this modded tournament. If you want more of this, if you want more weird modded tournaments, now is your time to. The net overcasted turns into a regrowth type spell. Oh, interesting, Payson. Okay, I didn't read it. But yes, if you want more of these modded tournaments, now is your time to speak and drop a like on the stream. It helps me gauge it. You know, that's how I gauge what I stream typically, is I see what you guys interact with the most, and then that's what I do more. So if you want more of this, do let me know. And if we do it again, we'll add some more factions. We'll add like the Grudgebringers, and in some Southern Realms, we could do Katof's Southern Realms and add in like Tilia and Estalia and some of those other factions as well, which I think could be very fun. All right, guys. See you around. Take care of yourselves. I hope you enjoyed today's tournament. And ladies and gentlemen of the old worlds, congrats to our glorious Dread King winner, Maximilianaire. But that is going to be it for today. Adios, do widzenia, GG, and well freaking played.